And welcome back to TingleCon 2023. I think it is. Wow. It's been a while, guys. Welcome. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing really well, having a great summer, trying to stay cool. I personally am here at the beach, just relaxing here, but I just thought I would take this time to come say hello to all you for TingleCon. I'm joined by the awesome FamCam and the awesome Amy K, and we're going to be guiding you through an amazing weekend here. We have a lot in store, and we're going to start with a bit of just a little founders panel here. We're missing one of the gentlemen, Paul, aka Tingle Smith, will be joining us in about 20-30 minutes. But in the meantime, we'll just have some conversations about what you can expect for the weekend, and of course, just some talks about TingleCon in general. So, with that said, FamCam, do you want to tell us a little bit about what we can expect this year? Wow, it does. Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, could they hear me? Okay, that's good. I mean, I could do an awkward, like, I have had enough experiences where I could redo an awkward intro if we need it, but it's always better the second time. I feel like that's just like once your anger levels drop, then it gets a little bit, it's usually a better delivery. All right, so we're gonna hold here, y'all.
Hmm. Oh, there we go. I see the readout.
All right. All right, we're good. So
I
everyone is
swear,
here.
TingleCon is cursed. This happens
Hit
to me
that on the
This happens to me every single TingleCon. Every single
Yeah,
TingleCon.
I feel like
All
I
right.
remember this happening before, but
Yeah.
it's all right. You got it out of the way. You got it
I
out of the
got
way.
the
Yeah.
hotkeys right
Yeah.
this time. Let me test that. No, I didn't get the hotkeys right. Okay. Well,
Oh,
that's gonna be fixed next con or next day. Anyway, welcome everybody. This is the fifth year of TingleCon, going on strong. So that said, let me read through the schedule. I'm going to be reading Eastern Standard Time times, even though I'm on the West Coast. So I'm going to be doing a bit of mental math. But anyway, coming up at 1, we have a pre recorded 1v1 interview with the legendary Jellybean Green, who is here in the chat with us. After that, at 2 p.m., we have a panel on cinematic ASMR with Blue Whisper, Atlas ASMR, Phoenician Sailor, and Ruby True. Coming up after that at 3 p.m., we have a panel on cosplay with Riley Rosie, Igalia ASMR, and Dreamscape ASMR. Following that at 4 p.m., we have Music and Ambience. That's another pre recorded panel with ASMR Weekly, Bearded Audio ASMR, and J Rob the Human. Following that, we have a 2 hour game segment with us, the staff, Amy, Nathan, myself, and Tinglesmith. We're going to be playing a game called Pass the Buck. So I'll be honest with you, I don't really know how it works. We're all kind of new to it, but Paul will walk us through it. It's very straightforward. I know that much. We're going to be playing with the viewers, so stick around. It's going to be a lot of fun. He explained how it works, and I was really excited about it, but of course, my ADHD
he can
brain
explain
does
more in maybe
not.
20,
Yeah,
20 minutes or so. He'll
yeah,
tell
my
us a bit more.
ADHD brain did not let me retain the details. So bear with us.
Needless to say, we're going to be very bad at it, and Paul is going to be amazing at it. There's no doubt about that.
Maybe.
He's got the advantage.
And then following that is our first ASMR video showcase. Every broadcast is going to be ending with one of these where we have a good amount of submitted ASMR videos where artists all around the internet have sent us videos to showcase 5 minutes of, and the links to the full versions on their channels are in the description. Today we have Whisperwind, Evoke ASMR, Ali Nicole Josephia, Oasis ASMR, aka Dune ASMR, Moon Gem, Bearded Audio, Yoloma ASMR, Lamera ASMR, Sleeping Artist ASMR, Burning Question, Boxer ASMR, and Lori ASMR. And
What a lineup.
yeah, that will close out the broadcast, and the end of each broadcast will go over to an after party live stream by ASMR Destiny on his channel. Link down below in the description for each day. You don't want to miss that. ASMR Destiny streams are beyond next level. Like, here's a standard broadcast. Here's a next level broadcast. ASMR Destiny is I can't reach it.
It's so good you don't even know if it's really him. You know what I mean? It's like, could be a
Yeah.
machine, it could be AI, like, you never know.
It's funny you
Aliens
should
may
say.
come down even, it's like that high tech.
It's funny you should bring up AI because spoiler alert, there will be a segment on that. But before we get to that, here's what to expect on day 2. Starting that day at noon Eastern, there's going to be a staff Q&A with us, followed by a live 1v1 interview with none other than the ASMR Nerd. At 2 p.m. that day, we have a panel on the live ASMR experience. Nathan is the host most of the time, but in this panel, I will be hosting because I have a bit of expertise in streaming because I've been streaming for a very long time. I'll be doing that with.
And I'm terrible at it. I'm terrible at it.
No,
So
you're great. Don't you have like radio experience or something?
I guess that's I don't know if that's streaming, but I mean, I wouldn't trust myself in a Twitch broadcast. That's all I'm saying. Like, I need a little help.
Well, there's a lot more room for error on a Twitch broadcast, and anyone who's watched any Twitch broadcast will know that.
True, but then they'll judge my gaming skills. That's always a negative, Never know.
Yeah, well, that's part of streaming culture. Judging your game skills is part of the fun. If you ever watch Game Grumps, you know that being bad at video games is good when you're on camera.
Yes, true.
So,
very true.
Anyway, with the live ASMR Experience panel, I'll be doing that with James Bond 235, Dido ASMR, the ASMR Nerd, and Jadi17. Following that, ASMR and Pop Culture at 3 p.m. Remember, this is all tomorrow, not today. We have the ASMR Nerd, James Bond 235, and myself. And then following that, there's a live AMA with the staff on creator tips and tricks. We're going to be.
Can I just say? Can I interrupt here? I just want to say on that AMA, it's actually pretty new. We haven't had anything like it. There's going to be a lot of actionable tips, advice. We have a lot of amazing creators on the staff who, I'm working YouTube full time. We got a couple full timers here. Mm-hmm. We're going to share our secrets. I will share my secrets. I can't say for Amy, but I will tell you everything I know.
Oh, I'll share secrets
I think
too.
It'll be, and FamCam is going to, he's the master. He's the gatekeeper. But yeah, we'll be sharing secrets on how to do this. And I think it'll be really informative, that I think some of the other years we haven't had necessarily actionable advice where it's this is what you need to be doing here and there. You know what? Maybe we can do a couple video roasts. I don't know. We'll get into it, but I think it'll be exciting. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I feel like I finally have enough knowledge this year where I'm like, I could potentially help people. Other years I'm like, I've just fallen through, but stumbling through things. But yeah, this year, I don't know. I'm going to share secrets too. So as many as I can.
Let's do it.
You were interviewed by Ninja Brian. Obviously, you have some expertise somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like that was I don't know how that happened. I'm so confused as to how that happened.
All that matters is it did.
Yeah, exactly. I was honored.
Speaking of Dido, welcome. He's in the chat. We were just going through our schedule and we just mentioned the panels that you'll be on, and ASMR Roseo, welcome as well. So going back to the reading the day 2 schedule, we left off at cross-platform creators, which will have Selene's ASMR, Shiver Me Tingles ASMR, and Lori ASMR. And following that, following that, no, I'm just gonna say it. Speak of the devil, Lori ASMR, welcome. Oh God. Okay, so Day 2 at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna eat a ghost pepper. I'm gonna straight up eat a ghost pepper live.
How much
here at
stronger is
TingleCon.
that than a jalapeno, Keith? How much stronger is that than a jalapeno?
Okay, for those of you who can't handle jalapenos, I suggest you mute the stream for a bit because you're gonna. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. The Scoville scale, for those who are not familiar, is the unit of measure for spicy food. And before I get into it, looks like Paul is here, so we'll be right back. Let him in, and then I'm gonna continue. So stay tuned.
10 seconds, y'all. 10 seconds, y'all.
See y'all in a bit.
All right, get him in. Get him in here.
All right, we got a Tinglesmith in the house.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome, Paul. Welcome.
And let's see who we got in the chat since we dipped. We got Jay the Ace. Welcome. Multiple Strong Minds says, FamCam, please take care or you'll be burning for what seems like an eternity like the last time. Lunar, welcome.
He likes that. Likes that. He wants to be burning. That's the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. So Paul jumped in at the exact right time as I was talking about the hot pepper mukbang segment. So yeah, I'm going to be eating a ghost pepper. And okay, so the Scoville scale, like I was saying, a jalapeno is about 2,500 to 8,000 Scoville units. Okay. Ghost pepper, 1 million Scoville units. So if you can't,
the Scoville unit system needs to be changed a bit. When you start measuring things in miles, I mean, do we go Los Angeles to Las Vegas? Well, is 27 billion millimeters? Let's fix that.
It's in Scoville units because the guy who coined it was a chemist named Wilbur Scoville, and it's measured based on how much sugar it takes to neutralize it.
Pretty interesting. He names it after himself as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have some Gloria.
Anyway.
Well, that's amazing. That's going to be very exciting. Yeah, I would like to also take a moment here because I think that's the perfect title, right? That's the first secret. Saying hot pepper ASMR, will I survive? Like, I actually died. Always just tag that on the end of any title, you're good. But I think this is a good moment just to take a step back for a moment and go back to day one on the Pass the Buck. Maybe, Paul, you could clarify a little bit more about what we could expect there, and then Keith, you can continue after that.
Sure.
Do we have time to play a little game? I mean, that's the best.
Well, we're not playing the game. Tell us what
we'll play the game later.
Okay,
But,
so
yeah.
Okay, so I see myself as the bottom right now. So what I would do, and we would go clockwise, I would say a topic, right? So I might say famous brilliant ASM artists, and then I might say Amy K, and then it would move to Amy K, and then she would have to say a famous ASM artist, and so on and so forth. If you pause for more than 5 seconds, then you're out. If you repeat one, then you're out. So I have one or two little topics to start with.
What if it's wrong? What if it's not? What if it's not actually fits the category though? You know, like
then you're fine. No, you're out.
Some famous is subjective though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's another reason why it's beneficial to have a check mark system.
I'm gonna be so bad at this game. Oh God!
I did it for what I thought was coming effect, but
we'll be bad together.
We'll be terrible at this together.
Yeah.
And then, so I've got a couple of topics. Usually, the person who is the first out, you get 3 lives. It chooses the next topic. But I thought maybe, since you like spicy, Keith, we could spice it up a little by asking the audience for topics.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see.
Let's do it. Yeah, we'll see. All right, Keith, take us back to day 2.
Okay, so we left off with...
I'm excited.
Yeah, we left off with a hot pepper mukbang, and then following that, day 2, 7 p.m. Eastern, we have our part 2 ASMR video showcase, starting with me, followed by That's Awkward ASMR, Dido ASMR, who is here in the chat, Carol ASMR, Gracie B ASMR, who turns out to be a neighbor of mine, Freaktiful Whispers, well, about a town over, Freaktiful Whispers, Lunar Blossom, who is also here in the chat, welcome Lunar, Bixie ASMR, World Bry ASMR, Jovi Bloom ASMR, and ASMR Dr. Dawson. And then following that on day 3, of course, as always, we're starting out at noon Eastern with a staff Q&A. And then at 1, it will be a 1v1 interview with Carol ASMR, one of the co-founders and my predecessor as president of TingleCon. Followed by role-playing ASMR at 2 p.m. with Whisperwind, Cap Bailey, and Musing Mirror ASMR. Following that, we will have a panel on women ASMR creators that's pre-recorded with Secret Scholar, who's hosting the panel, Jeannie B ASMR, Ray Moon ASMR, and Old School ASMR Sounds. And
I think it's important to clarify on that one, just that I believe this panel will be a 50 plus, so it might be an older women perspective, which I think is something like we haven't done before. So I think you're going to hear a lot of unique perspectives there that are going to be super interesting to hear from. I just wanted to add that as well.
Yeah, I know. I'm so excited to listen to that one. Yeah.
I mean, I have listened to it because I edited it, but
the host of that is going to be Secret Scholar, also, who is a new addition as well this year to just hosting this panel. She offered to do that, so thank you so much for that.
I'm excited. Fantastic job, by the way. Give her all the love in the world.
Great. Absolutely.
Welcome, Tristan. Following that, at 4 p.m. on Sunday is Neurodivergent Creators. As a neurodivergent myself, I was elected to host this panel. We'll be doing that with Lunar Blossom, who is here in the chat with us, Jellybean Green, who is also in the chat with us, and Shiver Me Tingles, who is not in the chat because she is in New Zealand and she's likely sleeping right now. Following that, the future of AI, pre-recorded with our dear friend ASMR Destiny. He actually has a few showcases of what ASMR, or not ASMR, AI can do in this panel. So look forward to that. It's going to blow your mind.
I was about to say, you know that meme where the guy's like brain explodes? It's literally like that. That's how I was when
That's an
I was
understatement.
conducting the interview.
That's an
Yeah.
understatement. Nathan's brain visibly melted in that. I'm just kidding.
I went to like 50 people after that. I was like, you won't believe it. You won't believe this. So get ready.
Yeah. And then following that will be our traditional closing ceremony at 6 p.m. Sunday with us, the staff. And closing out, we have our last ASMR video showcase. This one will feature Ricky Rax ASMR, Ivory ASMR, Bay ASMR, ASMR Busy Bunny, James on 235, Birch in the Woods ASMR, Rev ASMR, aka Stay for the Tingles. That's her motto. Simplicity ASMR, Zona ASMR, Lisa ASMR, and Spantopia Rose ASMR. So look forward to that because it's going to be epic. We have a great show for
Awesome.
y'all.
Absolutely. And on that same note, I wanted to just, because we only have about maybe 15, 20 minutes here left till we kind of get our next panel going.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to ask a couple questions because I think it might help provide a bit of insight and just context to this event. I think the first thing, obviously, I ask the same question every year, and that is, of course, the inception of TingleCon and what really created this idea. So I thought maybe, Keith, you could talk about that for a minute, and then I wanted to ask a couple other questions as well.
Yeah. So years ago, we're going back to 2019 when it all started. I was in a 6-month-long ongoing collaborative effort with Carol ASMR and a bunch of others called Weekly ASMR. Each of us put out a video pertaining to a common theme each week. That's actually how my Bob's Burgers video came to be. The one where I read a menu to you. And one day in the middle of that 6-month period, we started discussing a possible ASMR convention. We had no idea how we were going to do it. Obviously, none of us had the funds to make a physical convention possible, although we would love to do that one day if we could. But for now, it is online. It is it is in the form of a broadcast, and we just took it from there. And it evolved over the years. This is our first year doing this on YouTube rather than Twitch. And it is my 4th time being the broadcasting producer. Somebody else handled the broadcast in the first year. I served as co-host. I was not expecting it at all because I think I had like 800 subscribers at the time, give or take. But of course, TingleCon is brand new. It barely had any well-known artists. I think the most well-known artist we had on there by far was Seafoam Kitten. But now, as TingleCon becomes more and more known, we have a lot more prominent creators. We still want to feature smaller creators because that's part of the point of TingleCon, to help elevate creators that want to get a good start. But now we have a literal famous creator on our staff in Amy K. Famous is subjective, but you have a check mark, so I have some evidence there.
That does seem to be the line. I think that means you made it.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, YouTube. Cool.
But yeah.
Okay. Well, sorry. Were you all finished up there?
No,
I wanted to ask another question here because I think this is also going to kind of hype it up for the event. But are there any? This could be for any of us. I'm like thinking of Paul, who kind of had this idea. But are there any surprise elements or maybe some new additions, of course, besides Amy here, to TingleCon that you're particularly excited about? Maybe it's a upcoming event or segment or cutaways. Maybe something adding a little spice to the events. I mean, it could be anything.
I think there are so many live panels, and it's such a hard.
Yeah,
thing
more
to
than any
schedule.
time in the past.
Yeah,
That is going to be very exciting.
More than any time in the wild. The first year was all live panels. We incepted the pre-recorded panels, I think, in 2020, because things kept getting in the way and we didn't have a lot of time to plan a bunch of live panels to fill the schedule. So we decided to do some of them pre-recorded to accommodate people's schedules. And honestly, it's great to have them once in a while, so because we're human beings, not AI robots, believe it or not. So we do need
Not
breaks
yet.
once in a while. And
for
having
yourself.
pre-recorded panels is a perfect opportunity for that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
so exactly. So the fact that we have such a huge number of them, it's exciting. You have people in the. I like both. I mean, good luck with that. Let's see how many technical difficulties we get. But also, I'm quite excited about the 20 questions. There were some weird questions you asked there, Keith. So
Well, I'm a weird
very
dude.
curious.
And most
Yeah.
of those questions, and by the way, Paul was the one who created the segment last year, and everybody loved it. So I knew we had to continue it. It's gonna be a new ongoing thing, folks. 20 questions. There's gonna be one of those questions between each segment throughout the con, and most of them have something to do with the upcoming segment, respective to the question. Not all of them, but the vast majority of them.
I thought it was quite funny because I edited them last year, and I said, by the way, I need the video soon because it is quite hard. It's a difficult thing to do. And then Keith was like, I'll do it on the Thursday. And then he messaged me and said, this is a quite hard thing to do.
It is,
It's
but
cutting it into 400 bits,
I
but
get
it's so
bored
worth it.
very easily when what I'm doing is easy.
Mm.
Maybe I'm a masochist. Well, as
We go not
evidence
to
of
the
what's
moon
happening
because it is
tomorrow.
easy, but because it is hard. JFK.
True.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Fort Quimby.
Indeed. I have another question that I
Obviously,
think
we're
is
not getting
important.
political, but we're just having fun.
Yeah,
Oh, we should
yeah,
get Amy's
absolutely.
thoughts. What are Amy's thoughts on what you're
Oh,
looking
sure.
forward to?
Yeah.
I
Well,
think we
yeah. Amy,
spoiled
what do
it
you think?
already with our bits, but yeah.
Are there anything is there anything you're excited about for this TingleCon?
Well, in general, I'm excited about listening to all the panels, but mostly, I think there are a lot of newer ASM artists this year that, I watch and I'm a big fan of, but I don't know anything about them beyond, their work. So I'm just really excited to hear from all the ASM artists that we have that are newer this year.
Very cool. And for myself, I will say that a lot of the questions this year are a little bit different from some of the previous years. I tried to get a little more actionable advice, try to provide a little more insight into the people and the stories. So I hope that you will enjoy those. And now I have another important question because I think this is sort of related to everything. And obviously there's so many people involved here. Obviously, sometimes more than 50, 60, 70 people, different ASM artists. Can you maybe just share a little bit about how do you ensure that there's inclusivity? It's a sort of a relaxing, comfortable environment for everybody. Obviously, there's different ASM artists and there's different, people who like it. So obviously, we want to have a diverse event. So I'm wondering what kind of thought process goes into making sure that happens.
Well, I'm going to be perfectly honest. My thought process is not to have much of a thought process by it. Like, don't think too much about certain aspects of each creator, like how much of a following they have, or like what's their status socially or things like that. Are they part of are they like in or out? I don't care about that at all. All I care about is that you are committed to ASMR. You're passionate about it, and not just here to make a quick buck kind of thing. But lost my train of thought. But the bottom line is TingleCon is all about people of all different sizes and all different backgrounds, and you see the kind of people that we feature, and you're going to see that there's going to be some big ones and some small ones. Being on panels together, just know that these people are human beings just like you, and they're here to have fun with you. We're in the end, we're all human beings that just want to have fun and relax.
Absolutely. I do have two more questions that I want to ask. I want to get everyone's answer on.
Before you do, I want to point out A couple of things that were said in the chat that I don't want to
Over.
miss. JBG says, bold to make the neurodivergent panel one a live one. I'm nervous. Well, another thing I want to point out as far as everybody being comfortable, know that I, as a fellow neurodivergent, will be hosting. I've been live streaming for 4.5 years. Had to think about that. And I still lose my train of thought live. I literally just did minutes ago. Stumble in my speech all the time, but I've learned to I've learned to, you know, kind of live with it and be comfortable with it, because it's not like a pre-recording where everybody feels like they have to be perfect. People expect you to just be human, and that's double the case when you're neurodivergent. And just know that on the panel with me, on the panel with Shiver, on the panel with Lunar, you're going to be in good hands. And I know that we're going to be in good hands with you too.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask myself a question, and then I'm going to ask everyone a question, because it's kind of one that I kind of just feel like I want to answer here. And that is just this idea about, you know, TingleCon obviously attracts both ASMR artists and people who are supporters of ASMR. So the question I was going to ask was just how do we strike a balance between both groups? And I think you're going to find during these live panels and stuff that there will be a lot of practical, informative content, but I think we do try to delve into some of the stories of the people we're talking to, how they got into ASMR, like how it led to that. And I think a lot of interesting, like uplifting, especially. There's a lot of uplifting stories. And I think that's going to be, so you're going to get a little bit of the personal stuff and a little bit of stuff if you're a creator. So you can learn from that as well. And I think the personal stories, of course, add to that. So that's one thing I just wanted to add is you're in the right place. If you love ASMR or if you create ASMR, you're going to get both here. So that's super and important. And we want to make sure that we cover both sides. I have one last question that I want everyone to answer here, because I think this is one of these things where it's like, you know, every concept, I think everyone is part of a team and they have different goals and objectives. But I want to hear from all you guys. What is it that you hope? Maybe we start with Amy K, who I haven't started with here. What do you hope for TingleCon? Like, what do you want it to achieve in terms of promoting ASMR awareness and fostering that community? What is it that brought you into it?
Hit me with a hard question here. What I hope for TingleCon this year, or
just in general, what do you view as like an end? Yeah, like what could be the end goal? What would be
I hope that we're able to showcase a lot of fantastic creators and just inspire people, ASMR artists and ASMR watchers alike, and just get some insight on our favorite creators and on ASMR in general. And have fun.
Cool. Paul, what about you?
Same. I think it's, you know, there are so many different elements to it. So you do have the workshops. I mean, yeah, you have the workshops, you have the live panels, you have the case, what are they called? Well, anyway, the other videos that we put out as well. And they are the things that Amy's just been talking about. So that's what we want to do, and that's what we're doing, I guess. So, yeah.
Keith, what about you? You've been in the game for a while. What is it that you hope that TingleCon will achieve? I mean, it could be long term. Doesn't have to be necessarily this year.
Yeah, well, the long-term goal has always been one day making this an in-person event. Years ago, our friend Katie ASMR put out an ASMR roleplay of what she envisioned might be in-person TingleCon might be like. The aesthetic was like really mind-blowing. I can't even explain. But what I hope to achieve in the meantime, of course, is what TingleCon has always been about: bringing people together and helping you discover your next favorite ASMR artist. And if you're new to the community, you're really shy, help you break through that. Like, as an introvert myself, I get it. I when I started ASMR, I had no clue how I was gonna really get anybody to pay any attention to me, let alone run a frickin' ASMR conference. But sure enough, it happened. I'm telling you, anything is possible. Just to have a little faith. I'm not talking about religious faith. I'm just talking about like just believe in yourself is what I'm saying. Believe in yourself and know that the ASMR community is one of the best communities, if not the best, to make friends. I've been in a lot of communities in my day, and while I shouldn't say all of them, but the vast majority of them were fantastic, none of them come anywhere near how great the ASMR community is, because while there are a few bad apples in the ASMR community too, every community is going to have that, they are extreme outliers. The vast majority of people are the awkward kid in the corner of class like me. So I found my tribe.
Yeah, like I completely agree with you on that one. Just bringing everyone together, I think, especially online, not just in general with ASMR, because everyone's kind of shy. A lot of us are. But just being online, it's very hard to be a community because we're all off doing our own thing. And I think that's what I love about TingleCon, is that it always brings everyone together to just like celebrate ASMR and celebrate each other. So yeah.
Yeah, you think about any other. Oh, go ahead, Paul. Yes, sir.
Oh no, I was just going to say, everybody here, they have just this such a positive attitude, and behind the scenes, I just want to let you know that's how they really are. It's actually, I find it quite inspiring, the way it's like, let's go guys, and it's very nice. And Keith, to captain a ship with so many moving parts, great job.
My brain rarely allows me not to. I like, maybe I have undiagnosed OCD because I'm like all over the place with everything for sure. But before we wrap up, I want to get through a few questions in the chat.
Please.
So let's see here. We have a question from Multiple Strong Minds. When is the neurodivergent panel? That's going to be Sunday, day 3 at 4 p.m. Eastern time, or 1 p.m. Pacific time if you're on the West Coast like me. Look up your time zone, whatever it may be. Let's see, what else do we have here? Wraithwin says, what trigger / artist do you personally enjoy when you are winding down? I'll go first. My number one go-to when I'm winding down is James Bond 235 on his lives on Twitch. He is one of my best friends in the world, and his streams are super entertaining and super chill. He often has a green screen background, or sometimes he just has his room with a CRT TV in the background. If you grew up in the 90s like me, you'll really enjoy his vibes. Like there's a lot of 90s nostalgia in his streams, and that's why I asked him to be on ASMR and pop culture panel. So that's him. And some of my favorite triggers for winding down, I love a good fluffy mic, because it sounds like the ocean, and growing up I listened to a lot of ocean sounds to help me relax, so it's like another similar form of that.
Well, I guess since I'm next to him, I'll go next. I think for me right now, I'm on a big Whispers Red kick these days. I don't know, maybe I just like that, but I always go back to some of the classics. And I actually prefer the human voice as my trigger. I don't really like, I guess I like lid sounds and some other little things, but for the most part, I do like the spoken voice, almost just straight up. If it's like in a calm, deliberate kind of way, that's kind of how I feel. So that's my answer.
Before we
Keith, you look like you want to say something.
Yes, people are saying, why isn't Keith in space? Well, I am. See, I have 2 moons. I have 2 moons, y'all.
He's on the ship.
He's on the ship.
So
yeah, we're
I tried to set a space background, but for some reason Zoom was not giving me the prompt, so I just turned the moons on from my Galaxy projectors. There you go.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, look at that.
Amazing.
Just I'm going to join you guys outside soon, so I thought I would put my... You're going to get loads of these. That's a new thing I've found. ASMR Weekly taught me how to do it. And so you're going to get absolutely loads of them throughout the con. Anyway.
Yeah.
Which one is the real Paul? I don't know. We'll find out.
Hard to say.
So going back to Raythwin's question, we still have Paul and Amy to answer. The question again was, what trigger/artists do you personally enjoy when you are winding down?
That one's hard for me to answer because I don't stick to one trigger or one ASMR artist all the time. It's always changing for me. So really what I do is I go through my subscriptions tab and I just watch whoever posted a video. Again, favorite triggers are always changing for me, but recently I have been very much into ambiances. I've been listening to a lot of ambiances. And then if they're also talking and whispering, or I prefer soft spoken, but if they're also whispering, that's fine, along with the ambiance. And then lately that's been my go-to. So.
Awesome. Paul?
I have an ambience on at almost all times. Usually some strange cyberpunk neo film noir style thing, so I can just pretend I'm working in my office. I'm a Grizz's PI or something like that. So I do love my ambiences. And then the other side of that, I like the less triggers, more story. Actually, I'm quite story driven in that regard. And nice voices, yeah.
Do we have any other questions? I think we're about to wind down here. I think we only got maybe just a couple of moments left here, guys. So we're going to be jumping into our first panel with Jellybean Green.
Yeah. Sleeping Artist says there is no real Paul. Paul's a time traveler, and you can't convince me otherwise.
Great Scott!
I'd have
How
to
does
agree.
she know?
Yeah.
You knew.
Wait. Am I traveling from the future or the past? Because that's an important distinction.
Trick question.
Yeah.
Time is an illusion.
There you go.
That's right. Both. The answer is both. The past and the future.
You know, funny thing is, our eyes always see the past because it takes a split second for it to transfer the info to your brain.
Oh yeah.
So actually, no, our eyes see the present. Our brain perceives it perceives the past by the time it's passed. Anyway.
That's true. That's true. All right. Do we have any other questions in the chat, or are we ready to rock here? Well, we're gonna have a little bit of a couple minutes to wait here, but then we'll jump straight into that panel there. What are we thinking?
Sounds good.
Multiple Strong Minds says, if time is an illusion, are we stuck in this TingleCon forever because without time it'll never end?
Do you want to be?
Yes. The internet is forever.
Gonna like that if I am stuck in a time vortex, but
the internet is forever unless an EMP swipes the Earth. Actually, even then, we got satellites. Maybe somebody's literally storing the cloud up there.
That's it. Could be there forever.
Time being an illusion, interesting. I mean, time's obviously real. But one thing I learned about time, which I always found fascinating, and I would pass on, is it's variable. And it changes depending on certain things, gravity, speed. Now, if you went, for example, if you were in a ship and you went around the Earth at 99.9% the speed of light, if you were on that ship for 1 year, 1,000 years will pass on Earth. And then when you come down, everybody you hate will be gone. You know.
Wow, that was impressive.
Very strange.
I think I'm gonna cry now.
I think that's not
inspiring. Really inspiring.
You can see the future. One day we will be able to see the future if we travel fast enough.
Ian, you get to see Death Cab for Cutie in October? Hell yeah!
And the way things are going, I'm sure it'll be great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think don't want to see that actually. Just be depressed.
That's
all about their question.
Raython says that reminds me of the Death Cab song. When I see you, I really see you upside down. Yeah. Because supposedly the eyes do see things upside down. Your brain corrects it.
Wow.
Fascinating stuff. Like I took days to process that information when I first learned it. It's them and the Postal Service.
Really delving into this neuroscience here today. I feel that's very nice. That's a very nice touch. I think that's a good prelude to the rest of the con, right?
Yeah, we learned a lot of stuff in the con.
Neurodivergent panel.
Already starting.
A lot of neuroscience happening.
The educational.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, what do we think here, guys? Should we jump into this first panel in a few moments? Should we ask Does anyone have any more questions they want to ask? Anything people want to share? How your day's going? Need anyone up to anything over the weekend? What do we got here?
I think you might need that 3-minute buffer, Nathan. The next panel's live, right?
It's pre-recorded.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the point.
So yeah. Well, with that said, thank you all for joining in. We got a great show for you. Up next is a 1v1 with our friend Jellybean Green. Stay tuned.
Nice.
Probably one of Zeitgeist or Sophie Michelle of Gentle Whispering.
I don't remember the first video I ever saw, but I would put good money on it being Gentle Whispering.
The first ASMR video I ever found was ASMR Darling. It was a video where she was, I think, just your friend helping you fall asleep. The thumbnail had a feather in it, I think.
I don't remember the exact video, but it was Fairy Shaw ASMR. She's lovely.
The first ASMR video I've ever watched was by Review Tech USA. It was an unboxing of the NES Classic Mini.
So this is Lita, and she does massage. I remember watching someone's hands that had like nail polish tapping on something plastic. If you can find that video, I'll be really impressed.
I don't remember the first ASMR video I watched, but I remember the couple first ASMR channels I subscribed to. Massage, ASMR for the sort of like tapping videos, and ASMR Alyssa for the sort of mouth sounds, hand movements.
That would have to be by Gentle Whispering. It was one of her early migraine remedy videos.
It was the ASMR brain melting lotion, ear massage, cupping, rubbing, and tapping video by Ting Ting ASMR. Great ASMR content creator, highly recommend her.
2018, 2017, probably 2017. I think the first time I watched an ASMR video intentionally, like, okay, I'm gonna give this thing a shot for real. I believe it was ASMR Darling, and I think it was like just a pampering video. I think she was just like doing your makeup or whatever. And the reason that appealed to me was my sister did that to me all the time growing up. She's 6 years older than me, and I was her test subject a lot. And so I don't know if it was subconscious or whatever, but what I think it was just also trying to search. She was a huge ASMR artist in 2017, obviously still is, but that was one of the first, that one.
Well, I think the first video I ever saw was roleplay video. Adra Neela, I think it's, hope I'm not pronouncing that incorrectly, but she was the first roleplay ASMR I ever saw.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome back to TingleCon 2023. I'm Nathan ASMR, and I'm joined by the very talented Jellybean Green, who is back again. Thank you so much for joining us. We're so excited to talk to you and to learn more. And with that said, why don't we just dive straight into this first question? Because I realized that I don't know if I've ever asked you this question. I feel like we spoke it a bunch, but I feel like I should know this. But what's the story behind the channel name Jellybean Green? And does it hold like a special significance?
So it does. It has been a gazillion years since I actually read this book, but when I was 18, I guess, so over half a lifetime ago, I read a book called Only Cowgirls Get the Blues by Tom Robbins. And I loved it. It was like my first year of college, so it was, a big year for me. And there's a character in the story named Bonanza Jellybean. And if I'm recalling it correctly,
That's an amazing name.
yeah, her deal was that it took place in relatively modern times, and she grew up wanting to be a cowgirl. And even though everyone told her that that wasn't really a thing so much anymore, she was determined, and she grew up and she became a cowgirl anyway. And I just loved that story. I loved her name. And I actually decided way back then that if I was ever going to have use for a pseudonym, and I was, into acting and performance art and stuff like that way back then. So it wasn't out of the question. But I decided way back then that if I ever needed a pseudonym, I was going to use Jellybean Green. So when it came time to start my YouTube channel, much, much later, I had the name all ready to go.
That's awesome. That's a really interesting story. And as actually, I have a question about something you mentioned in that response. But just because I didn't ask you before, do you want to tell people just where they could find you, or maybe they don't know about your channel?
Yeah, sure. I am primarily on YouTube under Jellybean Green ASMR. That's my channel name. I do post some shorts and stuff like that on TikTok and Instagram, and I do the YouTube shorts as well, and I'm on Facebook as well and Threads. But I don't spend a lot of time on those other places. YouTube is really my ASMR home.
Interesting. So I think you just mentioned earlier that maybe you had, is it a film theater background? You said you were involved somewhere. Would you be willing to talk a little bit about that, or maybe how that led into becoming a content creator?
Of course, yeah. It's actually pretty neat because the first time I went to college, when I was in my late teens, early 20s, I pursued a degree. I majored in theater performance with a minor in creative writing. And then later in life, I briefly went to school. I was pursuing a nursing degree. I wound up dropping out. I wasn't able to continue pursuing it because I got pregnant with my second child. But as someone who, makes a lot of medical ASMR role plays, it's kind of funny because I look back in between the theater and the creative writing and the nursing stuff, like that is all stuff that I've been able to use in my work a lot. And it's neat that I think one of the beautiful things about ASMR as a content creator is you really can pull from just about anything and work it into a role play. There's like no useless knowledge. There's no, I spent all my, this time doing this thing and nothing came of it, because now you can use it in your ASMR videos.
Absolutely. I do think a lot of the conversations I've had over the years in TingleCon is that a lot of the people do have film and theater backgrounds. And I think that's something that, learning how to be on camera is definitely a tough skill. And, I think it definitely helps to have some of that, but certainly touching up on your acting skills doesn't hurt, because again, there are people who have the background.
I would add that probably, I have a lot of conventional acting training, Shakespeare, all that stuff. But I would say that the thing that by far was the most helpful in a ASMR role play sense is my improv background, because I'm really glad that I don't need to script out like an entire video. I can make a little outline, have some bullet points, maybe a few specific phrases that I want to get in here and there. But the fact that I am able to pretty usually smoothly improvise, 30, 60 minutes at a time is a huge help.
Absolutely. I think that is one of the hardest things is scripting. I almost feel like any YouTuber scripts, they have a teleprompter or I don't know, the best memory ever, but I certainly can't do it.
Yeah.
I gotta like the improv is key as a key skill right there. I could definitely do a little better on mine myself. So I guess that we can move on from there because you mentioned I'm sort of diverging a little bit here, but you did mention shorts. You're actually the first person to mention that so far. I'm wondering, as an ASM artist, how do you feel? I mean, we're just going to kind of jump around here, but how do you feel about shorts? Have you found success with them? Do you feel like that's a good format for ASMR? How do you feel about that?
I mean, I was pretty wary of them for a while, and I have my own like personal feelings about shorts as a cultural phenomenon and attention span and things like that. But strictly as a creator, I did notice that I was starting to occasionally click on shorts in my YouTube feed for creators that I really loved. Like there's a ASMR Reiki content creator named Sarah Louise Tilsley, and I just really love her. And I was seeing her little shorts here and there, and I was watching them and I was enjoying them. And that's kind of my golden rule as a creator. I don't really make things that I wouldn't want to watch myself. So once I started watching shorts a little bit myself, I started making them. And it also felt for me, I felt like they were a good tool to try and get my work out to a little bit of a wider audience. You know, if I'm only making one 30 to 60 minute video every week to 2 weeks, that's only, you know, so many chances a month to get new people to notice me. If you're putting out a short a day or something like that, I've personally noticed my subscriber numbers finally start bumping back up for the first time in like 2 or 3 years since I started doing shorts. So
it's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing. I definitely have a lot of anecdotal evidence that from other creators similarly, but I do think it's interesting because sometimes ASM artists I've spoken to have felt some frustration there because the short form doesn't lend itself as well to maybe ASMR as some other formats like that Mr. Beast, like in your face meme style content. But it's just something really interesting. And I think it's definitely a huge potential for growth because there are people who just watch short form content,
absolutely.
like the opposite of people like us.
Yeah, that was a huge concern of mine because my thought was I don't want to get a bunch of new subscribers who are only subscribing for shorts content because that's going to hurt the ratio of my, subscriber numbers to my views on my longer form content. And I didn't want to do that because my long form content is still my main thing. It's my bread and butter. So my kind of happy medium is that for the most part, the shorts that I publish are just like little tiny 1-minute excerpts from my full length videos with a little like slide on the end that's like, come see the whole video over on my channel.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I'm specifically making them with the intention of trying to pull in people who would be interested in the long form videos. And that's kind of like a calculated move with how I produce them and select them. So
it is one of those things where the audience that you create content for is sometimes the audience you get. And if you do make it for short form, you might find yourself with a lot of subscribers who only want short form content. And if you really love making long form, all of a sudden you're kind of in a position. And if it's your job, that becomes a problem, of course. But certainly shorts are one of these things that I think we'll see it's going to develop more and more over the coming years in terms of, creators, and the TikTok effect is large despite my personal feelings on it. But okay, that's really interesting. And it's funny because I haven't talked about anybody else with this either. And you did mention Threads. Do you want to, I guess YouTube is kind of the place for ASMR, right? There's a few TikTok people, a few Instagram people, but it's like got to be 95% YouTube. How do you feel as Threads or these new platforms? Do you feel like they're good for ASMR, or how do you feel about that so far?
I don't know, because I'm going to kind of show my age here. And when I first started making YouTube content, so it's coming up on I'm about a month shy of 9 years making ASMR content on YouTube. And when I first started, there was a very active YouTube content creator community on Facebook. And that was back when you could still have a Facebook profile as like your performer name or anything like that. So there were a lot of us who had separate profiles as our creator pseudonyms, and we were able to interact that way. And it was mostly actually really lovely. And then Facebook changed the way they did things, and it was like stressful and upsetting because I went from feeling connected to the community to disconnected to the community. And then eventually people started trickling over to Twitter further down the road. But there just came a point over time when the benefits of feeling connected to the community on Twitter were just not outweighing all the stress and anxiety in other ways that comes from being on Twitter. So I got out of there. Threads, I don't know. It would be nice. I would love to be able to have a way of feeling more connected to the community, but also at this point, you know, I'm a different kind of creator than a lot of the people who are like really trying to make it big, just in that I'm in my early 40s. I have 3 kids. I feel like I have to be really, really careful with budgeting my time and energy and emotional energy. And at this point, you know, I was just kind of finding that trying to stay actively connected to the community, it was kind of like a luxury that I just can't afford right now. So it'd be nice if the creator community kind of takes off somewhere. I would love to get in on that at some point. But right now, at this point, I'm just kind of taking a break from it all for the most part and trying to just focus on my content and my audience.
You know, I think it's just so interesting, and we do have a older women panel that will be airing after this, because I believe this is one of the first panels of our event. But I just think it's so interesting to see the priorities. My boss, for example, is about 40. I'm almost 40. So you see that it's just different priorities of, I think, in different age brackets and just like level, like response. For example, you said you have 2 kids, I think, right? So, I mean,
3.
having 3 kids. So having the children is a huge responsibility. I mean, that's the most important thing there is. So in terms of raising your family and being a good mother. So there's so many different, like, I think there's a lot of different variations on, you know, some people are just making YouTube content, taking that money, traveling, you know, living out of a suitcase. So it's just like very interesting to hear kind of how that is. And I do kind of feel the same as you in the sense that, you know, sometimes to be a part of a certain tight knitted community, there is like a commitment of time, you know, that's required, and that's very difficult. I think the more responsibilities you have going down the road. So that's definitely something. My boss has 2 kids too, so it's always a struggle, you know, to balance those things. So that was really interesting. I really enjoyed that conversation there about Threads. So, and just in general, these new platforms, I mean, there's so many. So maybe we come to another question here. I feel like there are a lot of successful creators, but the majority of YouTubers probably don't even have more than 100 or 200, couple hundred subs. So there's a lot of aspiring creators out there. What is a challenge that you faced? You know, because I think it's like one of these things where when you don't know what it's like to create content or work in that industry, you probably think it's very easy. You know, you're like, oh, they're just living the good life, making videos. And you're like, they don't know the work and the like, maybe you're sit there for 15 hours in your chair editing, and there's a lot of things that people don't know. So maybe hearing some of these challenges might be very helpful for them to be like, oh, like I hit my first wall, maybe I just need to keep going. So what's a challenge you faced when you started off making ASMR, and how did you overcome that?
So I would say that one of the biggest challenges that I faced early on, and that I continue to face, is just kind of the whole question between making what you want to make versus making what you think is going to get a lot of views. And every time I feel like I come up against that question and kind of wrestle with myself and make some choices and adjust my direction, I run into it again in like 2 or 3 months. It's really hard to resist the pull of, think if I did this, I could get more views. I think if I did this, I could get more views. And unfortunately, just a lot of that stuff, that get more views stuff, oftentimes doesn't align with just making content that I love to make. So I think it's important to remember that everyone goes into YouTube content creation with different goals. And, you know, I would never want to knock anyone who goes into it with the goal of like, I want to get as many subscribers as possible, as quickly as possible, and get as big as I possibly can. That's a totally legitimate goal. But it's not mine. It's not one that I know I would be able to sustain. I just know how I am. I know my personality. I know how my brain works. And I know that I don't do well long term with anything that I don't genuinely love doing. So I had established right when I started making videos kind of my top things that were going to guide me the whole way through my YouTube career. And kind of the core of that is that I just really wanted it to be sustainable. Just as a viewer, I had already at that point seen a number of YouTube ASMR creators kind of get big and burn out really badly, sometimes like in really sad public ways. And I knew that that was exactly the type of thing that I could be vulnerable to, because I have like, you know, emotional and mental health issues. So I was like, that could absolutely be me. I need to be really good about establishing what my goals are and really checking in on those goals every few months to make sure I'm staying on track. So, but it's tough because sometimes I'll get, you know, sometimes I will get a sense that if I make certain types of videos or feature certain types of triggers, you know, there are certain things like ear eating, for example. Like that's one of those things that a lot of people started doing because it was clearly bringing in a lot of views. And that's just an example of something where it's not something that I watch. There's to use something that's a little less like, I guess, controversial. There's like this ear scratching trigger that I had done in a couple videos because people had requested it.
Yeah.
And it's something that I've gotten a ton of requests for since then. And I can't bring myself to do it anymore because it's not an ASMR trigger that does anything for me, like at all. And I just, with the very rare occasional exception, I can't bring myself to make stuff that I wouldn't personally enjoy because I'm not going to design it well because I don't have an understanding of what makes it good for the people who enjoy it. I can't edit it well for the same reason because I'm listening to it and I'm like, is this good ear scratching or bad ear scratching? I don't know because it's not something that I personally enjoy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think kind of just being okay with the fact that my goals and my ideal, I guess, YouTube journey isn't necessarily going to be consistent with a lot of conventional ideas of YouTube success. And but being kind of marinated in YouTube culture, I spend so much time on YouTube. I watch so many other content creators. It is hard not to see other people blowing up, doing well, and to feel really tempted by like wanting to go for it, you know? But
Absolutely.
I'm
I
still
think it is
here,
one.
so
Yeah, that's right. I mean, a lot of people probably didn't continue, you know. I think that
Mhm.
is one of those things that, I mean, I think there's a lot of luck that does play a role in it too, where it's like, you know, if you do start chasing trends, like, you know, you see all these Mr. Beast clones out there. It's like, at some point, I think you're going to lose your authenticity. And like you said, you do burn out because you cultivate the audience. Again, I said this earlier, but you cultivate the audience that you know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
if you're doing a video about SpongeBob SquarePants and you hate SpongeBob SquarePants, but you know it's trendy, all of a sudden you're going to find yourself like stuck in a place you don't want to be necessarily. And I think that even transcends just ASMR and content creation on YouTube. But you think about musicians and things like that,
Mhm.
because like let's say you're that rock band, you know, that blew up for that classic rock album, but you're sick of rock music. You want to make some like jazz music, you know, like you want to make your second album something different, but there's always like the fans want to hear the hits. The fans want to hear the stuff they know. So there is always like that balance of like what you want to make in your creative heart and then what the audience demands for views. And that is a very tough balance, especially as you grow to a certain size.
And the whole like trend chasing thing too, or just doing anything that you sense is going to get more views. Anytime I stop and think about it, because I do consider changing pace or trying new things once in a while that don't necessarily align with what I would want to do. But I think about like, what's the end game further down the line? Because, you know, it's short term, I'm sure, exciting to see those bumps in views for doing other stuff. Like I can see where it would just create this sort of terrible long-term sort of positive feedback loop where the more you make that other stuff, the more you get rewarded for that. And I would imagine over time it gets to be, I don't know, maybe some people can just ride it all the way to the end.
If I'm getting as rich as Mr. Beast, then I'm probably okay with it. But like, yeah, if you're not like making $100 bajillion, then right. I mean,
yeah, because I would just imagine over time, the further and further you get away from the stuff you originally made that made you joyful, the more and more the personal cost is going to be to keep making the stuff that you're not as into and to have to make more of it and more of it. And I just imagine in my head, like, would I wind up eventually in this point where I'm just completely so far removed from making anything I enjoy and I feel trapped because I've pigeonholed myself in something I don't enjoy. So I don't know.
Well, it seems like you're in a way, because you've been doing this long enough, you've seen, as you said, you've seen the ups and downs with a lot of people, and you start to be like, realize, well, like could be a 10, 15, 20, like, will I be happy in 15 years? Because you've already been doing it, you said almost 10 years or more. Probably you've been doing it just on YouTube and stuff like that, just watching it, consuming it. So it's one of these things where it's like, yeah, maybe if you're doing it for 3 years and you don't know, but if you've seen those ups and downs, I think like it's a lot of wisdom to know, you know, you have to stay true to the things that you love to some degree. I mean, obviously not so rigid that you can't maneuver when things aren't going well, but to the point where you feel satisfied. Because again, you imagine 10 years, like all of a sudden you're getting a little older and you build a family around something you don't love. It gets sort of difficult, right? You have a lot of pulls from different directions. So that's really interesting that you kind of shed light on that.
I think it's just about knowing yourself, because I think there are absolutely people who could say, I want to go in, I just want to try and make my channel big. I want to like just go for it, have a fun time. If it blows up or you know, peters out eventually and I'm done with it, then it was fun while it lasted and I'll move on to the next thing. I don't want my channel to end badly, you know. I want to be able to like stay in it and enjoy it for as long as possible. And I know myself well enough to know that if I got away from making the stuff that I loved, that eventually that would be a really lousy way to end my channel someday, to be like that far removed from the stuff I really enjoy. So,
and I think it does come down to those priorities, because I think it's like, why have a channel? You know, I think for a lot of people, it is like a grind set entrepreneurial thing where it's like, I just want to get a big channel so I can sell some product and make money on that, like, and use it as leverage for other things. And I think there are other people who are like, I want to make lasting videos that I feel like will create years of love and impact, you know, deeply some people out there. And I think there's definitely some competing interests in that. That's a priorities thing that I certainly wouldn't cast judgment on. What, you know, you do you, but I certainly think that definitely long term, the other one where you're thinking more creatively about how you like you said, knowing yourself, that's the best way to be. But maybe if I had $1 million for my 10 million subscribers, I'd feel differently. I don't know. But okay, so that was really fascinating. I want to ask a question that I have asked everybody. How often do you look at your analytics, or do you not look at them? What do you think about that?
So the past few days, I actually haven't been looking at them very much. If I had enough money, I would that's one of the first things I would do is get someone else to look at my analytics and set up. Not looking at my analytics sounds like
heaven.
Amazing. Yeah.
Amazing. Yes. Because my YouTube channel is my primary source of income, and because, you know, I have kids and stuff, I just practically financially am not in a position where I can't look at my analytics. You know, I have to stay informed about what's going on to some extent. But it has a lot to do with how active I am on my channel. At this point, what I try to do is, if I'm being really active and making videos as regularly as I want to be, and I feel like I'm on top of things, then I might check my analytics honestly up to 5-10 times a day. I don't know. It depends on especially when things are going well, I'll look at a lot and it feels good.
You know, I think it's like that in the Mr. Beast sense. It's like he does look at it, I'm sure, but it's like more about this idea of when you, and maybe this goes back to our earlier conversation, right? It's like when you start looking at the numbers versus what you're creating, you know what I'm saying? I think if you start using the numbers as a guide for your content, maybe that's where a problem starts arising. Whereas if you focus on, you know, making the best you can and what you love, then I think that may be the better goal, I think, is maybe what he's trying to say. But
that's a great point.
That's how I
and
took
would
it.
Actually, maybe someday I'll try an experiment where I'll try and go a month or something, doing something like that, because I think it's a great thought. And again, I try to be very balanced in how I let those numbers influence what I choose for each of my videos. So I do pay attention to performance that way. And I feel like I do have to stay aware to some extent. But yeah, no, I love the idea that if I were above a certain income threshold, it would be awesome to not look at that and to only think about the content. That would be wonderful. But I do try and balance it out with not just using the numbers to inform, because there will be certain videos that are just naturally, I know ahead of time at this point, aren't going to get as many views, especially if it's like a more niche thing. If I make a, you know, cranial nerve exam, I know a lot of my subscribers are going to look at that. If I make a, you know, doula role play or a, you know, tired mom role play or something like that, I know I'm going to get fewer people. But because it's sort of this more, I think of them as sort of like narrow interest, high value videos, because there are fewer of those, but they make an impact for specific groups of people who could really use it. So I do try and stay on top of my comments more than anything. I do try to read every single comment that goes onto one of my videos, even if I'm not able to react or respond to them all. I do scroll through a few times a day and make sure that I'm reading all of them, because I will have certain videos that might not have the most views, but they'll get like a ton of comments and a ton of engagement. You know, I might have a video that does really well, but it's a lot of sort of more neutral comments like, great video, loved this one. And then I might have one that's not as big of a performer, but has just a much higher percentage of people who are saying like, I needed this so much. This was so perfect. It's like you looked inside my brain and like said exactly the things I needed to hear. So I try and keep that in mind as far as, you know, value goes as well.
It's amazing because when so my boss is in food travel and you read those comments, it's amazing. And I, of course, watch other YouTubers, but you see the comments in other types of content. It's not the same, you know, like you read ASMR content and it does have a huge impact, I think, on people. Maybe it's because when you're trying to like sleep and relax, or you're suffering anxiety, you're in like a private, it's a special relationship there that I think the other content just doesn't do it. I don't know. Maybe there's like therapists. I'm sure there's therapists YouTube that I don't know about that. Maybe that does, but it does seem here that you see an impact, you know, and that actually leads me to this question, which is maybe if you'd be willing to share just a positive experience that you had with the ASMR community. Just maybe it could be a comment or another creator who you felt like, you know, you felt a lot of support there when you were down or whatever it is. Or maybe you felt like you helped someone a lot. Is there anything you could share with the people?
It's a great question. And I've
been lucky enough to have a lot of really great experiences with the community. A recent one that I can think of, so something that I like to do once in a while because it's important to me that I use my platform in ways that feel good beyond just sharing videos, is every month or 2 or 3, I'll usually do some sort of fundraising, something, whether it's for a nonprofit or whether it's for an individual. Something I've done on a couple of occasions now is I've found people in my community who could use some help. Like recently, there was a woman in one of my neighborhood groups. She's not someone I know well, but she's like in my Buy Nothing group. I don't know if you're familiar, but um, I found out that she had broken her ankle very badly. She's like a young mom. She has 2 really small children. And just through messaging with her, I knew that she was in a really bad position. And she had posted a couple things in our neighborhood group just throwing out that she could really use some help right now. And as a mom, I know how devastating it can be to have very young children to care for who especially if they're too young to understand why you can't care for them like you normally would, why you can't pick them up or carry them or whatever it is that you can't do because you're sick or injured or whatever. So I have a throne wish list. And what I did is I set up my throne wish list with like all these food delivery gift cards, and I specifically labeled them. It was like for a mom in need.
Yeah.
And I, shared that with my viewers and just said like anyone who just wants to do random act of kindness and help out this, to you, stranger in my neighborhood who could just, I think would really appreciate an outpouring of kindness right now and would really, really benefit from this. And I've done things like this a few times before. And my viewers have always come through and been really generous with that. And it's awesome and heartwarming. But what has also happened in these situations is that every time I'll see at least like 1 or 2 other content creators who will have seen the call and they'll swoop in to do it. Like I'm probably forgetting people, but I know for the most recent one that I did, Rapunzel ASMR saw the post and she made a really generous gift and like left a sweet note. And obviously it means not to diminish how awesome it is when my viewers help out with those things, but to see another creator who's like relatively far removed from the situation jump in and say like, I want to help. That's the kind of thing that just makes me feel really warm-hearted and really supported and just really grateful for, I feel like, the quality of people that we have in this community. It feels really nice.
Yeah, and of course, every community has, the fringes who are maybe some have some issues, but I think for the most part, ASMR happens to be maybe the purest YouTube community, except for the Dodo, which is amazing. That's like that's like they save dogs, they save like little puppies and kittens and stuff.
Wow.
It's hard to beat. It's hard to beat that. I mean, I love ASMR, but puppies and kittens, I don't know.
I mean, it's a helping community, like for the most part, people
I
who
jest,
yeah, people I would imagine any community that's based on helping is gonna have
That is interesting. I think ASMR definitely is inherently about helping people. That is definitely something I think that certainly we try to think about here at TingleCon, but I really appreciate you sharing that because I think, sometimes we hear some of the drama in the community and it's good to just hear that, like, despite some of these things, the people out there, I think, do appreciate it. And there's a lot of good that's coming from it. Collaboration is very common among YouTubers, but especially in the ASMR community. Have you collaborated with other ASMR creators and how do you approach that? And maybe how has it changed over the years? Do you feel like there's more or less?
I have done a lot of collaborations over the years and I love doing them. I will say that in recent years I've been a lot more a lot less likely to agree to collaborations. It has to be something that I'm not just really excited about, but I just kind of know my limits. And I've had a few bad experiences over the years with committing to a collaboration. And then, I have all these chaos factors in my personal life and I wasn't able to follow through. And that feels awful. Um, so after having a few different instances over the years of committing to things and then not being able to follow through on them, I don't want to leave anyone hanging. So I try to be really, really careful. The collaborations that you and I have been in together. Yeah, those like the big Tingle Smith
Murder.
ASMR
Yeah, the
weekly
Tingle
ones.
Smith.
Yeah, but they're great about giving you so much notice and so many they really set up everyone for success as far as giving you tons of material and time and guidance and things like that. So they really make it easy and it's just so much fun to do those ones as well. Um I I'm not sure if I'm plugged in enough to the ASMR community at large at this point to say this for sure, but it does seem like I see fewer collaborations than I used to a long while back. And I don't know, I feel like much earlier on there was generally more of a casual vibe about ASMR. Even people who took their content creation very seriously, it was still not it wasn't as much seen as this professional venture to the degree that it is now.
Yeah.
And I think that lent to a little bit more of a sense of community because everyone wasn't, of course there are going to be exceptions to this, but for the most part, everyone wasn't as laser focused on this like path to success thing. There was more interaction. But I don't know. It's a good reminder that I would like to do more of it. But I do have this weird kind of sense that it feels like we're all a little more self-contained than maybe we were earlier on in the early days of ASMR.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, well, I think it's changed. I mean, I think YouTube itself is drastically shifted even since post-pandemic. I mean, it's the speed at which it's, monetizing in terms of just the type of content is almost at like TV at this point, So you do see that transition over and you see people like Mr. Beast who are getting Disney level numbers. So it definitely is going in that direction where there's more money. And because of that, people are, like you say, they're taking it more as a career, and a career involves probably less like just chatting with your buddy, it's more like I gotta work.
Yeah.
But in the negative sense, that does make things more about the money, but perhaps that speed of creative destruction is a good thing in a way where, but it definitely is something that you see is changing, just that that's a crux of something on YouTube that's shifting dramatically. And actually, I want to ask. So I'm trying to move quickly here because I have two really big ones. So I think I want to move on to this next question. How has ASMR changed the most? What's changed the most about ASMR since you began? Is it maybe that what we just talked about, or?
I think it would be, there may be two things, but I would say that's a big thing. Just the fact that it's like I have this very distinct memory of very shortly after I started making ASMR videos, there was like some local group that I saw on Facebook who had posted something about, it was some news article that was like local teen makes $50,000 a month reviewing makeup products or something like that. And at that point, it was still a relatively novel concept.
Yeah.
And it was really interesting to see like all these people kind of getting together and bitching about it. Can I say bitching about it?
Yeah, you can, of course.
It was really interesting to see all these people coming together and bitching about it and like, oh, I went to school for this many years and paid this much money and it's ridiculous that this person is making this. Like it was, and I guarantee you like half the people in that conversation from 9-10 years ago probably have podcasts now or are trying to monetize. I think YouTube has gained such a broader acceptance now as like a viable job to have, viable, acceptable job to have. And for better or for worse, I think it's a little bit of both that has really changed the feel of ASMR on YouTube and the feel of the community. There's just this sense that a lot of creators take it very seriously and are very professional about it. And not that that's bad, but it is different. And with that evolution, you're naturally going to lose certain things that a lot of us miss and feel nostalgic for, but you gain things too. And ultimately, as we discussed with ASMR being something that at its core is something that's supposed to help people, my feeling has been and still continues to be that the greater audience we can bring it to, the better. Maybe there are things about how it's done now that don't feel as good as they did 5, 7, 9 years ago. But I think we're helping. If you compare the number of people who regularly consume ASMR content today to what it was 10 years ago, I don't know what the numbers are, but I guess it's pretty
crazy
significant.
different. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, now you have celebrities doing it. You've got
Mm-hmm.
Super Bowl ads. You've got my boss was doing ASMR. It's like people just use it as a verb almost now. It's like
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ASMR now. Like that's it. Let's go.
Yeah.
So it's become part of the cultural zeitgeist for sure. It's definitely one of these things that, but like you say, it is definitely content creation itself has evolved, and maybe it will never go back. I mean, it's like like the movie industries in the early days. I think like I work full time for a creator, so not only do you have creators now, but you have people working as like a TV show or radio show working for creators to bring this content. So it is really this just an evolving medium. And like you say, but ultimately it is good that the more people that see it, the better. And actually, I don't think we've peaked in terms of how many people will see. I read an article interestingly about misophonia and its connection to ASMR, and there's a lot of research there, but about 20% of the population feels misophonia. So there's a lot of thought that perhaps if you can feel that negative emotion about a sound, you can, it's like the yin and yang. You can obviously feel the opposite of that, which is kind of what ASMR is. It's that satisfying feeling in some degree. So I do think that there's definitely a lot more audience to find for this content. And that's a good thing because like you say, it helps people. So that's really important. It's almost like a tool, right?
Yeah, I think earlier on there was and again, I want to be very clear that I don't think it's entirely lacking today, but I think there was a sense of heart to ASMR earlier on. It was kind of this, even though there were some people like Ardra ASMR and Heather Feather and ASMR Request, there were a number of people who were putting out really incredible, high quality work, but there was still this sense of, it's almost, I don't know if this is exactly right. I want to say it's almost like an arts and crafts feel to it, where it's just kind of like homey and heartfelt and sweet. And it just had this kind of sincerity to it. Whereas now we're seeing a lot more stuff that's just a lot more slick, a lot more cinematic. And again, it's not that I don't like those things. It's just a shift, and it depends on what you prefer. And I think for those of us who have been along on the ride for a long time, again, there are just naturally going to be things that are easier and better now, but there are also going to be some things that we just lost, and I don't know if we can get them back.
Yeah, it is one of those things. It's like you can't really, it's one of those things that permanently changes. It's like you can't really go back to that arts and craft feeling, but that if you do think about inherently what made YouTube special, it was the authenticity. And I still think that today. I think that is one of at the crux of our conversation today, is that staying authentic to yourself, what you and your content, and just yourself. That's an important part of the process. But I do think people did turn to YouTube for that. But you do see that kind of changing, and that is sort of, but can you go back to that? I'm not sure. It does seem like we're sort of in a loop of a production loop where it's like, it's going to get more slick and more slick as people's attention spans do shift. over time. So we have just a couple more minutes left, and I wanted to ask you this question because this kind of leads us into this last final question, which is sort of something I've been thinking about, and I guess it really comes down to, where is the line of ASMR? I mean, how wide is this net? Is relaxation content, is nature sounds ASMR? Is ASMR just whispering? Like, does it have to be like somebody talking? Is satisfying like somebody pouring honey in a vat, no talking? Is that ASMR? Is mukbang? I mean, I think there's like, and really, like, how is it shifted? I mean, so I guess, where for you is the line, and do you feel like it's changed over since the beginning?
I think for me, because ASMR started off as a sensation, not as, an art form. And there is, a lot of overlap. A lot of times now when people
Yeah.
talk about ASMR, what they mean is intentional ASMR video content or audio
Yeah.
content.
Yeah.
But originally it was just meant to describe the actual sensation, the actual response. Um, so I think getting all the way back to that, for me, what it comes down to, are we going to be strict and say, ASMR is, you have to get the tingles or it doesn't count. For me, it's a little broader than that. There's like a very specific sort of oxytocin-ish feeling of well-being, a unique feeling of safety and comfort and well-being that for me brings me back to being, a sick 5-year-old curled up on my mom's lap. That like feeling of being held and comforted, that for me is really deeply linked, just as important as the tingle factor. I can have one or the other and I'm happy. But as far as content goes, honestly, one of the most alarming and off-putting things I can see when people are having conversations about ASMR is when people get real specific and nitpicky about what they think it is or is not. Whereas for me, it's very much a genre. It's kind of like, I would almost equate it with comedy, like, for something to be comedy, it has to have an element of like humor and laughter, right? And not everyone is going to find the same type of thing funny. We're going to have, you have dark comedies, you have romantic comedies,
Yeah.
who have, it can look like so many different things, and each of those different things are going to have their own thing. And you see the same sort of conversations with comedy. I think it's a good parallel. You'll see
It is,
people
yeah.
complaining about a comedy that they didn't like because it was dark. And they'll be like, well, that's not really even comedy. That's just sick or something like that,
Yeah.
So for me, intentional ASMR is just a very broad genre. And I think if it has the tingles, I think if it has that feeling of comfort and safety and well-being, um, that's about all I really need. And I think there needs to be some level of intentionality to it. And honestly, that can even be for unintentional ASMR videos that people publish because it was specifically published and edited and cut, in such a way to
That's
be
true too.
ASMR
The
content.
unintentional is actually intentional
Mhm.
in a lot of ways. That's true.
Yeah. So I think for me, as long as it, you know, if it has the tingles, if it has the feeling or the potential for tingles, if it has the potential for that feeling of being held and safe and well-being, and if it has that sort of artistic intentionality behind it, then that's all it really needs for me. I think I don't want to box it in because that's actually one of my fondest memories from 9-10 years ago when I was first really getting to ASMR, was that feeling of innovation, of getting into an art form just as it was beginning. That's an incredibly rare opportunity for anyone at any time in any culture. You don't get to be around for the start of an art form very often. Um, so I do remember early on there being that sense of kind of like playfulness and innovation and the excitement of people trying new things. And I don't know, I think for ASMR to keep its heart and to keep that sense of innovation and playfulness and what makes it fun and relatable for me anyway, then it kind of has to keep changing.
Do you think, I mean, on the same token, I mean, we've talked about how the content has evolved. Do you think that similarly, the, like you say, the slickness and all that, I mean, do you feel like, just thinking about how it's shifted, do you feel like the ASMR is greater now that you could, like, the content's better so you actually get more tingles? Do you feel like, or do you feel like in a way maybe that isn't the case with ASMR, maybe it's the opposite?
I mean, I think that's just a example of us all kind of refining our own personal preferences. I am part of a subset of people who will talk about how much they prefer, lo-fi ASMR. Because for me personally, for me to really connect with ASMR, in most cases, there needs to be, and what I try to bring to my ASMR videos is that feeling of being a child and, playing with a friend's hair or playing, pretend doctor or whatever that we would do or like touching each other's faces or doing pretend spa days, things like that. There was an element of just kind of like loose, improvisational, silly playfulness that
Yeah.
I associate with my childhood experiences with ASMR,
Yeah.
that if I can't have that same kind of like a little bit of rawness to my ASMR videos, then it doesn't connect for me. I will watch really slick, beautiful cinematic ASMR videos and I can admire them and enjoy them and think they're relaxing and think they sound great. But for me, they don't connect with me on the same level. And that's not the case for everyone. There are plenty of people who very easily connect to those types of videos. So I think, maybe my answer for that is that it's not about anything getting better. It's about building that broader audience and making more content for a greater variety of people to connect to whatever their thing is.
Yeah. And I think music also plays similarly, where it's like sometimes you want to listen to Beyonce, like, like a million people singing with loud voices and crazy scales and crazy guitar solos. And sometimes you want raw, like the Beatles, you know what I mean? Sometimes you want something that has a more like just more of a raw vibe, or like a acoustic guitar player was singing with his soul coming out. There's definitely different like moods for different things. And I think, it is a stylistic thing that I think is really
I
important.
remember
And
being a teenager, like in high school, first getting into Ani DeFranco.
oh my gosh.
And yeah,
Yeah.
and she
Haven't
had
heard
that.
name in a while, that one.
Yeah, she had a double CD box set called Living in Clip, I think, and it was all live versions of all her songs. And I think for an artist like her, if you compare those songs to the sort of cleaner studio produced ones, they have such a totally different feel because she is a raw, playful, very
She's
talented.
self-produced, I think, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
So that's kind of what I think with ASMR too. Like, maybe you're some people prefer the really clean, slick, super engineered and edited version of a song. Some people love the live version, and it's just a different feeling. It's about what you connect to.
But it is that playfulness that I think, and I think this, we can finish here, but essentially this idea of, I mean, like a live performer, you go see a live guitarist, there's something about being there and you see the smile on their face that is definitely brings a joyfulness in that kind of intimate performance. Whereas the over polished, it is clean and it's amazing, but it does have that colder vibe because, again, it's not, you don't hear the mess ups, you don't hear, so it does seem almost like a machine in that regard. And we're talking in generalities here, of course, but just big
but
picture.
I think that's kind of like a cool irony that you can find in the more polished cinematic ASMR videos versus the more lo-fi ones. For certain audience members like me, there's that weird effect where, for those reasons that we just discussed, it's the lo-fi stuff that feels more real to me. Whereas the cinematic stuff, which I don't want to sound like I'm smack talking, it's, amazing, but to me that feels more like watching a movie than it feels
Yeah.
like being there. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I think that this has been an insanely amazing conversation. I wish I had more time to talk with you about this because, but I think we've touched on a lot of important issues in the SMR community. I mean, just starting from the beginning and coming into today, and I think we really touched on a lot of the main key things with YouTube right now and content creation amongst different, even more than ASMR, but just creating videos and art itself. So it's been a pleasure to chat with you, to learn and talk about these issues. And you know, I definitely hope that people out there will you know, think about these issues and stay true to yourself. I think that's the main message, right? Stay
Yeah.
true to yourself.
Stay true to
Make the
yourself.
content you love. Yeah, be true to yourself. And you know, with that all said, if you haven't already, please go check out Jellybean Green on YouTube. Go subscribe right now, hit that like, smash that like button if there still is one, I think maybe, yeah. And with that said, thank you so much for joining us, and stay tuned for the next segment. Peace.
I started making ASMR content the 5th of November of 2018.
Making over 2 years ago. Posting just about a year ago.
The fall of 2019. So I've been doing it for 4 years now.
I started making ASMR content in June of 2020. I think I just had my 3-year anniversary on YouTube, so I think that's right.
That was in the summer of 2020.
I started making ASMR videos on YouTube in November 2018 and started streaming it on Twitch around March 2019.
I started 10 years ago, just before I went to university. There's like a couple of videos on my page from that era of my life. I started making ASMR again 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 2 years ago, 2 years ago, 2 years ago.
That would be back in 2013.
I was a retro streamer. In 2019, I transitioned through the summer, and then by September of 2019, I became a full-time ASMR artist.
I started making ASMR content in 2018. So I've been at it now for about 5 years, and I have loved it the whole way, and I'll just keep making it forever. It's the best.
I think I started making it in 2019. I'd been watching a lot of my heroes make ASMR, roleplay ASMR, and they inspired me. I wonder if I could do half as good as they could do. That would be brilliant. So I thought, you know what, I'll have a little go.
Hey there, and welcome back to TingleCon 2023. I'm Nathan ASMR, and I'm joined by several talented ASMR artists, and we're going to be talking about cinematic ASMR. But with that said, let me introduce each of them to you here. We have Phoenician Sailor, we have Ruby True, we have Atlas ASMR, and we have Blue Whisper, several of which who have joined us before. Phoenician Sailor, welcome to TingleCon. You are new, so it's great to have you here as well. Why don't we just start this with the most important thing, which is that, and many people may not know where you are, how they can find your content. why don't we start with just tell us about your channel for a second and where people can find more. Phoenician Sailor, since you are the newcomer, why don't we start with you?
Sure, yeah, and thanks Nathan and Femke for having me on. I really appreciate it. So Phoenician Sailor, right? On YouTube, pretty much only exclusively. I do have an IG account, but I don't use it very much. So yeah, should we be saying a little bit about? You want to hear a little bit about the channel?
Yeah. Talk about like I think that would be helpful. Yeah, just sort of not the background, but sort of what you do. Maybe if your background is part of that, that works.
Yeah, it's weird. I've been doing this for about 7 or 8 years. Started not doing ASMR, but then was able to like see where ASMR could work. Doing the kind of stuff that I like to do, folding. It was kind of opportunistic. It's kind of like a backhanded move on my part to kind of get more views by going into ASMR. But I really enjoyed ASMR and was introduced to ASMR through like so many people through gentle whispering. And so once I got into it, I just was kind of trying to see what I could do using the storytelling medium and narrative medium, which was sort of my professional job, within the confines and framework of ASMR.
Cool. And what would you say your niche of ASMR is actually? Cinematic. Would you say it is in the cinematic?
I probably more so in the past. I'm definitely leaning more towards trying to get things as live as possible, do as much live as possible, and try and also do looks and cinematic looks live instead of in post. So working on that, and I just can't help but be political and get more and more political and watch my numbers drop. It's a fun game. But yeah,
that's definitely a microcosm of where we're at. That certainly is. I can relate to that. Okay, so I think that's a good start. Ruby True, do you want to tell people, you're pretty much all over the place. Where can people find more Ruby True, and what is your channel sort of about?
I was just listening to Phoenician and I was like, oh gosh, I just described myself as all over the place, and then you said it. So other people see it. I live stream on Twitch 3 or 4 times a week. I stream on TikTok, and I've recently come back to uploading on YouTube and uploading on TikTok. Yeah, I have been a little bit all over the place recently. I've just moved from the UK to Portugal.
Wow.
And it's been kind of like hard to keep a live stream going and create content whilst you've got so much going on. So yeah, I'm coming back to it, and I'm really excited to be living somewhere where I love going outside, and like some of my best videos on YouTube have been literally me and my camera wandering off into the woods and filming stuff and like having a little adventure. And yeah, I like taking people into that place where I am. So yeah, I'm looking forward to doing more of that and kind of coming back to that.
Awesome. Atlas, how about you?
My name is Atlas ASMR. You can find me pretty much exclusively on YouTube. I haven't yet dabbled in TikToks or Reels or any of that, but hey, one day in the future, I'm sure. I started off probably a couple of years ago, maybe 2.5 years ago or something, reading stories, and I think my channel still very much has taken its lead from wanting to tell stories, and I would probably describe my channel as more narrative than cinematic, even though I am probably, pigeonholed into cinematic content and or experimental stuff. I like to try and see if I can take the cool sort of genre medium that we're all in and see where it is being able to be pushed and where it is still successful. And so that's my aim. I probably release a video once every year or so, and yeah, that's me.
Awesome. And Blue Whisper, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm Blue Whisper, and I'm pretty much just on YouTube, just post like personal stuff on Instagram sometimes. I've been making videos for like 8 years now, I think, maybe 9. And I've mainly focused on role plays, and probably over the past 5 years, I've tried to incorporate more cinematic elements into my videos. I feel like for me, it's been a struggle because it's like a battle to learn everything because I'm a newbie in all the equipment and everything. So I'm just eager to learn more in this realm. That's kind of why I'm here. I really want to learn from you guys because you're all really good at this already. So yeah.
I feel like this is a good moment because I think it's one of these things where if you're a supporter or someone who watches ASMR, you see some creators and you think like, how did they do that? Maybe it might be a good time. Do you, we can start with Phoenician Sailor. Do you have a background in filmmaking or storytelling or something like that that may have actually given you just sort of a background or baseline to work from to create this kind of content?
Yeah, so I was a game designer for a long time. Worked on the Elder Scrolls series for a long time, but also worked on a bunch of kids IPs. And what I would do sort of while I was still working, while I was still working at Bethesda, would do these sort of game-related videos on the side. And some of them are still on my channel, but most of them were on another channel that I never sort of brought over. But it's basically making fun of the constraints of it's interesting because there's like that NPC simp phenomenon that's I guess blowing up, right? It was kind of like that, but this was 7 or 8 years ago. So bringing those, I guess those skills or whatever they may or may not be into the ASMR world was what I was trying to do. But I really I spent probably the first year of my ASMR journey just trying to find videos that that Ephemeral Rift had not done already, because every time I got an idea, I would search for that idea, and then Ephemeral Rift had a video that had done it, and then I would get pissed off and try and figure something else out to do. But then, yeah, so I was able to kind of find more like maybe the niche that fit me better. And yeah, I mean, my background is videography, not professionally, but personally doing a lot of videography stuff. So that's where the interest in trying to achieve stuff with lighting or effects, and started out with obviously you have like a 30-second intro into your video where you're showing a bunch of props, right? And you're showing a bunch of stuff, kind of doing a pan of the area that you're in, and then you have a close-up cam, and then you have a wide cam, doing it that way, but then trying to break out of that paradigm, which I still love that paradigm, but you got to go with what keeps you interested. And I'm not generally interested in doing the same thing more than 2 or 3 times. So trying to find ways to keep it interesting for me is what drives me forward. And sometimes it means that, I don't post, kind of like Atlas, right? I won't post for a month or 2 because just something did not grab me enough to overcome my sort of inertia to not do anything. And I forgot to mention when Ruby said this, right? Doing live streams, right? I did start doing live streams a couple of years ago, and that scratched a lot of the itch for me and sort of stopped me from doing more pre-scripted or ad-libbed content, which I think my favorite content is going into it with an idea that excites you, often with a collaborator, and just ad-libbing for as long as you possibly can, and then maybe cutting down to what the good bits are, knowing where you're starting, knowing where you're ending, but having no idea how you're going to get from one place to the other. I rambled a lot there. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. No, I think the thing is, a lot of people, they see the final product, and there's a huge story behind that I think allows you to get the skills and the talent to, actually create these videos. You're not coming out of the box on day one, with the final product. Ruby, do you have a background in film or storytelling or something that you use to kind of launch you into content creation?
I guess
or
being
ASMR?
a theater kid,
Yeah, that definitely helps.
Yeah, feel that.
Being that kid that would make shows up for their parents and their friends, and a bit what Phoenician was just saying is I tend to not script anything, because my best work comes from when I grab a bunch of random stuff and I have an idea and I know where I'm going. I try not to go too far off track, but the funniest story I was just walking through the woods with a backpack that was jingling and jangling and a tripod, and like wearing like Renaissance looking clothing and just like trundling off. And this woman's like, "Where are you going?" And I was like, "I make relaxing stories in the woods." And then I literally just took a left and just walked through the bushes and just went off. And like that kind of like, yeah, I have an idea of the beginning, how I'm gonna find you or how you're gonna find me or the scene's gonna start. Then I'm just off on one, and then I know like what kind of triggers I want to put into the middle. And then I kind of, sometimes I'll just be going and I'll be like, I need to end soon. Where are we going with this? And literally that's going on in my head. And I'm acting as if it's like people are watching right now and it's like live. And then I'll just finish it off somehow. And then sometimes I've done that 2 or 3 times because I've gone, that was good. Right, again. Right, put it all back. Go do it again. And sometimes you literally get the first cut. Like, so one of my most popular videos I think is hilarious, but I just on a whim picked a rug up off my floor, put it on my shoulders, put some Viking-y looking paint on my face and picked some things up around my house. And it's hilarious to me because A, Vikings don't have matches and I'm using matches, and B, there's clearly a modern light switch on my back wall. But with editing and imagination, people seem to love it. And it's like, sometimes you're like, how do I capture that again? How do I get that moment of where I just had this spark of inspiration to like go into that world, and I somehow took everyone else there with me? And that's kind of like what I enjoy about role plays and all that kind of stuff.
All right, well, that was actually, that was this question and my next question, actually. It's funny. Atlas, do you have any background in film or, and I guess let's just jump into this too. I mean, how do you start your storytelling process? So maybe those two, like how does storytelling play a role in your ASMR
there was something that Ruby just said, which was particularly true for me, and I think Scott expressed a similar sentiment, which is like there's the amount of time when an idea comes into your head where it's still sort of like good in your brain and fun to sort of create is very, very, very slim. There's like a window of time where you're like, I'm going to get sick of this idea in a number of days or about a week. So, and I'm going to absolutely hate it in the editing suite. So I've got to like make this whole production now. And so I tend to try and not think of, I mean, I've lists and lists and lists of ideas that have just stagnated over time because I will think of them and they will be great. And then I'll come back to them a month later and I'll be like, that is dog shit, you know? And so it's very much about sort of timing this for me where I go, okay, I now need to think of an idea. I'm going to film it tomorrow. I'm going to create the production, edit it the next day, and then it's going to be out. I think a lot of people in between my releases sort of go, oh, he's sort of working on the next thing. He's, spending these weeks and months sort of creating something cool. No. It's me trying to build up the emotional sort of fortitude and this sort of like, I don't know, just the passion again in between each project. So that's a roundabout way of sort of answering the my way in. In terms of my background, I don't have a background in film or audio. These have been things that I've been learning. But I do have a background in photography, particularly sort of like studio photography. And so I approach each roleplay video like they're a production. I get excited about setting up all the lights. I get excited about the idea, even if it's a loose script of sort of the things that I'm going to do at any point. I'm excited about the editing, that is a huge part of what I make. And so, yeah, I sort of approach them very much as projects. I do less improv than I think Ruby and Phoenician was speaking about, simply because I don't know, I don't like leaving that much up to chance, particularly when I'm telling a bit of a story which has sort of multiple beats over time, or even a sort of connected universe with other videos. So that's me. I also have a background in graphic design, which helps me with the sort of compositing. If we're getting into green screen and stuff, it lets me create by no sort of 3D trickery or sort of, sort of properly lit worlds. It enables me to sort of go in and compile photography that vaguely resembles something real. That was my rambling answer to that.
No, awesome. I think if we're all rambling, then that's how it should be, right? Blue Whisper, what about you? Do you have a background in sort of anything that allows you, like, artistic something there? Or I think you said you're new with film, cinematography stuff, but And also, what is sort of your storytelling process? How do you kind of get started with your ideas?
Yeah, so same thing as Atlas. I have kind of a background in photography, just like a little bit, kind of just fun photography that I did in high school and then in college. But besides that, I've never done any theater or audio or anything like that. That was a big, when I remember when I first got my recorder, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, what is this thing? What are all these buttons? What are all these like settings? Took like probably a year before I felt comfortable with it. But my storytelling process, probably similar to Atlas and Phoenician. I saw you nodding your head when you get an idea and it just sounds amazing. And then a couple days later, you're like, oh gosh, now I have to do it. Now I have to go through this whole process of making it. So usually I'll get one idea that really kind of hooks into me. And then it'll take me a couple weeks to kind of flesh it out. I like to be physical with things, like start making a set, and then I'll get more ideas, and then I kind of have to step back and incorporate those things into the video. So it's kind of like a Frankenstein type of process, the way it kind of comes together, involving just scratching on a piece of paper, writing things down that I never even look at again. But just so I write it down and I remember it for later, and acquiring different props that I might use or I might not. So yeah, it's a chaotic process that takes time. And eventually,
Awesome.
once it's done and out, it's like, okay. It's like an emotional regurgitation. I don't know.
Could I
It
ask?
sounds overly dramatic, but
Could I
yeah.
ask Blue a question? real
You may
quick?
ask, please. You are free to ask questions amongst yourselves. Absolutely. I'm
Because
just a guide.
This is something that I've always wondered, Blue. So maybe I'm totally barking up the wrong tree here or not. But when I saw, like, you're talking about, like, I guess advancements, whether they could be technological or they can be narrative or whatever it is, right? Like things that are pushing what ASMR can do. I remember being really struck by a video of yours, and I don't remember the exact name of it, but like you're a nurse and you go away and you're gone for like 30 minutes. And it's basically nothing but ambient noise for like 30 minutes. And then you come back, right? And I remember seeing that and thinking that was brilliant. And I'm wondering if that is something that you just kind of came up with, or that you saw somewhere else, or like, how did you know that was going to, or did you know it was going to work?
So for me, when I get an ASMR response, it's usually because I'm sitting in a room and there's maybe a couple other people around me and they're just doing quiet activities, doing little things here and there. And I'm just sitting there zoning out, listening to them. So I thought, okay, I need to kind of incorporate this somehow into a video. So that's kind of where that idea came from, just like real life experience.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
That's really cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
I like that about ASMR. It's so easy to incorporate so many different elements creatively. And that's maybe unlike a lot of other genres where you get really pigeonholed into certain things. Well, I think that this would be a good time to just talk practical for a moment here, because I think maybe we could talk about equipment a little bit. I mean, maybe the best way to do this would be just tell me a video that you like that you've done, and maybe how you went about setting up the equipment, the lighting, that kind of thing, in terms of how do you go about that usually? Venetian Sailor, do you want to start us off?
Oh no, don't ask me first. Let me go second or something. I got to think.
All right, second. Yeah, no worries. Ruby True, what about you? What do you have a certain way you like? What kind of equipment you're using? I guess you're doing a lot of live streaming, so it's a little different in some ways.
Yeah, like some of my videos are literally like I've moved room now, but I have like a bunch of these hue lights and they work really well on video, and it means I can move them around and I can literally use the app to like dim them and lighten them and put them in different places. Like what I find really funny is like the out bit that people see, like what we put out. What they have no idea is around it is like there's a light on a flower pot that I had to run down the garden to get to make something a little bit higher, and literally it's looking through the viewfinder and setting up and seeing what it looks like and if it's giving me the right vibe. I don't like have a huge, I've done some photography stuff in the before, but I'm a very visual person. Like when I get an idea, I see it in my mind already, and I know what I want it to look like and how I want the light to bounce. Like right now I'm missing some lights, but yeah, like my live stream, I'm like, I want a light to hit here. And I actually learned that from a photographer who said she learned all her photography from zooming into other people's pictures to look in people's eyes to figure out how many lights they've got and where the lights are hitting and what they're doing. So as far as lighting, like it is literally trial and error and like moving it around. Sometimes that takes longer than the video if I'm shooting indoors. If I'm outside, I just like spin around and keep putting the camera down. It really is for me a does this look right now kind of thing.
Absolutely. Atlas, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit like Phoenician Sailor in that I hate doing the same thing twice. And so every video, my way in is looking at what sort of exciting light opportunity that I can sort of create. You know, it's about working out if I need to buy a different light, if I can do a different setup that replicates, you know, a certain window or the sun in that direction, or sort of, you know, working out the most sort of immersive or unique to my channel way of sort of presenting myself. And so often that is what dictates my lighting setup. It's very much like as Ruby just described, where you are sort of perching lights on flower pots and things, and it makes every filming setup, which is very, very different, a unique mess in its own respect to clean up afterwards. But yeah, that's my lighting. In terms of, are we talking generally about equipment, or is it just?
Yeah, I mean, you could be specific. I happen to know like some of sort of your lighting stuff, but I think maybe specifics are good, but also just in general. I mean, you know, 2 cameras or, you know, those kind of things. I think a lot of people aren't sure how it actually people are doing it in that regard.
Yeah, I think that's all through just sort of wanting to, it's well, one, it sort of follows the idea, right? Like the idea sort of comes first rather than how I want to light something. But I think it's, I mean, the lens I view this through is what is different in this space, or what is, I mean, I was inspired very early on by Phoenician Sailor's Lighthouse video, which I just thought was so wonderfully done and such a unique example of like a sort of cinematic tableau in the ASMR space. And I was like, okay, actually this thing can have a really unique look and really unique vibe and really unique sound. And what can I do with every video to sort of push the envelope in my own sort of way? So that's how I approach the lighting, and probably also the camera work. You know, I will occasionally sort of do a double camera setup with, I think, the realization that the camera is the viewer, and so there's only so far you can push that without sort of making jokes or nods to it, you know, because if there is a double camera setup, it sort of infers that there are 2 viewers, or that the viewer has sort of changed position or something like that. Yeah. So I sort of try and play with the idea of first person cinema as much as I can. Audio wise, it's pretty standard. I just sort of do the 2 mics. I don't have a huge focus on binaural, you know, like often often I just sort of am led by how the mics best fit into the scene without being obtrusive, getting them as close as possible rather than trying to do anything sort of overly creative with the soundscape. Although that said, in the editing suite, you know, if I have a video that is in a sort of hall of academia, it might have extra reverb, or it might sort of play with the dimensions a little bit more to make it feel more realistic, more in world, more immersive, etc. So Absolutely. That's my answer to that.
And what about you, Phoenician Sailor? Did you how do you sort of go about your setup?
Yeah, so I think what Atlas said makes a lot of sense. Like, follow the idea, right? So depending on what you're going for, the setups could be completely different. So a lot of times, like I just don't have a lot of patience, right? So when it comes to green screening and compositing, I try not to do that if I can avoid it at all. My sort of ideal setup and situation will be, I kind of scrap the idea that the viewer is, at least as long as there's a primary first person camera, I probably won't care very much. Like, you know, there's like another camera or whatever. I usually have several cameras set up. I will have 4 or 5 mics going into my sound devices mix pre, if we want to talk exact equipment. An example of this would be like, so I did a cabin video. This was with Ephemeral Rift. This is a few years ago now, but basically we just rented a cabin for the weekend and had cameras set up almost everywhere. We'd be like, okay, let's do some improv stuff again, like on this idea of what's happening here, which always involves murder or kidnapping. I try not to do, I'm actually trying not to do murder and kidnapping anymore, because that seems to be like a pretty easy fallback for a lot of ASMR videos. It's like, oh, you were kidnapped, right? And that kind of thing. But this was several years ago. So yeah, the idea was that the person was kidnapped and at this cabin, and then what was going to happen to them. And we just basically would go to the cabin and say, okay, let's set up a scene here. And make sure that we're mic'd so that we can move around in that scene, so that we don't have to be completely static, right? And we can just kind of have some freedom. And then see how it works, right? And then do it in another spot, and then do it in another spot. Obviously, like, that's fairly unique, right? It's difficult to like arrange schedules with somebody else and have an entire weekend where you can go meet up and be at a cabin to film this one video, right? That did terribly, by the way. Like, nobody watched that video. Not that I don't care, right? Like, well, whatever, I do care a little bit, but I don't care that much. But so yeah, it really depends on the video. A lot of the videos now, like, I will always have at least 2 cameras going, and usually have, yeah, like a couple of multi-mic setups, just to kind of make it, to give me a little more freedom if I decide, like, in the moment I want to grab something over here, do something over here, or change the framing a little bit on the fly. And I will just like record everything through an A10 Mini into my computer via Ecamm, and then just edit that stuff together. It's just like doing, I mean, it's a multicam, right? Like a multicam shoot, like a mini multicam shoot. I remember I did a vampire video in my garage few years ago now, and it was in the middle of summer, and it was incredibly hot. I live just outside Washington, DC. Gets incredibly hot here, and spent a lot of time sweating and cursing, setting up enough cameras and enough lights that I was able to kind of move throughout the space and get the effect that I wanted. But I was so miserable, like so miserable that entire time. And I go back and look at that video, and all I can ever remember is, man, I hated doing that video. Like, hated every moment of it, right? And that's not, you know, obviously that's not sustainable, right? So trying to keep things simple and comfortable. I think lately I've been like, what can I do from this chair, right? How much can I do without that much effort, right? And try and get stuff done rather than sit on an idea like Blue and Atlas were saying, until it becomes just no fun for you. So I got into a place once where I was like, well, you know what, if I do a comp and a test and I post a screenshot of that somewhere, then I'm locked in. I gotta do it because I've just shown that I'm gonna do it. But no, I'm not locked in. I can do that. I can show that screenshot to everybody and be like, hey, I'm working on this thing, and then just never do the video. And that happened a bunch of times. So trying to avoid that.
Happens to me all the time.
But yeah,
Amazing.
so that's a bit on my, and I use generally Blackmagic's, and a Canon. The Canon is the one I really like the best. I like the image quality the best out of it, but the Blackmagic's work so well together, and the ecosystem is just so great that
yes,
I end up falling back on that quite a bit.
Blue Whisper, what about you? What kind of equipment are you setting up with? How do you prepare for each of your videos?
Yeah, so I do a lot of videos where I'm interacting very close to the camera, so that can be kind of a challenge sometimes when you have 2 big cardioid condenser microphones right here, and you have props that you're trying to like fit into the frame, and you're bumping into the mic the whole time, and everything's ruined. So sometimes I will set up like 2 different mic setups, like the cardioids, and then maybe 2 small little omnidirectional microphone, binaural microphones right there, so that if one of the audios is bad, I can always fall back on the other one. Right now, my setup is really bare bones. I have a really old Canon M6 APS-C camera and like little binaural microphones and a Rode lavalier microphone. So it's super bare bones. But it gives you a lot more freedom. When you have so much equipment, like Ruby True said, you're looking at, you're sitting there, the audience sees something so beautiful behind you, and what you see is just absolute chaos in front of you. It's a lot nicer to have just like small little cameras, small little microphones, and you have a lot more freedom to move around. You don't have the quality, but it's a little more creative freedom, I think, in that respect. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I want to ask some audience questions. We do have a couple, but I have just about 3 more questions I want to ask that before we jump into those. So what are some of the themes that you like to explore in your videos? Is there any particular like time period or type of message that you like to sell in your stories or your videos? Atlas, why don't we start with you?
I've got my page open so I can actually remember my own video library. And I don't know if there's a through line anymore. I think back in the early day, I like to explore sort of death and sadness and slightly more sort of melancholic subjects, because I felt like at the time, or maybe just generally, a lot of ASMR is sort of like positive affirmations and quite cuddly and quite nice. But that's why I think that themes like death and sadness and you know, talking about what Phoenician Sailor was saying, like kidnapping and, you know, slightly more less cuddly situations, shall we say, I always found slightly more attractive to see if there was still a sort of soothing, cathartic response in those. And I think there was some sort of success with, or at least internally, from a storytelling perspective, being like, yes, you can sort of elicit quite a nice emotion to one of my characters who, you know, dies at the end of his role play, for instance. And just sort of taking it from there, I sort of used that as a springboard to be like, maybe I can tell different sorts of stories. Thematically, I mean, I try, as I said, to do different things every time. Like I've explored sort of time travel and fantasy lands and slightly more sort of gritty, grounded gangster things. And I quite like sort of transporting you to different places every time, if I can. Transporting, you know, myself there, exploring different genres and formats. And yeah, so I don't think that I do have one sort of unifying thing, really, or at least I try not to. I think that's the aim.
What about you, Blue Whisper? Do you have any themes or just time periods or messages that you like to kind of create in your content?
I think I've explored several different things throughout the past 8 years. I'm really liking fantasy, and I would really like to go more into fantasy, creating, at least in the cinematic way, more mysterious aspects of a video. That's the only way I can describe it. I've done some kind of stranger stuff in the past, and I admire Atlas going in that realm. I think it can be kind of hit or miss. You know, some people really react really strongly to it because it affects them. And I think I've kind of shied away from doing things like that because I'm just worried about, I don't know, affecting anybody in a bad way. But I totally respect those videos and I like to watch them myself. So I don't know. I have so many interests that I don't like to just pick one thing and go with it. I'm just open to try any themes, time periods, anything like that. Yeah.
Phoenician Sailor, what about you?
Yeah, death is a big one. Cosmic pessimism, nihilism, right? I think I like to see if I can get a sort of progressive leftist agenda slipped into most of my videos. I think one of my most popular videos is a barber video where you're basically getting your last shave and your haircut before you go to the electric chair, because you know your hair catches on fire if they don't shave you. But the idea, I mean, it's masked, right? Like the I guess you get. I always wondered when I published, I was like, are people getting this or not? Like, if they're paying attention, they're definitely getting it. But if they're not, then maybe they aren't. But I didn't think that would fly. Like, I figured, like, yeah, people are not going to like this idea at all, and it being pretty successful for me. And then I was like, oh, people like politics in their ASMR videos, so I started doing that. And no, they don't. That was just a one-off. But I'll still try to do it where I can. I mean, I definitely enjoy the sort of roller coaster idea of like you can experience this thing that if it were real, I mean, like a horror movie, right? Like if it were real, you would not be comfortable at all. But from the safety of being able to press the pause or click away at any time you want, you kind of experience this thing that maybe you wouldn't enjoy otherwise.
Absolutely. Ruby True, what about you? Give me themes or...
Well, I just had to do the same as Atlas and be like, wow, I had a real goth phase at one point. Like I was super, like, what was that? Like all my videos are super dark and like I love doing like body painting and like creative cosplay stuff. And surprisingly, like, yeah, they're the ones that have done the best. And yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know. Elf, people like me to be an elf. People also like me to be a Viking. And I like doing those things because I get to go outside and like kind of, yeah. Can you tell I like the outside? It's why I've literally like moved to the middle of nowhere and there is just rivers and streams and all sorts around me, which I want to go and film at. But yeah, like darker themes do well. And I think it's like having like I did Catwoman, I've done like Frankenstein, like fixing you up type videos, a little bit all over the place. And like chatting to you guys has really actually inspired me to be like, I don't need to just make nice videos again. You watch. I'm gonna take another break from YouTube and I'm gonna come back morbid and dark because I like watching those weird little things because there is like a real kind of weird comfort in some having those little moments, but it also being like, oh, this is relaxing and spooky. But yeah, I had a proper goth phase when I looked through my channel.
Absolutely. Well, I think that is one of those things about... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, Nathan. If I could add a little addendum, a little,
please,
a little
yeah.
appendix to mine. I realized that, look, I mean, listening to all the rest of these beautiful people, I realized that probably the through line that does connect my videos is sort of humor. You know, it's not comedy because that would imply that I'm actually making good jokes, but it's a sort of levity that enables me to discuss these sorts of sometimes heavy or disturbing or weird subjects. And I think that possibly I try and bring that sort of lighthearted tone to my own stuff so that it's not too dark, even though I do like the darkness as well. Sorry. Okay, I'm done.
Well, humor is rooted in the darkness in a lot of ways. But I do think that ultimately, I think what everyone is saying here in some ways is a reflection of YouTube itself in the sense that people turn to it. They could go to mainstream media, for example, but they do want the authenticity, a connection with the artist. And it sounds like to me that what you guys are saying is that it's the authentic things that you have interest in, those authentic experiences. And that, I think, is what the audience is craving. You know, that's why they're not going to TV necessarily. They're going on YouTube and they feel that unique connection that I think is unlike most other mediums in that way. So I want to ask just a couple more questions here. And then again, we're going to dive into these questions from the audience. So I want to ask kind of a question because I follow this editor. His name is Hillier Smith. He's the editor for Logan Paul, and he shared a nugget of wisdom that I've been thinking about myself. And he was talking about analytics. And what he said was that actually Logan and himself, they don't look at the analytics at all. Like they drop a video and they won't look after that. So I wonder, do you check your analytics? And I should just preface this with the reason he said it is that he focuses on the storytelling. He doesn't think about necessarily like what he did in the past, but rather how is the next video going to be even better or more interesting, more storytelling. So I'm wondering what you guys think about that. Do you check your analytics a lot? Do you create videos based on those numbers? Blue Whisper, do you want to start that off?
Sure. I would say yes. I look at the analytics. I see what people liked in the past. But honestly, I don't like to look at it as much anymore. I think when I first started my channel, and maybe a lot of people are like this when they start their channel, they look at it a lot, they're excited about it, like, wow, I got another subscriber, wow, I got 10 subscribers, this is so cool. You get really excited about it. But now that it's been so long, I mean, I will go sometimes a couple weeks and not even look at it, just because I want to focus on other things. And I think sometimes the analytics can be distracting. I try to check comments and I try to read all comments, but sometimes if I don't look at maybe my analytics for a week, it means I miss comments that are on old videos that are still coming through. But yeah, I would say it is helpful to look at what videos people liked and why they liked it, and read suggestion comments, stuff like that. It can be inspiring as well and give you a little boost too. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Ruby True, what about you?
No, like if we're talking about TikTok, I like make TikTok specific content because it's a whole other world. I learned that like some people can take their YouTube content and put it on TikTok and it will do amazing. And mine, I've tried and it doesn't do as well. And I can just record really fun little TikToks and post them up and just enjoy that. And on YouTube, yes and no as well. It's like it is a distraction. If you've over focused on the analytics and then you do what you think people like, you'll do that and then it'll be a flop. Like it's like you cannot always predict exactly what people are gonna like, and it is like hey, I want to try doing this, I want to try doing that, and at the end of the day, I think what most of us have said is the videos that have always really done well from a creative perspective are ones that we've been interested in, ones that we've like wanted to do, and we've done them. Sometimes, for me, mostly the ones that have done really well are the ones I've done quickly because I was enthusiastic in that moment. I had like all the ideas there. I was able to grab some stuff. Being a very eclectic person, I have lots of random junk as well. So I'll be like, I've got a lamp out here and I've got this out here, and I'll start digging in a drawer and get things out. And because I'm in that moment and I'm enjoying it, I think the viewer can tell as well. Whereas the idea of churning out constant content for the sake of it, like when you're doing this kind of content, I think you can burn yourself out. And I think that the viewer can see that you are just trying to hit those analytical points of like the analytics. So I think sometimes it can get in your head a bit much and you can lose the enjoyment of it because you can overthink. So yeah, yes and no. It's like I can take it and leave it, you know. I try not to focus on it.
Atlas, what about you?
Yeah, I definitely take a content first approach. I think that, you know, my channel, what I've observed is that there's some sort of meritocracy whereby the videos that I pour the most sort of time and energy into, they end up doing well because they've sort of had the sort of majority of my time spent on them, which I accept probably isn't necessarily true of everyone, because the sort of quick and dirty approach can work very well, or indeed picking a trend or a thing like a cranial nerve exam that you know will do particularly well. But for me, that's sort of the enemy of creation for me, like in my process. Like you know, you see the Mr. Beasts of the world getting very analytical about, well, you have to have a sort of very fast opener, then you have to have a minute, you have to have something that keeps people engaged every minute or so, and then you have to be able to sort of optimize the thumbnail and optimize the title. And I typically have always wanted to defer to what is the best title for the thing that I'm making, rather than what is the best title that will get the most clicks. And so, yeah, I think that's probably my answer, that it's very content first. I do look at the analytics, like I think all of us probably do. I'm not sure that there's any sort of benefit in it. I don't think that every time I check the analytics, it's necessarily a good thing. But I think the response, the early response that you get from your audience is always important to take stock in, because, you know, at the end of the day, they are our lifeblood in a sense, and having them really enjoying something that we're making is really useful to see. And yeah, so I very much take comments on board from the first day. I think beyond that, I try not to check the analytics page too much, because I don't think it's healthy for me. and it also probably doesn't inform what I make in the future. You know, like if a video does really well, there have been times when I've done follow-ups to them that haven't performed as well. And I'm like, oh, okay, why did I do that when I could be creating something new? And so I tend not to try and learn any lessons from what I've done before, but instead try and pick something that, you know, like realistically, I want to pick something that people will watch. And so it needs to be an idea that I do think has some validity online. But I probably don't lean too heavily into sort of like trend jacking or just sort of following the format of the recent sort of hot thing. So
Absolutely.
yeah,
And Phoenician,
that's me.
yeah, that was very interesting. And Phoenician Sailor, what about you?
Yeah, I'm very much opposed to the idea that retention equals quality, right? Like, I mean, I've heard Mr. Beast talk about this ad nauseum, right? I don't think that a good video is defined by how many people saw it or how many people were unable to click away from it. I think it's just whatever you're happy with and what you're proud of. I look at my analytics, but I feel like YouTube is in a strange maybe inflection point right now with regarding live, right? Live is like where my heart is, and it's what I enjoy doing the most. But every time I put a live video on the channel, I shed subscribers. So I've shed like maybe 2,000 subscribers in the last month or two, or maybe 3 months, just because I'm posting a lot of lives. But to me, that's a market correction. Like I see it as like, okay, so the people who don't like lives are leaving, and I see the numbers kind of starting to stabilize, and like, oh, the people who maybe do like lives are coming around. I do think YouTube is a great live platform. And maybe in a year or two, it'll start to catch on more there. I know ASMR numbers are pretty much down across the board. But yeah, kind of antithetical to what Atlas said. Like, it seems like the videos I put the most work in to are the ones that perform the worst. And that there's probably, I'm sure there is a selection bias there, or a recency bias. It's probably not objectively true across the board, but it feels that way. So I ultimately, yeah, it's like you listen to what people are saying about what you're doing, but ultimately, if you're not liking what you're doing, then you're not going to do it. Or at least for me, right? I'm not going to do something I don't like, except for that vampire video, which as I said, I really hated, but also was the last video I did in that garage. So yeah, doing stuff live, following what is interesting to me, and hoping that the audience eventually comes or doesn't, right? If it doesn't, either way, I'm not really banking on that. So yeah.
Awesome. All right, so we have very limited time here, and I want to get some quick answers here because we have some audience questions. So let's try to keep this like one sentence or below. I want to get a one word answer to this, and then the next ones we'll keep it very short. All right, ASMR shorts. What do you think? Yes or no?
I'm not a fan.
Yes or no to the? Not a fan.
I don't love them.
Got 2 no's. Blue?
It's okay.
It's okay. Phoenician Sailor,
yeah,
what do you think?
I don't know.
That's a no. They seem like ads to me for longer form content, but what do I know? I'm old, but yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so here's another one from Wraithwin, who asked, what directors most inspire you? Phoenician Sailor, do you want to start us off? If any, of course.
Are we back to one word answers?
No, you like 1 sentence, 1-2 sentence.
Kubrick, Coen Brothers, Robert Eggers. Yeah, I mean, there's that, the whole sort of French New Wave. So Truffaut, and when people really had to care about framing, right? Because they only had one shot, and stuff being shot on film was like, I could watch Barry Lyndon anytime. If it's on somewhere, I will watch it and watch it through to the end. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Atlas, what about you?
Wes Anderson, as my viewers will know, David Lynch, and Edgar Wright would be my 3.
Awesome. What about you, Blue?
I feel like I really don't have a good answer for that. I just watch movies, and if I like them, I pick pieces from them. I don't really have any favorites.
Ruby, what about you?
Yeah, I like David Lynch. I'm not like hugely into directors, but stuff that's stuck in my mind, David Lynch and like Tarantino, like the build up to stuff.
Awesome. Okay, so here was another one from ASMR Rosea asks, what is a favorite video that you have made and why? Alice, you want to start us off there?
Oh God, I don't know if I can start that off.
All right,
that is a hard question.
That's a hard question, right? Yeah. What's one video you liked that you enjoyed?
Okay. I made a video called The Arcade where effectively the viewer was this arcade machine, and I sort of installed a pane of glass in front and had a bunch of sort of buttons and basically built a sort of arcade machine around the camera where I was tapping on the screen and playing with the buttons and sort of devised some sort of weird conceit where I was playing a video game, which was a video game themed video that I had made about a year prior to that. And I thought that was a fun setup to sort of play within. And I sometimes think of ASMR videos as like a machine of different sounds that I can make, so I can chat to the viewer and sort of just prod on things or tap things and stroke things in a way that sort of makes sense narratively. So that would be mine. Sorry for the long answer.
Ruby, no worries. That was great. Now, Ruby True, what about you?
I love that video, by the way, Atlas. It's like one that's
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think maybe my cyberpunk video, it's so simple, but it's just like I enjoyed the editing of it and the imagination. Like it was one of those videos that I had a broken foot at the time that was in one of those big boots. And so I couldn't really move anywhere or do anything, but I had this idea and it's just black background. It's so simple. It's just like lights on my glasses, using lights in the camera. And it's one of those videos that once I finished filming it, I sat down and edited it, like, because I saw how I wanted it edited straight away. And I just enjoyed that like whole process, when you have a day where sometimes you'll film something and you'll just be like, right, I'll edit that another day. Whereas that day, the whole day was that video and I enjoyed it. And then other people clearly enjoyed it, which is really
nice. Venetian Sailor, what about you? It's a video that
I had this video where I was a vampire and I got to film in my garage for a couple days and it was so fun. I mean, probably like one of my favorite videos that I feel like I like is really old now, but it's called Atypical ASMR Video, and it's very bare bones, but just story driven. And I'm very inspired by things like Inside Number 9 and Twilight Zone, and I like to put twists on things, and I feel like that one has a decent story and a decent twist, and that was scripted, right? Like there are periods where I do scripted and non-scripted stuff, and then I always enjoy like a good collab if I'm working with somebody who really is good at kind of like ad-libbing and being able to create a situation where we can just bounce off each other for basically until the SD card fills up, right?
Blue, what about you?
I would have to say my Kiki's delivery service video. Probably because I felt so clever making that video. I made the whole costume, all the set, and I used green screen to put the black cat in the background, and everyone thought it was real for like the first day or so until someone figured out it wasn't real. And then I actually filmed that whole video backwards because of how the props were wrapped up. I had to unwrap them, so I had to film the whole video backwards. So it was just a really fun video to make.
Awesome. Okay, so I've got 2 last questions, so we'll try to keep them super short here. Sleeping Artist asks, I'd love to know how they overcome financial constraints regarding equipment when they first started. Blue, since you ended, do you want to answer that one?
When I first started, I invested in one of the Zoom microphones, and I already had a camera. So that was it. And I just started making videos. And I think for financial stuff, I just kind of let my channel grow naturally. And as I got ad revenue from my videos, I started putting more money back into it. So I don't know. I think just letting your channel fund itself is the best way to go about it.
Yeah, agreed.
Alice, what about you? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had a Blue Yeti microphone like most for my first sort of 10 videos. And it wasn't until my videos actually started doing or seeing some traction and seeing some ad revenue that I was like, okay, maybe I can invest in more equipment. I mean, I was a photographer already, so I had a camera. And these days my budgets for my videos are just obscene because not that I make them back, but because I'm always sort of trying to because it's sort of got to a point where I'm just spending more and more and more. But yeah, I think that was probably it, just a Blue Yeti microphone until they started doing better numbers.
Phoenician Sailor, what about you?
Yeah, the same when I started. I had a camera, but my lights were Home Depot Bell lights that were about $8, right? And you could clip them anywhere. Those clamp lights, they were great. I used those for years actually. And then yeah, every dollar I ever made from ad revenue, I put back into the channel. And more probably, right? Yeah. So but starting, it was just like, and I go back and look at those videos now and I'm like, some of those videos look better than the videos I'm making with better equipment now. They don't sound as good. My sound was definitely terrible when I started. But yeah.
Cool. And Ruby True, what about you?
Yeah, I started out with a Blue Yeti. I was already a Twitch partner and live streaming like games and stuff. And started doing ASMR like after doing games, just like maybe 5-6 years ago or something. And it took me a year of like a dono goal to get like my first little binaural mic. What was the white one? I can't remember. The guy who used to make them. Anyway,
Oh,
so
SR 3D.
Yeah, I used to chat to him a lot in emails and stuff. He was an interesting, really nice guy. So yeah, it took me like a year for a dono goal for one of those, and like just slowly, yeah, like everyone else, everything that came in kind of like upgraded a little bit more, and now, yeah, I'm kind of at a point where the money like that I spend on things would be more like on costumes and props. Like I own some random stuff for video ideas. I wanted to ask everyone, I know you haven't got much time, how many people own random stuff that they thought would be really good for a video, but you've never actually used yet? Like I literally carried an antique typewriter from the UK to Portugal because I was like, this is a beautiful antique typewriter. It'd be great for this video idea. I've never done it and I've never used it.
It's funny that you say typewriter, Ruby. I did the same thing to get like a 70s Selectric IBM typewriter. I did use it once, but I really had to force it in there and it was not worth it.
So did I. Typewriter for me for my Moulin Rouge video. And I just have a typewriter sitting around now.
Yeah, me too. I have a typewriter as well.
And also, like,
that's amazing.
Ironically, like not necessarily brilliant ASMR either, because the typewriter I have is like super thonky and super loud.
It's like the one I bought. It's like a tunk one. Yeah. I was gonna do a John.
If there's any lesson, you need a typewriter and a Blue Yeti. That seems to be the truest advice for a Blue Yeti. Sponsor us, please. But anyway, that said, I think we're out of time. It's been a pleasure chatting with all of you. Once again, thank you so much, Phoenician Sailor, Ruby True, Atlas ASMR, and Blue Whisper ASMR. It's great to see you and really an honor to hear what you had to say. And I think the audience really enjoyed it as well. So with that said, Keith, if you want to appear back into from the mist and take us away. I think that'll be it.
Thanks for having us, Dame.
Yeah, thanks. This was a pleasure.
Great. That was really.
Toy, probably my mermaid Barbie. Although I used to spend my days playing The Sims.
I was not a sentimental child, nor am I a sentimental adult. I don't have one.
Rocks. I collected rocks and like cool stuff that I found in nature. That actually, yeah, that kind of tracks with where I am now in life, doesn't it?
The Game Boy Color or the Nintendo 64. 64 was solid, and I'm 32 years old, so when that come out, 96, 98, James Bond, shout out, 007.
I had these little colored wooden blocks in the shapes of animals and trees and things. I loved playing with those, and they made such nice sounds as well.
This bad boy right here. Still works.
Artifact, how old do you think I am? I had these bears that you could put costumes on. They were called briarberries. I would just like put the clothes on them and then just display them. I wouldn't like play with them. I wasn't really into toys per se, like playing with toys. I would like set them up and then just leave them there for like a few weeks and then put them away.
Oh, that would be my lightsaber. Yes.
My original Game Boy.
For video games, definitely N64. For action figures, my Luke Skywalker Dark Empire toy.
Probably Nintendo 64. I played that so much. I grew up with a Super Nintendo when I was younger, and I think when I was around 9 or 10 is when the N64 came out, and that really kind of helped to solidify my future trajectory as a gamer.
Probably my penny farthing velocipede, I would say. Yes, had jolly good fun in that.
Hey there, and welcome back to TingleCon 2023. I am Nathan ASMR, and today we're going to be talking about cosplay ASMR, and I'm joined by the super talented Riley Roses, Dreamscape ASMR, Agilia ASMR, and we're going to be just diving more into the details. How do you guys create such amazing costumes, and how do you incorporate that into your relaxation content? So for many people, they may not have seen your channel here. Why don't we just start with where people can find your channel and maybe just a brief summary about what people can expect to find when they visit. Riley Roses, did you want to start us off?
Sure. Hello, I'm Riley Roses. On YouTube, my channel is Riley Rose ASMR, and then everywhere else is Riley Roses, right? Riley Rose with a Z at the end. I never even know how to say it. People ask me back and forth, and I say both. I do most of my content on Twitch, but I've been posting here on YouTube a lot more. So for Twitch, it's twitch.tv/Riley Rose and then a Z at the end.
Awesome. Dreamscape, what about you?
Hi, my name is Dream. I'm mostly on YouTube. I actually started on TikTok. Same username everywhere, Dreamscape ASMR. I'm also on Instagram. I sometimes post behind the scenes stuff on my Instagram, like on my stories. And but yeah, mostly on YouTube. Yeah, occasionally I will post on TikTok, but yeah, mostly YouTube.
Cool. And Agilia,
Hi, I'm Jellybean ASMR, and I post mostly on YouTube roleplay video in cosplay. Just that.
Awesome, perfect. So I think actually Riley Rose has been on TingleCon before, but Dreamscape and Agilia, you haven't. So I kind of want to ask a basic question that I kind of ask every person who's been on TingleCon. And maybe we could start with you two. Dreamscape, could you tell us how you found ASMR, how you got interested in it?
Yeah, I came across ASMR in 2017, but I didn't really get into it until probably January of 2021. I always tell people who don't know about ASMR or who say, oh, I don't like ASMR. I'm like, you just got to find the right person. Like, there's so many different genres and people and categories. So yeah, I rediscovered it in January of 2021, and I just became so obsessed with it. And one day I was like, I just want to try it. So I bought a Blue Yeti mic and sat in front of my bed, this one right here. And I just started making videos, and I loved it. And I've always loved to read and write, and I love storytelling. So over time, I would say it just kind of blended together. So yeah, that's just how I discovered ASMR. I'm not a cosplayer in the traditional sense. Like I don't dress up as other people's characters, but yeah, I would say just costumes kind of are par for the course when you're into storytelling as an ASMR artist. Yeah.
Absolutely. Agilia, how about you?
I just clicked on a video by chance, and I was like, what is doing this guy? What is making? And then I kept watching and watching. It was a video from ASMR Zeitgeist. And I don't know, I started to watch many more video, and I just liked it, and I thought, why not start doing it myself? And for cosplay, well, I've always been a gamer, so it was only natural to come by and see cosplayers and all, and I liked it.
And Riley Roses, for the people who maybe didn't tune in last year or haven't heard it, what about you? How did you get into ASMR?
I had a very limited understanding of the ASMR world because I had come across like just tapping, like it said no talking in the description, and I don't know why that did not clue me in necessarily that there was talking ASMR then, but I was like, I love this tapping and scratching stuff, so I'd listen to it at work, etc. And it wasn't until when the pandemic started, I had already had a Blue Yeti microphone from doing Zoom calls at work and nothing to do it with. And a friend of mine who streamed was like, hey, you know, they do like, I see people use those Blue Yetis like mics for ASMR. He actually helped me get this Blue Yeti mic anyways. So he's like, oh my gosh, you know, I don't know if you knew this, but people are using these Blue Yeti mics for ASMR on Twitch. So I was like, but how are they just tapping? And that I like Googled just kind of like talking ASMR, and my whole world opened up, and I watched so many different streams and found so many great streamers. So I already kind of knew about ASMR, but just in such a limited sense. So Twitch actually really opened my eyes to just like how much you can do with ASMR. And then that brought me to the even bigger rabbit hole of YouTube, where I realized you could do anything with ASMR.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so why don't we jump into kind of the meat and potatoes of the cosplay panel a little bit. What for you comes first? Is it the costume and then the character, or is it the character and then the costume? Agilia, do you want to start us off?
For me, it's mostly the character because I want to transmit emotions more than the cosplay, the look. Yeah, I spend a lot of times with makeup and finding the right costume, but mostly I focus on the emotion that characters can give to the audience.
Awesome. Dreamscape, what about you?
I would say I'm kind of with you on that one. It's very much about like what emotion do I want to convey, and then you come up with the character, and then the costume just kind of follows. Sometimes it's the other way around though. We might talk about this in a little bit because I know about these questions, but I often since I film outside a lot, I've let my surroundings kind of dictate how the character will look. So probably the costume second. Yeah.
Riley Roses, what about you?
I love the looks part. You guys are so like, oh my gosh, the emotion. I'm like, it's about what wig works best with like the shirt I want to wear that day. And I'll talk about it a little bit more when we get to some future questions. But dressing up in wigs were a part of my stream world before specifically like cosplay was. I just thought it'd be fun because I had shaved my head and was bald at the time. And when I wanted to stream, I thought people on the internet would bully me for being bald. So I bought some wigs and then would like coordinate all my looks around that. So it's been the same way ever since.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I think that's I think a lot of people do see ASMR artists or content creators and they think, you know, this is the final. They started how they are now, you know, and I guess I wonder, how do any of you have backgrounds in costume making, storytelling, cinematography, something that allows you to kind of bring these characters to life? Riley Roses, do you want to start us off there?
Yeah, I'm so bummed because I know later in TingleCon, you guys have kind of like an entertainment, media, pop culture part that you're talking about. And I was going to be a part of it and sadly can't. But because before the pandemic hit, I have been working in entertainment and was for like 5 or 6 years before the pandemic part. And I was working specifically in live streaming and doing live streaming for like phones. I did a lot of cool work with like James Corden's Carpool Karaoke and like red carpet stuff. So I already had I was working partially as a coordinator and then also what's called a technical director, which if you know what a stream deck is, it's exactly that. As a technical director, you press buttons to make scenes change and audio levels change. I had already worked with mixers before, so that was why I kind of was, when I had this Blue Yeti that my friend got me, it was like, streaming kind of seems like a logical next step at least. I had not done any costuming or dressing up, not a ton of on-camera stuff, but I was always kind of interested. But I think one of the biggest and hardest parts for streaming and for creating videos is figuring out how to film it, figuring out how to edit it, figuring out how to use and set up OBS and Streamlabs and things like that. It's a lot of work. So I already kind of knew that part. So it made it a little easier to make the jump.
Dreamscape, what about you?
I had no background in anything. I just completely taught myself. Well, mostly on the video side of things, but on the audio side, my brother is a audio engineer and works in the music industry, so he taught me a lot about audio things. And yeah, I mean, I sew, so sometimes I make my own costumes, but mostly just trial and error. So yeah, just a lot of trial and error, and yeah, just experimenting with different things. So yeah.
Agilia, what about you?
I had no idea, not any idea about anything. I just started and I kept going till I was getting better. The makeup in my first video was terrible, the costume even terrible, the background. I made a black and white video because I wasn't able to make a very good chroma key of the green screen. And then I started to study more on well, YouTube video to learn how to do things. And also well, I wasn't really able to speak in English even now, but with time I learned more. Well, not right now, but usually in video I'm speaking better. Okay.
No, your English
Like
is
this.
great. It's better than any of my other languages. I only speak one.
What is your main language? I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm just curious.
No,
What is
please.
your main language? Because yeah, your English is great.
Well, it's a secret.
Okay, that's fair.
It'll be a secret. That's right. That's right. Maybe one day you divulge it for that huge video.
Yeah.
Okay, so I actually want to take us back to just this core. Why don't we just start with a video that you like, the one that you've done. Take us through the process, from the idea, the seed of the idea, to the video on the internet. What does that process look like? Agilia, do you want to start us off there?
Well, I just go with the flow. In reality, I have no idea of what I'm doing every time. I just know how to start, but I never know how to end. So I just, I study the character I want to play. I watch the series or I play the video game, but I don't make scripts or any of that.
Oh, absolutely. Dreamscape, what about you?
My process is really involved. I could talk about the video I'm probably the most proud of is called it's the oh my gosh, I can't even remember the title. It's the Dragon Trainer, I think is what I named it. So I usually spend a few days writing a script, and then I film on location with my camera guy. Like most of my videos are filmed on location, and so we go out into the woods. For that particular video is by this stream, so we film that video, and then I come back and I do, at least recently, all of the audio in my videos is overlaid. So vocals, every time you hear me move, like fabric moves, it takes like a week and a half to do all this, because it's a really involved process. So as far I know, this is cosplay, so as far as the costume goes, I actually got the idea for that video because I bought this like sweatsuit that kind of reminded me of like what somebody who would wear who is a dragon trainer. And then I saw it in my closet and I was like, oh, I could do that video. And then I just got a bunch of like other things like belts and potions and stuff like that to sorry about that, to like hang off of this. And yeah, we just went out into the woods and we work. My camera guy is very like we have a very similar vision about things, which is really lucky. And yeah, so then I come home and, you know, you start post-production, color grade, all the audio. There's a process called ADR, which is automatic dialogue replacement. So I just, you know, I re-record all the vocals, probably each line 50 times, and then I take the best one of that, and then you have to manually match it up. And all the triggers I overlay. I do a lot of magic spells in that particular video and in all my videos. And so that's kind of how I incorporate triggers a little bit. So yeah, it's kind of a involved process and takes about 2 weeks to make a video. So yeah.
Wow. That's really, really cool. Riley Roses, what about you?
Wow. First of all, that's just so cool. That's crazy. Especially going to location. There's so many factors involved in that. That's just so much. And like being able to also go without a script, because that's what you said for the first answer. Like, that is so cool. Because I do a lot of my stuff more on Twitch and kind of bring some of that content over to YouTube. I've kind of changed it up a little bit where now if I'm doing like a photo shoot in a specific cosplay, I will take time to like just film a video in that's off of stream. So that kind of will just depend on the cosplay and like how easy it kind of is to do that the same day. The one that I'm probably the most proud of really changed like how I do a lot of my ASMR stuff on Twitch. I did a really giant comic book ASMR stream where I did like comic book like dot pop art makeup on my face, and I actually pre-recorded a few segments of like basically I was very inspired by Scott Pilgrim, which is coming out as an anime soon on Netflix. BTW, it's really great. There's a whole part where he kind of fights like a dark version of himself, so I had like the same thing but in comic book ASMR style, and I pre-recorded it with them, the like other me talking into a wig, and I had the same pop art makeup, and then live like would interact and do ASMR back and forth live with this like pre-recorded twin. And it was a lot of work because I had to like set up the green screen part, and I wrote a script for that part, brought it into Premiere and like tweaked a bunch of the sound and stuff. But that was kind of hard because I had to still make it sound the exact same as it would live and match how it would look live at the same time. And then I created my own like comic book panels for it, and it really just made me feel super confident in my cosplays moving forward, because before I hadn't really tried to do like super crazy makeup or make my own costume or anything like that. Just kind of, you know, costumes I had gotten in the mail or from a friend or anything like that. So as my first way that I was like, oh, I could do some like bigger projects that could be super cool and kind of push me into doing some bigger projects past that.
Awesome. So I have a question here. What are some of the characters you might like kind of like to play? Maybe what are some of the themes that you explore with your different characters? It could be a time period that you like to do, like a Roman stuff or Egyptian stuff. Is there anything that you particularly enjoy doing? Dreamscape, did you want to start off?
Yeah, sure. I would say recently I've kind of been in the historical fantasy genre. I just really gravitate towards just fantasy in general. As far as themes, I really, or for me, the thing I love the most about ASMR is the level of comfort you can get from, and just like the wisdom a lot of people have in their videos. So, you know, I always try to format my videos like, what is something the viewer would like to feel? Like the last video I worked on was, it was a knighting ceremony, and I was like, it was all based off of just wanting to feel appreciated for your efforts in life. And so I base it off of that. I would say I base a lot of it off of like comforting people through just grief and despair, because just the world needs more of that. And usually those feelings come out at night. So yeah, I love like just being able to transport people into a new world, especially like being outside. It feels just very real. just, I want people to feel better and to feel good and relaxed and positive about their life. So that's just a really satisfying thing. So I kind of target it towards that.
Riley Roses, what about you?
I feel like my interests lie mostly in the anime and video game realm. So I tend to have like a lot of comedy and levity and a lot of the videos that I make and streams that I do be, in the same way that Dreamscape wants to give comfort. I love a great thing about ASMR is that comfort can come from lots of different ways and have kind of the same results. So I do kind of go at mine a little more on like the comedy, almost funny end. Even my role plays and stuff. One of my favorite YouTube videos I did was one of the worst doctor checkups you've ever been to, ASMR style. So I like kind of trying to make people giggle while they relax a little.
Cool. Gilia, what about you?
Mostly very caring or possessive characters. I want the viewer to feel at the center of the world in that moment. And I do a lot of vampire video, since I sound like one, it seems. And well, anime, video game characters like Bayonetta, Dimitrescu. I do a lot of video about them. And well, I just want to give emotions.
Oh my God,
more
I bet
emotions
you're so
and
good. I'm like on my way right now because you're probably so good as those. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely.
Bayonetta.
Okay, so I apologize if I'm cutting out a little bit here.
I am so sorry to interrupt real quick.
Please interrupt.
I have ADHD.
That's what we're here for. We're here for the
I
interruptions.
seriously am like excited by this idea of, especially as Bayonetta, that's a really hard cosplay. Like I have been intimidated. I've never done that cosplay for a video or photo shoot or anything because I'm very intimidated by it. Was it intimidating for you? Was it easy? Did you do a good job? How did it go?
Oh, I really don't know. The personality was similar to mine, so it's easy for me to make Bayonetta. And the hair, the wig was pretty heavy, I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, terrible. But I really like the character.
Great job.
Thank you.
I think that actually is a perfect transition into our next question, which is there a memorable experience you've had while filming, like in costume? Maybe it could be a blooper, or it could be just like you thought it was amazing, or Dreamscape, you're smiling over there. What do you? I feel like you might have a story.
Well, yeah, there's many. When you film outside, especially like with another camera person. I live in Colorado for those watching, and people here will hike in any weather. I'll just preface the story with that. What was it? January, I did a video where I dressed up as like an angel, and the whole video is supposed to be like a metaphor for like grief, like a frozen heart. I don't know. We don't need to get into that. But I decided it was a good idea to wear just a dress, and it was 10 degrees out and my hands literally got hypothermia. Like all the comments in that video are like, oh my God, do you see her red hands? Because I'm just like, I'll just do that, anything for the video. And in the bloopers, you can literally see me like shaking like this. And I'm like, stop. I'm like willing myself to stop. Halfway through filming, and my cameraman's like trying to comfort me. He's like, it's going to be fine. You're almost there. Like, we can do this. There's a couple coming down the trail jogging with their dog. And the guy was like, oh my God, is that a mirage? Because I have the whole, like the wig, the white wig and the white eyelashes. Like I look terrifying. And I was like, oh no, it's just me. And like, there's just been many times where I've had to like explain what I'm doing to people like in public. And like also with the dragon video, there was like this guy that was like fishing down the stream a little ways, and he just kept like looking at us like, what are you guys doing? Because like we drive to like the middle of nowhere to access these locations. And so yeah, you would think, or at least I thought, okay, there's like a foot of snow on the ground, no one's going to be hiking. But sure enough, people, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, my husband keeps texting me. Sure enough, people were hiking. So yeah, just running into people in public is probably my funny story about filming. So
Agilia, what about you? Any memorable experiences as well?
The usual thing, like I was dressed as Gamora with green skin, and I had a late delivery at home. The delivery guy didn't reacted very well.
Yeah,
He was pretty surprised.
that's awesome. What about you, Riley Roses?
Based on their comments so far, I think chat will get a kick out of this one. When I moved into the place that I live now, this little tie-in, the landlord showing me around was like, just so you know, parts of this area and like this community is a little elderly. And I thought it was more in the sense of like, hey, like, you're a young thing, don't have any crazy parties around this area. No, what they did genuinely mean was like, it is considered, what I didn't realize at the time, like, to be more of a elderly area. And so I live with older people around me, super nice. We don't interact a ton. However, multiple times I have gone out in half costume. And the one that I probably got the craziest looks for is I just wasn't thinking about it. I had filmed this whole thing. I was cleaning up afterwards and needed to throw out some trash from it. And I had walked out with a Mario mustache on, a bright pink nose, and a bald cap, just taking my garbage out, thinking absolutely nothing of it. And I saw one of the much older women in my building, and she, without saying a word, just like stopped walking and just watched me as I walked, and then legitimately waited after I threw it out and watched me just walk back. And I don't know why, but it's like ingrained in my brain as one of the most embarrassing things ever. Like, because she wasn't the only one, but she just was the only one who stayed to also watch me go back. It's like, oh my God. But after a while, you kind of forget you have things
film
on
that.
your face.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah, and you forget.
Yeah.
I totally forgot I had a mustache on. I was used to the feeling of it.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So I guess this is kind of related to that question too, but is there any unique challenges that you face when you're doing a cosplay, especially an ASMR cosplay? Anything that's particularly difficult? I mean, I know for me, I'm trying to like look for the right hats. I'm like, no, but this hat is from like 1720. They wear this and like, I don't know. So I wonder, do you guys have a similar challenges? Riley Roses, since you ended there, do you want to start us off with that one?
One of the biggest challenges, and maybe you guys can relate to this, is honestly trying to figure out headphones, especially being live. And if I have pre-recorded content, like the Bluetooth on my PC can be a little like hit or miss. So it'll kind of cut in and out sometimes. For certain cosplays, I can't wear big over-the-ear headphones. For certain wigs, it's even hard to get little headphones in my ear, or you can kind of see them if it's a shorter wig, and I hate that. So one of the biggest challenges for me, especially for live content, is like figuring out how to get the headphones to not interrupt the process. Sometimes I'll have wired ones that I like tuck up under the dress and like go behind the ears and over when they're not supposed to go that way, but that's one of the best ways to get them to stick.
Agilia, what about you?
Mostly being true to the character, doing ASMR. I mean, there are some characters that aren't really fitted for ASMR, but I try them anyway. And well, the green screen, because of some cosplay have different colors, and the green screen, I really hate it.
Yes. That reflection on your shiny armor, it's never a good thing, that's for sure. And Dreamscape, what about you?
Well, primarily, like when I film on location, like sometimes you have to hike for a little bit to get there. And if you're wearing a big bulky costume, it's really a pain in the butt. And like a delicate one where like stuff is just falling off. In the last video I did, I wore this huge ball gown, and like there was just so many bugs like in the dress, like when I was done, and just in my face and everything. Also, I do sometimes I do videos where I play like multiple characters at once. Last year I did a video called The Vampire Lounge, and I was 8 different characters at once. And so I had to memorize the script and the timing of each line to like leave enough room, because you can only, you film one, then the other, then the other, then the next, and the next, and like the timing of it is sometimes tricky. But yeah, I would just say, I mean, costumes are really hard to move in sometimes. I know Agilia can probably relate to that, because I know she wears like really intense stuff that like it looks like, I mean, I know it's hard to move in those costumes sometimes. So but you make it work, and it's fun. So yeah.
Yeah, I wore my first full suit of armor. I did a role play yesterday at a filming, and it was like 100 pounds. My legs are sore. I'm like, my fiance had to like lift it off me. I was like, please help me. I can't lift it. Okay, so we got some audience questions that I want to go through here, because we probably have just about 20 minutes left or so. So why don't we do this here? This is from Strigoi, probably mispronouncing that. Would any of you, okay, so I guess Really Roses with her story kind of answered this question, but would any of you use a bald cap in any of your videos? Riley Roses, since you sort of told us yes, I guess.
Well, I feel like this must be, one of you must have a joke in your communities about bald caps or something. This has to be
I have a bit of a bald
somewhere.
cap right here. I don't know.
It's about me.
I was like, I don't want to blame you, but okay, why don't you start then? Because I said my bald cat story. I wear them around and I forget them and like scare my Uber Eats people sometimes. But why do your lovely chat people keep asking about bald caps? What have you done with a bald cap in your time?
They want me to cosplay Breaking Bad.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that would be amazing. We can't lie, right? I mean, that would be awesome.
I'm saying nothing in support or denial.
I'm coming out in support of the audience on that one. That would be awesome. The greatest show. And so Agilia, do you wear, oh, sorry, did you say, go ahead?
Oh, no, you go ahead. You go ahead if there's more to add.
No, well, I was going to say, well, Agilia, would you consider wearing a bald cap? I guess that the answer is not quite yet.
Well, I have one of them that gifted me around 3 bald cap. So one day I have to try.
One day. Dreamscape, what about you?
I have never done anything with a bald cap. But well, like the bald caps you wear to put on a wig, like you wear those. But I mean, I personally find wigs really uncomfortable. So I usually, as soon as I'm done using a wig, it's just like, woo, take that thing off, So yeah, wigs are pretty, but gosh, they are so itchy sometimes. So they come off as soon as possible. So
Absolutely. Okay, so let's go to the next question here. Val says, what is your proudest cosplay or one that you're most pleased with so far? Dreamscape, since we ended with you, did you want to start?
Oh, I did a video a while ago where I played like 3 broken dolls at once, and I love dressing like a doll in general. I want to do more of those videos. It's not the right time. It has to be the right season for me to do a doll video. I don't know. I always do them in November for whatever reason. So yeah, I guess that's probably my favorite, is like when I've dressed as a doll. I was pretty proud of that dragon trainer costume because of just all the stuff I was able to get to hang off of my body. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that. So.
Agilia, what about you?
I really love Dimitrescu. It's just so elegant and evil at the same time, but also very caring for her family. Or another one that I completely made myself was Ranni from Elden Ring. And well, Bayonetta, I look a lot like her when I dress up with the wig, makeup, and all of that.
Awesome. Riley Roses?
I have like a lot. I love cosplaying. There's a lot that I love for super various reasons. I guess like the most beloved and most recurring character for me that I do on my streams and YouTube stuff is literally, she doesn't have any sort of creative name. Her name is just Mean Riley. And I am not super great at being mean. You know, I'll have requests from people of like, can you make like an insulting you video or anything like that? And I have a really hard time with it. So my chat will come to stream and they'll be able to ask for like funny insults and all this other stuff. And it just gets like really out of control and out of hand, but ends up being like really, really fun because I'm not good at it. So I'll say some like just so I'll look up even like funny insults online. Like I just try to make it as like silly. I'll tell people to like shut the F up kind of thing, but shh, and make it really long and like and I'll read there's a book that's like go the F to sleep and instead of the like cute children's story one. So I'll read that on stream. So people really just love that one because I'm not great at being kind of mean and sassy. So I'm breaking character and giggling the whole time, which I don't usually do with other characters. So it ends up just kind of being a little more relaxed and more fun. And I love it.
Awesome. Awesome. So I actually wanted to take this moment to just give a quick plug, the YouTube classic plug. If you have not hit the like or subscribe button, please do so. We super duper appreciate your support. So if you've not done it, there's a lot of people in the chat. Not enough likes. Please help us out. It helps us in the algorithm. We super duper appreciate that. One other question is Nathan at the beach? I live in Miami. I'm not at the beach. Sadly, I'm in my office. It's like a horrible, ugly white background. So, but it could be, but like at 1,000 degrees, like an oven, and then it would be more accurate. Okay, so then let's move on to these next questions here. Jay the Ace is asking, what is the longest part of the process for getting into cosplay? Is it the makeup, the costume, the setting? Agilia, why don't you start us off?
For me, it's makeup. I around 3 hours because I'm really psychopath with perfection, and it takes me a long time. Makeup.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
It was good. What about you?
Probably definitely the makeup. It takes about 3 hours to do everything. Yeah. Well, that and also like driving to the location, I guess if you consider that part of it. Sometimes we drive, hours to get places. So, but yeah, the makeup is, yeah, I'm also a perfectionist about the makeup. And if there's like one little thing out of place, or if you put like fake freckles on, because sometimes I do that, like one little, if you put too much, then you got it. Makeup takes a lot of work. So.
Rose, what about you?
I would say that part of the longest process for me is setting up in a lot of different ways. If it's like a photo shoot, I have like a big space in my living room that's kind of dedicated to photos and stuff, but they usually have like a lot of different elements and things like that. And even just like setting up a green and blue screen, I just installed it because I use it so much. Like this is my usual streaming background, and then up here there's actually like a ginormous, like fills my entire room blue and then green screen underneath it that you can pull down. But I finally did that after so much time of like I didn't have anything set up and film in the same space for ASMR that I do streaming. So I would like set up my giant green screen every single time. And because it's like a big twin stream, I would need like the full screen to be like my full body able to move in the green screen area. So I was so happy when I did that because it did make my life like so much easier. It used to be like I used to leave the green screen up for streams for like 5 days after the day I actually need it for, because it was like, I'm just not putting it back yet. Like, I'm not tackling that yet. I'm too tired. I'm out of here. So that's become a little bit easier, but I still like to have just like pretty fun and cohesive sets. And even with my stream background, that's where my perfectionism kicks in, is I'll see something and I'm like, ooh, I don't like where that is anymore. I don't like where that's sitting. That feels empty. I need to fill that, and like spend too much time like moving the tiniest things that maybe nobody sees, but I do.
Awesome. Well, I can tell you all your videos are awesome, so the details do matter. That's certainly one thing I think a lot of people, maybe they try to rush through some of the pre-production stuff, but those things make a huge difference. Oh, of course. Sleeping Artist ASMR asks, have you ever had to, well, I guess some of you have answered this question. Have some of you had to answer the door in costume? I think the only person who hasn't answered this is Dreamscape, maybe, but have you, Gilia, you said that you have had that. But you said people have seen you outside in the public, so.
Yeah. Yes, I have answered the door in cosplay before, and I'd open the door and I was like, I'm really sorry. Like, I know this is strange. And the guy was like, it's okay. I've seen weirder stuff. And I was like, great.
You're like, wow, I wish, what was that?
I've also gone to Chipotle in costume before because I was too tired to take it off. And I was just like, whatever. Like, I need my food and I'm gonna go get it. It wasn't like that weird of a costume, but it was weird enough to where people were looking, but whatever. I don't really care. So
that's awesome. And Riley Roses, or Gilia, I think Gilia, you said your story. Riley Roses, you said when you went out, people saw you, but if you ever answered the door.
Oh yeah, and I just left when you said the like, oh yeah, I answered the door and was like, I'm sorry, because it's like you just answered, you're like, I'm so sorry about this. Thank you so much. Like, I already know that it's going to be a topic of conversation, probably, or maybe it won't even, but I just want to get ahead of it. So I have a few times, both in like a pretty cosplay, which was nice. Like, the person was like actually nice and was like, oh, this looks nice. And I was like, oh, thank you. And then again, in like the worst is when it's in half cosplay, when it's like a half bald cap with like hairs sticking out. And I'm like, yes, thank you for my soup. I will go back now. But again, I'll never see them again.
They're going to leave that 1-star Yelp review, Uber review though, right? That's the only problem. You're like, please.
Or 6 stars, because they're like, that girl is
awesome.
True.
If it's a good one, you definitely awesome. Totally true. So we have a ton of audience questions. So I'm gonna start to kind of push through these a little bit. We have another question here from Jellybean Green ASMR. Which do you enjoy more and why? Creating original characters or playing an established character from an existing property? Agilia, since you had already answered the question previously, do you want to start with this one?
Yeah, original character, because you have more freedom. With already existing character, you are constrained. So yeah, I like more fantasy character of my invention.
Riley Roses, what about you?
I like to do established characters, I think, more. I don't do quite as many like original characters that I come up with. I really like kind of having the challenge of taking a character and kind of creating my own part to it while figuring out how to stick true to like who that character is. And I like to write, like meditations or do certain role plays that also expand on like the character or how I see them, maybe a little more outside of the video game or anime that I usually probably get it from.
A Dreamscape, what about you?
I have done like 1 or 2 non-original characters, but I exclusively now do original characters. Yeah, like Agilia was saying, it's just you have more freedom, and I've also been a writer my whole life too. Like I love to write, so it just comes more natural. So
absolutely. And of course, it's like when you have a character that is already established, you have to make sure you don't say the wrong thing. Like, that's not a character. There's always someone on the internet who's going to give a hard time. Lancelot has a question here. Lancelot is asking, what would be one barrier you encountered when starting your channels, and how did you overcome it? So Dreamscape, did you want to start us off there?
Oh, I would just say for me, the biggest barrier was knowledge because I didn't know how to do anything. And I mean, that just takes time to practice and experiment and try things and try to find other people who are doing what you want to be doing and figuring out how they did it. Like audio is really tricky because a lot of like the audio help and knowledge you can get is for like music or film production, but ASMR is kind of a whole realm of its own of how you have to edit it. And so yeah, it's kind of, for me, that was really hard because there's not really a blueprint for how to professionally edit ASMR audio. So that was hard to like kind of just experiment with a million different reverbs and plugins and figure out how to just figure out what sounds best for my voice because it's going to sound different for everybody. So, and also my neighbors mow their lawns at like every hour of the day, and like just navigating construction and like noises going around. That's part of the reason why I ADR, because it's, well, filming outside you have to, but even with inside stuff, like, oh my gosh, like I can't tell you how many times I've been mid filming and my neighbor starts mowing their lawn, or just the neighborhood kids are just running around and screaming outside. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so annoying. And also dealing with HVAC systems, like figuring out how to like turn your water heater off and turn your HVAC off. And then the whole house gets really cold, or unplugging your refrigerator to get it as quiet as possible. So yeah, just dealing with audio is really tricky as an ASMR artist to get it quiet enough. So yeah.
Of course. Agilia, what about you?
Yeah, noise is one of the biggest problem in ASMR, but for me it was something more personal. I waited for 4 months to start to speak in English. Before that, I was just making sound, brushing, and go on. I made my first role play 4 months after, and it was an URSS, something that I thought was easy enough. Then I liked it and I kept going and going, then starting to make more complex cosplay.
Riley Roses, what about you?
For me, especially again, because I do a lot of live streaming stuff, I didn't know anything about PCs. When I first started streaming, it was from a MacBook Pro, which, if you know anything about streaming, MacBooks are like made to be anti-streaming because Macs have a lot of their own software that they want you to use, and they don't have the same way to change settings to make it the best quality that like PCs do. But then as soon as I was like, oh, I'll upgrade to a PC. And when I say I upgraded to a PC, I bought a very cheap pre-made one from Best Buy. So as I kept creating, it was like, this has like nothing you need. This is like this, I can stream off of it, but as I wanted to do bigger ideas, I had to upgrade more. I didn't know what a GPU was. I didn't know what a CPU was. I didn't know like why. I thought that like just having RAM was good. I thought 16 would be even like too much. That seemed like a lot of RAM at the time. So I just knew nothing about PCs. And as I wanted to do more within streaming, I had to learn more. And now I know a lot more, and I know, if like my PC still will encounter an error, I can kind of do my own ways to like figure or Google or ask people, and it's not as panic inducing. But like, the curve to learn about PCs felt so steep when I was first learning, and so expensive. So expensive.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely YouTube and ASMR and content creation is not a cheap thing. Although that said, I think we've heard some stories about how you can make. I unfortunately I don't have time for this question, but I was going to ask about creating a costume on a budget, but we have so many audience questions that we kind of have to just move through them kind of quickly. So we have another one from Yam Lanhi, who asks, do you first think about the lines, or let's go to his second question because I think that one's a little unclear. He asked, how long does it take to write your script, or do you use a script? Riley Roses, do you want to start us off there?
It kind of depends. I have a feeling that Dreamscape like is a beautiful writer and sits down and like creates masterpieces, quite honestly. And just based off how she's spoken about her characters during this panel, I kind of like, my style of it is I like to watch other versions, like acted versions, because I do a lot of more specific cosplays, not coming up with my own characters. I'll try to watch different media that they're kind of involved in and more create, not exactly a script, but bullet points that I'd like to hit. And when I do my Twitch streams where I'm kind of talking back to one another, have multiple people, I usually will write one script and the other acted parts, whether it's live or like a third recorded part, those are more, I intentionally make them more reaction based. The pre-recorded one has a script and they kind of push forward the conversation in a way where I, being live, I'm just reacting. Oh my God, that's crazy. How could you say that to me? You're so mean to me. Oh, I love you. Like I'm able to say that. And the pre-recorded has a little more meat behind the lines.
Agelia, what about you?
I spend more time studying the character than writing a script. I just write down some quotes of the character and some behavior that they have. But for the script, I just imagine how to begin the video. I never know how to end it. It just go with the flow. But let's say that for twin video, where I'm more than one character, yeah, there I write scripts because I can't have a conversation with myself and don't know how to do it, what the other me is saying. So those parts are scripted, but the rest is just I go.
Dreamscape, what about you?
Yeah, I write scripts for everything. I used to not do it, but I found that I say a lot more insightful things when I write a script. I don't know. I get very poetic. I'm sure some of you watching could tell I have more of like a quieter personality. So I like to get really poetic with things if possible. And sometimes I improv, like towards the end, might have like an ambiance section where I just say like a few like little comforting things. But most of the time also with filming on location, and when you know, have another person working with you, it's like you want to make it go as quick as possible. So yeah, I wish I could be better at improving. That would save me a lot of time because it takes me like 1 to 2 days to write the script. And then, you know, I try to do it all in one take. To memorize a 20-minute monologue takes quite a bit of time. So it usually takes me a day to memorize a 20-minute monologue. So yeah, scripts are a pain in the butt, especially with the multiple character thing. Oh my gosh, like it is so hard to memorize the timing of everything. And I've seen that like you can put like re-record or record all the parts and like put an earphone in so you can like remember the timing, but I just do it just based off of memory. So because I don't know, I'm just like that. But yeah, scripts all the way.
So fascinating to hear all the differences across the different types of ASMR artists out there, and how if they go on a script or they improv, it's just very interesting. So I've got some more questions here. We're going to be ending at 4:15, so that's 10 more minutes. So we'll try to squeeze in these last questions here. ASMR Rosea asks, any interesting experiences wearing contacts? Dreamscape, since you were last, do you want to start us off there?
Yes. So I have very, very poor vision and I have like a really strange prescription, but so I haven't really been able to do contacts a lot lately. But for that one angel video I brought up a few times in this panel, I wore these blue contacts that were not the right prescription and I was practically blind. And so I was like literally getting hypothermia, freezing, and I was doing the whole video blind too because I could like barely see my hand in front of me. But I was like, it's worth it. It's going to be worth it. So that's my little weird story with contacts. But my eyes keep getting worse and worse, so I can't really do that anymore. But yeah.
Agelia, what about you?
Well, there are some contact lenses that are hard to wear because they obscure your vision, but apart that, you need to for a cosplay. It's part of the cosplay.
Riley Roses.
That hypothermia story is like so crazy. I feel like I like feel it on my fingertips listening to it. I'm not like a super great napper because don't do it a lot. And I'm one of those people that when you wake up from a nap, it's like you just like woke up from death or something, like, oh my God, like where it's very disconcerting. And one time I accidentally fell asleep in these like pink contacts. They're Nezuko from Demon Slayer, so it's full eye. And I don't even know how I fell asleep. And I woke up and I had that like feeling, but then it was accompanied with like, I was like, and I can't see. I was like, and something's wrong. I like can't see. And like panically made my way to the bathroom and was just like, oh my God, it's contacts. But for 2 seconds, like had this crazy feeling of like my vision was lost forever.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's amazing.
Do either you guys have prescription contacts, or do you not need prescription?
I need prescription.
I know they make them, but now my vision is so bad, like it's not even in the realm of closeness. Like they don't make it strong enough for me. So
that part is very jarring too, because even when I have the ones that are prescription, I have astigmatism and a pretty bad high side as well, so it's not quite the prescription that I need. And then when there is crazy color on top of it, like there have been cons where it's just straight up like, where's that sign say to go? Like I can't see.
That's awesome. Okay, so we've got 2 questions, and I'm gonna actually, then one I want to ask a one word answer. But here's a question from Alpha Buck, who asks, you all know relaxing noises, but what noise do you all hate? Agilia, what about you?
Noise about the, I don't know.
That you hate, I guess. Snails on a chalkboard, or
the people, the road nearby, the car, the trucks. Okay.
Riley Roses, what about you?
Everything. I agree. I'm like jaded toward the world. I'll like be filming and hear like a child laughing outside. And I'm like, shut up. Don't you know that I'm working in here? But especially leaf blowers. Oh, I'll be like just walking down the street and hear somebody start one, and it's like I'm like mad about it.
Those leaf blowers carry. That noise carries miles. I swear.
And they just
that's
always
the one that
stop.
always gets me too.
And they always stop, and you're like, oh, they're always the one that's like, oh, they're done. I'm like, oh
that's awesome. Dreamscape, what about you?
I mean, I'm with you 100%. Like anything related to lawn maintenance is the worst sound in the world. Like weed whackers, lawn mowers, trucks, just like the whole thing. And yeah, I'm currently in the process of moving right now, and I'm looking for a place that has like xeriscaping because I just like I want to be away from lawns in general. Like I hate lawns so much. They are the bane of an ASMR creator's existence. So
you'll get that place, and then you got a plane flying right over. That's the end right there.
Oh my God.
That's the worst. That's the worst. How dare you fly to your location over me? Okay, we got another question here. Charlie Hart says, do you prefer doing sinister or sweet videos? Riley Roses, you're up for first answer. What do you think?
I like doing sweet videos and silly videos. They come a lot easier to me. I have a little bit of a harder time like taking myself seriously, doing like a more serious kind of character. Like I forget which character I was filming, but I just kind of like gave up on it because I even like wrote a script for it and was trying to be so sinister and was like making myself giggle during it. Like I would like there was like one line I kept saying, and each time would just kind of crack a smile. I was like, damn it, like I'm just not as good as the serious ones. I want to get better at that.
Agilia, what about you? Sinister or sweet?
I love both, but sinister. I like most to make bad characters and give them a twist. But every character, even if it's bad, it's always caring for the viewer in some way, in some twisted way, for something because it wants it, or anyway, it's a bad evil character, but he wants the viewer to be well,
he's a complex bad character.
Yeah, yeah,
He's
exactly.
got good parts. Dreamscape, what about you?
Oh, sweet, all the way. I have done like evil characters in the past, but it's really like I almost feel bad doing it. I don't know. I just like I don't know. When I watch ASMR videos, like I definitely appreciate like sinister stuff. I think it's entertaining, but like when I'm trying to sleep, I just need someone to like wrap me in a little blanket and tell me it's going to be okay. So I just try to do the same for other people. Like that's kind of the energy I approach it with. So
Awesome. So I've got one more question here, and then I think we're going to go ahead and close things down. That was really, really amazing. I've been asking everyone this question, which is, we're in 2022, 2023, YouTube shorts and or short form ASMR, it could be TikTok also. Let's get a one-word answer, yes or no. Riley Roses, we're starting with you.
No.
No. Agilia, what about you?
No. I don't like them.
No. Dreamscape, what about you?
my one word is maybe, but I want to say no, but I literally built my career off of TikTok. So yes, maybe. I don't know.
Good. I think that seems like a good representation of where we're at with that kind of content. So with all that said, once again, I want to thank everyone here for joining us, for tuning in. Riley Roses, Agilia, and Dreamscape ASMR, thank you so much. You can find them on YouTube, on TikTok, on Twitch. Make sure you also go check their channels out, subscribe, like their content. Also, feel free to smash that like button for us as well. And with that said, we hope you have a great one. We have some more stuff coming up right after this. So stay tuned for our music and ambience panel. Once again, thank you and take care, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, I want to learn how to play the piano, but ever since I'm little, I've always been in love with the violin.
Piano. Probably a violin, especially when it's played really like melancholy. Does that make sense?
My favorite musical instrument is probably the saxophone, but I don't listen to a lot of saxophone music, if that makes sense. But if there's saxophone in like a hardcore song, that hits the spot for me.
It'd have to be the violin.
I would have to go with guitar. It's easy to sing while playing, and it's just fun.
I just bought a piano. I bought it secondhand. Didn't like splash out on a new piano, but I bought a secondhand electric piano. So hopefully that will be my favorite musical instrument that I could play. If it was a musical instrument that I couldn't play, a violin or one of those really snazzy glass harps that you kind of run your hand over. It's like, and I saw this person playing stone instrument. I'm just gonna look it up. This is a lithophone. Amazing.
The piano, I think, because it's the only one I know how to properly play.
Probably the violin.
I would say the electric guitar. Love heavy metal, love rock, just love the sound, I always vibe to it.
My favorite musical instrument is the guitar. That should not come as a shock. I've got a bunch of them there. I've always got one next to my desk here. And I love playing the guitar. It is fun.
Hey there, everyone, and welcome to TingleCon 2023. I'm Nathan ASMR, and I'm joined with the super talented J-Rob, the Human, ASMR Weekly, and Bearded Audio ASMR. Welcome, gentlemen. I really appreciate you all being here. Let's just start with the basics here. I think probably everyone gets asked this question, and I'm pretty sure I asked you this question in the past, but what motivated you to start an ASMR channel? Let's start with ASMR Weekly.
Yes, okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me for this. My channel is ASMR Weekly on YouTube. Pretty easy to find. And what inspired me to start? I think just watching. I actually didn't start my whole channel like with the intention of doing ambience. You know, I was all for the ASMR, but I just realized, you know, like the background sounds that we try to avoid so much when doing ASMR videos, role plays, they actually work on their own, you know. Sometimes you want some intentional sounds to be there, fire, crackling, some rain, that kind of stuff. And then once I shared, just like trying, you know, I'm gonna try, like, let me show one ambience video to my audience, and then they loved it. And I just went from there. I don't think at the time I had like an inspiration, like another ambience channel that I used to watch, you know, specifically. So there's nothing to share there, but it was just like, you know, random kind of, and it worked.
Awesome. Okay, that's really fantastic. And I think that's might be one of the things about this particular panel here, music and ambience, that might be a little different, is that it's more based on sounds in a lot of ways. So let's jump on to our next panelist here, Bearded Audio ASMR, you're up. Why don't you tell us where we can find your channel, what platform, and also perhaps you could tell people just what motivated you to sort of start a channel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Main thing's YouTube. You can also find me on TikTok. Last time I streamed on Twitch, I looked, it was like 2 years ago, which is crazy. I should stream again because it is really, really fun. I got not partner. I got what's like the first level that you can get on Twitch of like where you can get paid?
Affiliate.
Yes, I got that, and then I stopped. That's how it goes. What got me into it? I discovered ASMR 2017-ish, and I hated it. I was like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And then I just realized there's a lot of different types of ASMR, and in fact, I enjoy it if I can find what I like. And from there, like I've always been into music. That's why I got my degree in sound design. And so I think seeing, oh, I could do this. Like, and I'm somebody who just has always wanted to have a YouTube channel too. It's like, I can do this. This looks like a lot of fun. So I was on a work thing down in Portland, and I went to a Guitar Center, bought a couple of microphones, and I was staying in somebody's camper. And I was just like, I'm doing it. I'm recording. Like my introduction video is in this some random person's camper when I was down there for work with a couple of microphones. And the rest is kind of history.
You know, that's such an interesting thing. The hating of sounds and the loving of the sounds kind of are related. It's like a yin and yang there. Like the misophonia really almost is a sign that probably you do get some ASMR, because if you can hate it that much, you probably can love it that much too.
Exactly,
so two sides of the same coin. J-Rob the Human, do you want to tell us a little bit about how people can find your channel, what platform, and also if you also want to tell us a little bit about the motivation for your channel?
Sure. I'm at J-Rob the Human pretty much anywhere. I'm most active right now on Twitch. I do post videos on YouTube semi-regularly, and on all the social platforms. That's pretty much where you can find me. I started my YouTube channel, I think 4 years ago. I actually started by just doing music. I was getting really into ambient music and ASMR kind of around the same time, but not for any related reason. So I was listening to a lot of both, and I started listening to a lot of ambient music on Spotify, and then, you know, at some point or another opened a YouTube video of ASMR while I was listening to music, and I was like, these sounds actually go pretty well together. And so that's kind of where I started just playing with that and just enjoying just kind of experimenting by mashing those things up myself. And then I was like, I would like to try this. So yeah, I started a YouTube channel, and then a Twitch streamer, Rachel Jordan, commented and was like, "The stuff you're doing is pretty cool. You should come do this over on Twitch." And so I did, and yeah, it's kind of been my home.
Fantastic. I think that's a pretty good introduction there, just to sort of your origin stories. Why don't we just jump into the music and ambiance part? I mean, I think this might be something, because I think each of you sort of like, some of you are more music than ambiance and some of you more ambiance than music. But what do you think is the role of music in terms of enhancing the ASMR experience? You know, for example, it compared to like ambient sounds alone, because I'm guessing you guys have done just ambiance, just music. Is there a synergy there? What is that relationship, and how does it sort of enhance ASMR in your opinion?
One of the things that pulled me when I was listening to music and ASMR at the same time, I was surprised at how well the sounds work together, generally speaking, maybe not always. And so in kind of like thinking about that, and what has kind of become my approach to it, is that oftentimes ambient music, and not all the time, I know some ambient music nerds are going to be like, that's not true, but generally it's kind of meant to sound maybe not far away, but maybe a little distant, or you're kind of in the middle of something, like it's a little
Echoing,
bit
like something like that.
yeah, absolutely, echoing. It's very spacious, whereas generally, and I know I'm speaking in big generalities, but at least the ASMR that I was into at the time is very up close and very, very near to you. So you get this kind of combined effect. It's almost like a more full sound. And a lot of ASMR videos are really, really quiet. And so it fills up kind of the sonic space a little bit more. And in the way that music can add, you know, emotion and feelings to things like film and television, it can add that or enhance what the artists are doing in their videos as well.
That's really cool, actually. Like, I need to try that. I don't think I ever did that. You know, like open a ASMR video and an ambience video at the same time. But it's like true. It's like ASMR, you're gonna get those very close to the ear sounds, and then in the ambience you get this more spacious thing, as you said. That's really cool. I'm gonna go ahead and share my part now. Like, the thing for me is that I didn't start with music, you know. I started with the ambient sounds, and you just kind of, you try to make it sound realistic. You try to make it sound good. So it's a middle term there. And when I realized that there was something missing, you know, it was the music, you know. I started to use the music to, because in the same way as in a movie, for example, you set a mood, you know. You really can, like, with, it doesn't even have to be like a specific melody or something. Sometimes it's very difficult to, you know, to identify something. It's like this very ethereal music or something that you probably will choose for this kind of video, but it just sets a mood, you know. Maybe you want something to feel a bit dark because it's rainy, and it needs to be a bit nostalgic, you know. And sometimes you want it to be very happy and airy, you know, if you have like a summer lake ambience, for example, or something. And so I started using it to like set the mood for the scenes, and to sort of bring like those nostalgic that nostalgic flavor of specific movies, because I usually go for like specific like movies things, so Harry Potter, Star Wars, or just like the themes like cyberpunk or that kind of thing. And with the music, you can really set the mood, you know, because if you just have sounds, it's cool, but if you have a bit of that music, it sells the whole thing, you know. It really sells it. And I also think it helps to break the loop, you know, because it makes it a bit more interesting as well, because the music like changes a bit, you know, like it flows, so it kind of like kills that loop that you might, maybe if you pay a lot of attention, maybe sometimes people can get annoyed by it if a certain sound repeats. You need to be careful, like, to make the loops quite quite long, you know, so people don't get like, that's that noise again, you know. And I don't know, I just love like playing with the music, very, very echoing and distant, as you said, like it's coming like from a dream or something, you know. It's like somewhere in the distance. And I also started to play with making them recently, which is something I didn't used to do, but like I'm sure like do you both do? Do you do the music? Sid?
Yeah.
That's like so cool because I know how difficult it is, you know. And I only knew how to play the piano a bit. And then I started to play with the virtual instruments on the computer, like trying to do a bit of orchestral things, you know, violins, cellos, that kind of stuff. And now I'm risking it a bit, you know. Like I'm trying to compose my own, and well, it's not easy. It's not easy, but it's really fun. It's really fun.
Yeah, I think I'll add to what you're saying there, which you're trying to avoid, especially with ambient music, you're trying to avoid recognition of the passing of time. So like with ambient music, there's way less structure. Typically, I'm less focused on meter or anything like that when I'm writing something. Everything that I've released is a perfect loop. So they're all 10 minutes long. The song might really only be like 3.5 minutes long, but like when I release it, it's a 10-minute perfect loop. So it could loop forever. And I completely agree with what you guys have been saying about like you want it to be kind of distant, especially if you're combining it with ASMR, which is the up close kind of personal sounds. And yeah, I think when it comes to an ambience versus the music, I don't really release anything that's just ambience. Maybe I should. It could be kind of fun because I'm building this stuff anyways in my videos. So like I have one recently where I'm on a ship, and it's like a robot repair video or whatever. And I'm like, well, if I'm on a ship, then I need some like engine running in the background, and there's all these like hoses hanging from the ceiling, so I need some pressure release sounds on occasion, and I've got these screens, so I need some weird little glitchy sounds. And so I built ambience to kind of make it feel like the listener is in the room with me, as opposed to, oh, he's on a ship, but it's really weird because it just sounds like a microphone in a dead room, you know. So yeah, that's when it comes to ambience for me, it's about building the world I'm currently standing in, and then music is way more abstract.
You know, I want to tie what you just said, building the world, to what Weekly said about the I know Weekly, you, like you said, your scenes or your atmospheres or you do a lot of movie based stuff like Harry Potter and Star Wars, and like hearing a little melody, you know, like from one of those movies that you recognize, like just like puts you in that world. It's like you're just so brought into it. Without it, it would be cool, and you'd be like, oh yeah, this sounds like, you know, a scene in a magic castle. But then when you like hear like a little Hogwarts theme, it's just like, oh, I'm here. I'm like there. It's like so cool.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting distinction on the world building thing. You know, I sort of dabble in that in the other sphere of YouTube, and the music is really a part of the narrative in a lot of ways in terms of building the story, you know, if that makes sense, where you're carrying the listener on a journey, an emotional journey. Whereas I think, Ian, you said it really well. It's like the sounds are like with the world building in a lot of ways. They like bring the listener into the world, and then the music is you taking the listener to where you want them to go in a lot of ways. So I think that's a really interesting distinction. I'm glad that we kind of fleshed this out. It was really interesting. Is there any unconventional objects or instruments that you have used to create ASMR sounds? Or, you know, it could be music or just the sound effects or anything. Is there anything you feel like sharing?
Like, I don't know, like, I think the things I use are never the ones you expect, you know? Because you kind of just, like, you grab something and you put it close to the mic and listen on your headphones to see if it's good, you know? And if it works, then you use it. For my like, way of editing, I do a lot of layering of sounds, you know, because you can't really get the mic to be at the proper levels for all the things, you know. You might just get it right for your voice, like for a video. You get it right for your voice, but you can't get it like just right when you want to do like you know, something like very ASMR-ish. And so you need to record that like very close to the mic again and try to redo what you know were doing. And so, so like I could be like tapping on a book or something, but when I'm like recording it again for the layering sound, it's probably not a book or something, you know, it's something that just sounds like it should, you know, like, oh, this is how I want it to sound, you know, it's very good in the ear. So that's what I'm using. And that's pretty much it. I just like grab all sort of things, you know, crinkly stuff like packages or something that I received on Amazon or something, and I just like test it. Oh, this one is good, like, you know, and I just sort of like save everything that I can on a folder, and then I just use them as like what sounds good, you know. It's not necessarily the real thing, but yeah. But nothing weird so far. Like no, I don't remember anything weird I've used to make a sound actually.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like, what do I do that nobody else does? I think when I'm creating ambient music, and I've done this a couple of times when I have a couple of videos that are like follow the light, and it's a 3D audio kind of a thing. So where the light goes, the audio follows.
Those are so cool.
That's really, really fun. Yeah. And that is like hyper nerd, like using an audio editor with a plugin. I forget the name of it's like IEM, I think is who makes it. And it's a, you basically are shown, it's almost like a Dolby Atmos, but not as hardcore as Dolby Atmos, where you're able to say like, I want this sound to literally be like right here on someone's head, and you can drag it over here. And then there's a second plugin you have to get that turns it, that makes it binaural, so it translates to stereo. And so I play around with that, because that's definitely unconventional. I don't know anyone else that does that. Other than that,
I
pretty
wanted to try that so much. It sounds so
pretty fun.
good.
It's worth figuring out, because once you figure it out, it's pretty easy to do again, but it takes some troubleshooting to figure out how the whole thing works.
J-Rob, how about you? Yeah.
I can't think of a particular object I use or anything that's strange, but people who come to my live stream.
It's FL Studio, dude. I don't know any other ASMR artist that uses FL Studio.
You know, I
use FL Studio. What's the problem with it?
Oh my gosh!
Like the music.
FL Studio like... bros. We gotta have some FL Studio bros up in here.
I actually,
just because I don't know anything better.
Yeah.
I actually have moved away from FL Studio from my live from my live streams, because now I have an actual loop station. I have a Boss RC505. So I guess I could say that is my looping technique that I do live is a unique thing, where I will record a sound and then start and stop, and then it just keeps going while I can talk over it. And then so when I'm that's essentially what my live streams are. It's a lot of talking, and sometimes I'm looping, kind of making sounds loop. I do, though, I feel like if people that know me are watching, they would be frustrated if I didn't say that one of the things that is an unusual thing that I will do that is somewhere in the realm of ASMR and ambience is something I call whale sounds, which is basically I turn on a little echo and reverb and give a little kind of thing like that going on. So that's definitely one of the weirder things I would say that I do.
That's awesome. Well, so I sort of have a question. I want to jump back into music for a little bit longer here, but I just want to quickly it's a question that I've just been curious about, because I heard, not to quote this person, but there's a gentleman named Hillier Smith who's one of these top editors on YouTube, and he was saying how a lot of his YouTube friends, who are quite large, they don't ever look at their analytics. So I'm wondering, they don't look at it even once. So I wonder, do you guys look at your analytics after you drop a video? Sure. Or
I mean, yeah, I'm always curious to see how a video's doing, because it's usually within the first day, what. And for me, a banger for me is like 500 views. So like I know pretty quickly if it's like, this is 50 views, whatever. But that's always the one that I care about the most. So I'm like, Yeah,
Do you mean like if we look at it like it's like choose what we
You look
if
at the
we
numbers.
like
Yeah, you
we
look at the
keep doing
numbers
this,
and
we try something else,
yeah, or
like
like,
that?
is this a 1 out of 10 or is this a 5? Like you like checking
I
the
mean, yeah,
numbers to
like
see if you can like figure
I
something
look at
out,
it.
like trying to hack the system a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I try not to I try not to dive into that sort of thing, you know, like doing what YouTube likes, you know, doing for the algorithm thing. I
Yeah.
just don't want to sell my soul to it. But like you probably we all have a look on it, you know, but I try not to guide my content by it, you know. Sure, I try to give the people what they like, but I'm also doing this for me, you know. I think we all need to do this for us a bit, like what we feel accomplished, you know, like, oh, I am actually proud of this that I did, you know. And people didn't like it so much, okay, it didn't work so well, but just keep trying, you know.
Yeah, I think if I wanted to make a career out of it, which I had to give up that a while ago because I realized I just don't. I got a good career right now, and I just don't have time to. Like the Barbie movie came out, I'm not coming out with a Ken video, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just not. I'm not going to do that kind of thing. So I'm gonna upload what I want when I can. If people love it, sweet. If they don't, I try not to be sad about it.
Okay, but it would be amazing if you did a Ken video.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait.
No, I gotta
post that on your community
Ken,
wall,
yeah.
bro. I want a poll up there so I can slant the vote for a yes. Well, I think it is one of those things where it's just, you know, asking people, because I do think it's that sometimes we get lost in the numbers and you can feel like this may be a reflection of your work or, you know, yourself in some way. But I just think it's something where it's like, well, like I think Hendril, you're saying it's if you keep making good videos that you like and think are good, well, I mean, it is always good to look at numbers, but for the most part, it's the videos that matter and the stories that you're telling and the music that you're making, and that if it affects people rather than some number in an algorithm that's determining things. Because, you know, you never really know how, like the timeline of when you
And
could or couldn't blow
also,
up can take years.
like, yeah, exactly. Like sometimes, like as bearded audio, so like as you said, it's just like you kind of know in the first days, but you also never know because sometimes, like months after, a video suddenly picks up, and then it starts to grow, and then like you look at it. Sometimes I look at something like from a year ago, which I remember how well it did back then, and then I look again and I'm like, wait, what? Like it, because it's like 10 times more, and I wasn't like was looking at that. I wasn't watching my old videos to see how they were doing, and they just like out of nowhere they do so well. There's no logic to it, really.
I keep when a new video comes out, I do look and just see how it's doing. But I've started to care less and less and less because I've noticed that happening more and more. Or even a video that just tanks and no one watches it, I will maybe look again 3-4 months later, or even a year later, or it's popped into my like top 10 like recent videos over the last 48 hours. I'm like, what's that video doing there? And then I look, and on the chart, it is now doing better than other videos at that time. So, you know, for me, that's kind of given me another. Since I've started seeing that happen so often, it's given me another perspective on looking at analytics. So I do look at things like, what are the search terms that this video is being found under? And that not so much changes what I'm doing, but might change how I present what I'm doing, might change like the terms that I use, or maybe the thumbnails that I use. And I do find that analytics are more helpful when you have something specific in mind. Like, I tried a new kind of introduction. Are people watching this one longer? You know, that's like a really specific thing I can look at. Just looking at the numbers, like on it when a new video comes out, and just like pulling your hair out, I think is just kind of torture. And for like Twitch streams, I kind of do the same things because I do a few different styles of Twitch streams. So looking at my overall like viewership isn't always that helpful. But if I look at, okay, this is how this stream was and it did great and this one did fine, I don't know. I find looking at analytics is better if you have intention behind it rather than just like feeling anxious.
And
Yeah.
as you say about the search terms, it's important just because there's the audience you want and the audience you have, you know?
Totally.
Sometimes
I'm
you
so
think you should have
surprised.
these guys, but you got these folks over here who love you.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
like you might just be doing the wrong thing and you didn't know, like, oh, actually, chefs love my mukbang. I didn't know that. I should be doing
Totally.
something more for that, you know? So that's definitely something. Sorry, I cut somebody off there though. So I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Did you want to?
Well, I was gonna say so my ambient music is because I don't really release my ambient music on YouTube like I do my ASMR videos. I just give it away. Anyone can use it if they want to, which is kind of, I think
Thank you
that's
so much.
if yeah. Well, I mean, if anybody knows the music, it's typically because of that. It just lives in a Dropbox folder and anyone can have it. There you go. And that's where I think it was like 2018, 2019. That's where I think I got to know a ton of people in the community because they were like, who's this nerd with this music? But I don't have any way of tracking that. Like it does exist as released music, like on Spotify and YouTube and stuff. But I know it's pretty far reaching. It is still weird to me if I like go to watch somebody on Twitch and I can hear like they're using it. And it's like, oh, whoa, that's weird. So that has been really, really fun. But for that, it's just more about creating it. And then I just let everyone know, hey, there's a new music in the Dropbox folder if anyone wants it. I don't know if it's going to do well or not. I don't really care.
Awesome. So let's go jump back into the music. I just want to get in there because that's kind of my theme for this is sort of storytelling and not worrying about the analytics and finding your own unique voice, because I think sometimes as creators, you get caught up in the numbers and the money and all those things. And sometimes you lose track of what's really important. And I think with music and sound, that's like, it's so pure. It's almost the purest thing there is, you know, it's the lowest part of your brainstem, you know, so it's kind of this thing where it's, video is a lot more unnatural in a lot of ways in that sense, where you have to think about it. It's harder to deceive the eyes than the ears. So, you know, I think in a lot of ways, that's something I wanted to touch on. But let's jump into this other question here, because I think this is probably people who are interested in this field or this part of ASMR might be curious. Is there any particular genres of music or types of ambient sounds that sort of work the best for ASMR content?
Oh, for ASMR content in general, I don't know. I think it depends like what the person wants to do. Because like I think what works for our colleagues here is completely different from what works for me. Like I like to do the sort of non-specific, very ethereal kind of thing sometimes. But for me, actually, it's like fantasy most of the time because of the theme of the video. So like I need to have that fantasy feel, but still not so specific, so it doesn't, again, like people hear the loop and that kind of stuff. So I think it really depends, like, because if I'm also like doing a cyberpunk video, then I want all of those synths, you know, and all of the like kind of thing. So I don't know, like it really depends. But for sure, like soft music, if we can call it like that way, if like that's like a genre or something, but soft, nothing that like shouts like a, you know, like a specific melody or something like that. You want to keep it like, you know, soft. I don't know how else to describe it, like soft, echoing, and it's sort of like it just like, you know, like a bit of a lullaby thing.
It's interesting because like I said, I got into ambient music and ASMR at the same time. So for me, it was so much about those. But there are other people, you know, there's like ASMR beats that incorporates more, you know, percussive. Like my music isn't percussive at all. But you can do that, and certainly like percussive sounds can be recorded in such a way that are like ASMR inducing. Even like, you know, my wife is not an ASMR enthusiast at all, but I remember one day she came out to the room, she was like, I was listening to a Billie Eilish song and I got ASMR. And I was like, yeah, I get that, because you know,
Yes.
her vocals are so like up
Yeah.
close, and so even like, you know, pop music can work with that too. So I think that I think the possibilities are there for ASMR type sounds or ASMR feelings and moods, like whatever those triggers are, to be incorporated into music in a lot of ways. And I think we're probably like only at the beginning of seeing like where that can go.
Yeah, and to add to that, I think, at least for me, it needs to be gentle. Like whether it's fast paced or slow or whatever, I think that's a big part of it. Um, Focusing more on mids to lows, less of the high frequencies. Yeah, I think I like drones. So if it's just a droning long, like almost everything that I write starts with a synthesizer. I just like scroll through a whole bunch of presets until I find something I dig. I might mess around with it a little bit, and then I just hit go and just let it go for like 5 minutes. And then I'll build stuff around that. I might do like a slow chord progression or something, but it's just a really slow droning thing. But that's just my jam, you know?
You
But
ever?
that will work lovely, like for a Blade Runner kind of thing,
Oh
like
yeah.
cyberpunk ambience. That's perfect, you
Mhm.
know. But that's the thing. Like it really depends. Like I was rethinking what I said, and like it can really be anything. It can really be anything
Yeah.
because I just remember like sometimes you see one of these videos and they're like, oh, vintage songs playing in a old radio in the background, and like there's like those songs which are not slow or not gentle, like dun, 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 but they are like playing in a sort of like, you know, low volume, kind of far away in the room with that radio effect. And it just works because it might set you a mood that you were looking for, you know? And it's like it's almost like anything. You can like use it anything. It just like it depends what you're aiming for, really.
And the context and the mix of it matter like so much. Because if you
Yeah.
had your head next to a radio playing one of those songs and blaring at you, then it probably wouldn't, be that great. But like you said, when it's set up in the right environment, then it's like it can really produce that effect.
So maybe one of these things where is it the volume? Is it the intensity of the delivery? You know, because there was a funny Twitter X, whatever the hell you want to call it, debate that a lot of ASMRs had. We had a funny debate. It was about, can there be like screamo ASMR, like scream punk metal ASMR kind of like thing? I don't remember who the person, maybe it was Mary J. Lee, I think is the name of the person. She's like, yes, you can be there. I was like, I don't know. But I wonder, what do you guys think? I mean, is it a question? Yeah, dude, you might have to be the guy, especially you. But what do you think? I mean, is it a volume thing? Is it just the style? Is it the delivery? What do you think it is?
Oh yeah, all of those. Yeah, but I think we all agree like the volume needs to stay to a certain level there. We don't want our ears to just explode, but it's like it depends. Like, are you asking about the music or like ambience, like all
I
of
mean,
it?
I think it's
Like,
probably more in this instance music, but I guess it could be
yeah,
ambiance too. Where can an intense sound or music be
because I was trying to
ASMR?
imagine like what ambience can you do with like those loud screamings? Like, how do you do
Yeah,
that? But
yeah.
like I've seen like some Halloween stuff like where they put these very distant echoing like from another room, like sort of muffled like screams, like ah, you know, it's like to like make it creepy or something. It works, maybe. Someone
Yeah.
was like searching for a Halloween sort of mood. Could
I've
be
released
done.
I've released 2 horror ASMR tracks for
Yeah,
Halloween. So yeah,
yeah.
I've done that.
People love that.
Yeah.
Could be done, yeah. But I think for my taste, my personal taste, uh, it needs to be it needs to be gentle. It needs to be quiet, not too loud, but like it, you sort of level it. You know, when you're editing, you try to make it like almost a straight line. You know, it don't want it like some parts to be too loud, some parts to be too quiet. You sort of like try to create a balance there, so you don't all of the sudden like, oh, what was that sound? You know, that the music got too loud or something. You know, you work it out. You know, all through it, like trying to balance it and so that it's pleasant, it's not disturbing, you know, it's just like there and it's, you know, gentle.
Yeah. For
Yeah,
me,
and it's one of those. Oh, God,
Go
sorry.
ahead. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say for me, going back, I'd really think it's a frequency thing. Like if there's a lot of high end frequencies, I think it's harder to relax. Like I was just thinking about this yesterday because I found someone who just uploads a bunch of Bob Ross to TikTok. And I was just like scrolling, just living my Bob Ross life on TikTok. And I mean, the sounds of Bob Ross are super nostalgic. So many people think about him when they like, well, I first got into ASMR because of Bob Ross, but it's almost entirely like mids as far as frequency goes, right? So there's not a ton of low end, not a ton of high end. It's like that crappy VHS sort of sound. And it's also, he had a mic like right here. And so it sounds kind of intimate because he's right there. He had a great voice for it. But I think, at least for me, it's volume, yes, gentle, yes, but also specifically the really high frequencies need to be more on the muted side.
That's so interesting to me because for me, sometime back I was recording, and I was kind of playing with like EQ and like high and low pass filters, and I was like, what makes this sound like tingly? And like I had determined it's like definitely the highest frequencies.
But
like,
you know,
I would
it's
took like,
right. It's right.
like for me it was like crinkling sounds is what I was doing, for example. And like when I cut the high end off, then it's still a cool sound, but it was like the lower I go, the weirder it was. But then for other things, like for the more, for me, I find for the more calming effects, it's definitely like mid and low frequencies, like for speech, and for like the like ear cupping effect is like one of my favorite effects, which does just that, cuts out all the high frequencies. So like, I don't know, it almost feels it feels like it feels contextual in a way, and maybe it has something to do with like your expectations of sounds. Like I expect the crinkly sound to sound higher, so when that's gone, then it doesn't seem as real. Maybe I don't know. I just thought it was interesting that you were like definitely no
it's so
high.
it's so curious. Like, it's so curious because like I agree first with Sir Bearded. Bearded. I have some trouble to say that word, like bearded. Like if you take off the, like, what you have to do when I'm doing like a role play, I need to do a de-esser all the time to make sure that I don't go like, you know, like, oh, the tests, you know, something like that's so annoying to me personally, and I just kill those instantly. But then it happens like J Rob said, like I'm doing like a crinkly thing, and where's the crinkle? Where is it? You know, I'm not feeling it. So I need to like go there and like put it back again, you know, like those high frequencies. And I think like sometimes the unexpected works so good when talking about like roleplay sound triggers videos, because like you do the ear cupping thing and then suddenly everything is muffled, you know, like, and you see someone bringing something crinkly and it sounds different. Sometimes like because it's unexpectedly different, it works, you know. So
Yeah.
there's like a surprise element to these things as well, like trying to make it sound real, trying to, you know, how do you say it, subvert expectations, something like that.
Yeah.
It's I think like it's a mix of all of the options there.
Yeah, you know, one of the more interesting things that's been said at a TingleCon was by Atlas ASMR. It was I don't know what year, maybe it was last year before that, sometime. He just was talking about how there's a, you know, he in some ways wants to remove the relaxation from the ASMR. And it's just something that's stuck with me about, you know, what is ASMR? Is it a feeling? Is it an art form? Is it something else? And so I guess music really, again, being such a creative medium, I think it does kind of play into this whole discussion about what ASMR really is. You know, is it that like sort of tingly feeling in your brain that sort of like is caused by crinkles and the high frequencies, or is it the comfort from the low frequencies of a deep voice that you might like? It just is so, maybe it's subjective. So it's certainly like a big conversation, and I'm really interested to hear what you guys have said here. I want to jump into another question that is gigantic, because we have limited time here, and I just know this one might, I think, but from a creative, you know, perspective, I think there are a lot of potential ASMR artists out there. People are thinking about it, they haven't done it yet, or maybe they've done a video, I don't know, they're trying to figure things out. But how do you stay original? How do you maintain your creativity especially because ASMR, I believe, is the #1 or #2 most searched for term on YouTube. if you didn't know that. So, you know, it's so huge.
Really?
And it is, that is the truth. It's because it's the only vehicle for ASMR. You know, you don't go to Spotify. Maybe there's a couple, but not a lot. But I guess the question really is, how do you sort of stand up? What's your creative process to keep things fresh? Do you just like have a dream and lightning strikes, or what's sort of your what can you describe sort of how you go about that?
I guess I could start while we're having this conversation. I just had an idea for a video. I don't know where it came from, but the idea was just gated sounds. So I have like the sound of crinkles behind a gate that you can't hear unless I'm tapping on a box. So I go to tap on a box, and actually all you're hearing is crinkles. Maybe I'll make that happen. I don't know.
Please do.
You never know when inspiration is going to strike. But man, you gotta really just stop worrying about trying to stand out. I mean, I should rephrase that. It's good to be unique, and I think everyone is unique in their own way. And if I stressed about what I'm doing, like if it's going to be unique enough or stand out enough, I just would never upload anything. So I think the biggest part is, yeah, just stop worrying about it. And if you've got a fun idea, really try and figure out how to do it. Like, be willing to pursue crazy ideas and put in the work to do crazy stuff. That's where I think I've had the most fun, is figure like, I've got this, like, well, this gated thing, is this going to work? I don't know. But now I want to try it.
I'll say that I think that it's a good idea to explore a lot of art and things that you are interested in, including if you're want to make ASMR, but as well other art forms, and think about what excites you and what you feel particularly drawn to, and just explore that and keep exploring that until it either doesn't excite you anymore, or you just find more and more and more there to keep exploring. I think that it's very common for maybe people to start that way with like, oh, I've got this idea, or just like, I'm going to start doing this, and kind of get into exactly what we talked about earlier. You're looking at analytics, you're like, oh, people like this more, I'll keep doing this. You start trying to please either other people or trying to like please a faceless algorithm. And I think that you can, if you lose sight of what actually excites you about this thing, then you're not going to have a good time. So yeah, I think that's all I had to say.
What can I say? I've had like, let me count, like maybe 10, 12 existential crises since I started the channel thing, maybe more, but like all of them were like this dilemma, you know, like I really thought this was like cool, but people are not buying it, you know, the numbers are not doing well. So what do I do, you know? And sometimes you see something working, and then you do it again, and then it doesn't work, and then you're like, you know, I should give up. I don't get how this thing works. And it's complicated. It's complicated to be a YouTuber. It's complicated to be anything. I guess there's like where you're trying to entertain people or something, because the like there are trends. There are like people who do this full time. Maybe you don't have the time to do it, as like the example before, like, am I do something like for Barbie now because it's trending now? It would be great for numbers, that kind of thing. Or maybe you feel like you have to do that, but when you feel guilty doing it because you didn't really like Barbie, you know, like, I didn't like it, I don't want to do it, like, for example. And so it's like, it's complicated, like. But regarding like getting ideas, usually I just get inspired by things I like as well. Like if I watched a movie, or if I heard a specific sound or something on another video, And it's not like copying, but like you get inspired by other things as well, and that's cool. You know, you it's like you want to do what you like, but you also want to find out what you're good at, because there's a bunch of things that I love in ASMR, like triggers and things that I love to hear. Like it gives me all of those tingles, really very strong, but I can't do them. You know, like when I do them, I don't feel like it works. I could try it. Maybe people will tell me that it works, but like it's complicated. There are things you like, there are things you're good at, and there's also this thing about bringing this uniqueness, which might be a talent you have or something. Like we all here play a bit with the music because it's something we know, and like we wanna put this on it, you know. And what I did, what I still try to do every now and then, is like bring my past of like video editing with visual effects and stuff. And I try to do that, you know. I'm gonna surprise everyone with that, you know, like all spells and things, you know, like magic goes on all of those visual effects. And if, for example, like that would be something, now that I think of it, like unexpected. Like you're going to watch ASMR video, you're not going there for like the visual effects. It's not the, you know, it's not a Marvel ASMR movie or something. And so I thought like, oh, okay, I've done it. I've done something different, you know. I brought something to this. So once I realized that, I wasn't worried so much anymore about like bringing something new. But yeah, you do need to adapt to the modern days, you know, because things keep changing, and you need to keep new, you know, and fresh, and like it's difficult. It's like it's really difficult. And once again, it's like the editing of ASMR, you know, like you try keep the balance there, like what I like to do, what people like to watch, what am I good at, all of that.
Absolutely.
Since you two both mentioned like originality, I'll just say that like I think that if you have like if you have your interests that you're really into and you identify what it is you're into, it doesn't have to be like, oh, I'm gonna combine ASMR with this, like, because that is the easiest formula to like try and find originality, is like, this plus this is something new. But it if you are just like yourself, what you do is gonna be different. Like if you just are like, man, I love like personal attention videos and that's my jam, and I want to be able to give people like that kind of feeling, then just do that like yourself, like whatever that is. And like don't worry about like combine your influences, you know, because like no one's creating videos in a vacuum. Like we have a whole history of recorded medium. Like it's hard to be completely original unless you're like projecting video onto the clouds or something. I don't know, like it's like you can't really be, there's limits in practicality, I guess. And you will never be able to predict like what people like and like what's gonna succeed. And so if you just make something that you like, then even if it bombs, at least you made something that you like. And so there you go, you've succeeded.
Awesome.
I think
So
that one thing that you need to do is accept the weirdness, you know.
Totally.
Sometimes you don't want to upload something because you feel like, oh, it's a bit cringy or something, but accept it and go for it, you know.
Dude,
Accept the weirdness, because I keep imagining like who came up with like the tongue clicking ASMR.
Oh, yeah.
Like they just like did that thing like or something, you know, and they're like, wow, like a bunch of people like, wow, that's it, that's what I want, you know.
Yeah.
And like, and the person was like, oh, I wasn't like doing it for this much, that's just something I do. Like sometimes it comes up like that, you know.
Yeah.
Really
So
weird.
on that vein, I had a video a while ago that was like a Jedi Star Wars video or whatever, and I remember I recorded the whole thing, and it was gonna be kind of like everything I do tends to end up being kind of funny, but it wasn't going to be like a comedy video. And I watched back some of the footage and was like, dude, this is the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my life. And so I decided I needed to like go full comedy with it and try and make it like a really self-conscious Jedi. And I had to do a bunch of voiceover, like what he's thinking in his head as he's doing all this stuff. And I was like, this is hot garbage, and I uploaded it, and it actually did okay. But yeah, accept the weirdness.
Be willing to put yourself out there, even if you think people are going to think you're an idiot.
Well, you know what's the good thing about that is if they think you're an idiot, then they'll go on your video and call you an idiot, and then they drive traffic to your video, so you win. That's the key. There is like you win.
More
either
comments.
way. More comments. That's it. That's it. Okay, so we have 2 more questions, and then I think we're going to close things down here. And once again, I appreciate you taking time to talk to us here today. But I'll ask this question, and then I'm going to ask you for a nice little succinct nugget of truth for our listeners. But is there anything you would like to see in the future with ASMR, maybe with music, specifically in ambiance? Do you have any like exciting plans or projects perhaps you're working on that you could maybe just like throw a nugget there, or you know, just something you'd like to see? Maybe some sitar ASMR, I don't know.
I'd love to see more of it.
Yeah.
Like I'd love to see more creators, not just writing ambient music, but saying like this is ambient music specifically to induce ASMR or along with ASMR, because there's not a ton of it.
Yeah, I would encourage more musicians to try incorporating that element, and I would encourage more non-musicians to try like playing with music. There's a lot of, there's like the kalimba is a popular kind of instrument in ASMR for good reason, I think, because generally you get it and it's tuned a certain way. You can't really play a bad note, it's like it's just and that's like just a great like start to like incorporating just more ways of playing with sound. So I don't have like a particular, I guess if I had a particular vision in mind, I'd probably start working on it. So it's hard for me to say like something specific I'd want to see, but I just, like I said earlier, I think ASMR is still a very new thing, and so there's just so many possibilities, and we'll only explore those as people experiment. So just more experimenting.
I think I'm gonna repeat myself here with what I said last time I was here, which is I would love to see more and more like connections between the channels, like the collabs. For example, I've had a few channels like for ASMR roleplay ask me to do a few, short introduction themes, music to play in the beginning, because now people are diving into this sort of cinematic style, and they want to do a small intro with like these close-ups and bunch of scenes. And I just realize how everyone has a specific talent, and as a community, ASMR seems like I've never seen like so much collabs as I see on ASMR. I think like people really go for it. And so like if I can like do a small music for a video of someone else and it plays there, I feel so good like when I see it, and sometimes someone else asks me to do a little visual effect, so I think like everyone, like if they can connect in these things, and suddenly you are in the multiverse of ASMR, like that's so brilliant. I would love to see more of that. We listened to one of the songs someone did here in another video. We maybe like see channels appearing on each other, like when it's ASMR collabs, like with people showing up. But the music, all of these things coming together, and I had this idea of like a super duper like cinematic project that I still want to see happening. I don't know if I would ever try it, like to go for it, but like imagine like all of these things coming together, like you get those really good acting role players, you get like the people doing the sort of ambience music, you get the people doing the ambient sounds, all of those people which are good in a specific thing, like, and you do this masterpiece, imagine that would be like brilliant. But I think we're doing that, a bit by bit, we try to come together, do these collabs and things. So yeah, that's what I always want to see more of in the future.
And Bearded Audio, do you have any thoughts about that?
I mean, yeah, I would love to see that too. And in the same vein, like, yeah, if anyone ever asks me, like, hey, can you do the sound for this? Like, I need a background. I need this. I'm like, yes. I love collaborating like that. I don't care if I'm in your video. I don't care if you tell anybody that I did it. I don't care if you pay me. Like, just like, it's a community thing. It's just like helping a butt out. It's never gets old.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things about TingleCon just in general is whenever I work my full-time job is YouTube in another genre, which is travel food. And when my boss and those other people see what we have, they're like, what the like, what the heck? You guys are so friendly and like, what's going on? And like, they all want what we have. So that is true in the collaborations. Like their collaborations are always like, there's just a lot of heated blood in between them. You know, it's like, who's stabbing who, and like ours is like, hey, like Angel, dude, I just bought the sick chain helmet. Like, I know it's just fun and like it's way different. So I think that is one of the really amazing things about this community, and hopefully it continues to come together. But ultimately, as you say, you know, YouTube itself is a new form of a new medium, you know. So I think those big budget things, you know, maybe in the future they could definitely happen. It's certainly like we're in the first years of it. So you could definitely see down the line, maybe something like that happens. You know, you get a big studio on board. Enough celebrities have done ASMR that you put them all together, plus all the others, you could get the star power, get the ASMR artists. It would be awesome. Let me ask you one other question, guys. And then I think we're going to close things down here because this has been, we could go all day. I think one that just sort of succinctly, you know, because perhaps you imagine yourself, you know, starting out, Ian, I think you said you did yours in the camper or something. Like, imagine yourself on day one, you're starting a channel, you're super nervous and you don't know what to do and you have no idea what the heck's going on. What would you tell yourself? What's your biggest advice to yourself? But if you could, please try to tailor it maybe to 2022, 2023. Just something in the past recent couple of years you've learned, you would tell yourself when you're first starting, especially to all of our potential ASMR artist fans out there.
Man, that's a tough one. I think
the top one.
I
can cut any silence, make you just guys sound amazingly smart, like there was no wait.
Yeah, I think for me, it's if this helps one person, it'll have been worth it. That's kind of it. Like it's a fun creative outlet for me. So I guess it's a two-parter. Number one, this is for me. This is advice to myself too. Don't stop creating, whether I end up uploading it or not. And if anytime someone comments, this like really helped me, like I was going through something and this helped me, like I'll do it forever. Like it just feels so good. So it's worth it. And don't stop creating.
I guess I would tell myself, you're worried about how things are going to sound and look, but mostly it's about like building community and relationships. Like that has actually been so much producing ASMR content is almost just the method to that, to like building community and building relationships. So that's going to be very powerful and impactful in ways you can't understand yet.
Absolutely.
Yeah, advice to myself. I think I said it like during the thing, like, oh, don't worry, accept the witness, you know, don't give up, all that kind of stuff. Like, try to keep true to yourself. Don't look at the numbers, blah blah blah. But yeah, I mean, advice, like I don't really know, like I just went with it, you know, when I started. And I think the real thing that made it work was like not giving up, you know, like accepting that sometimes it takes time, a long time. For some it's like very quick, for others it's slow. But the things really kick off, like as J-Rob just said, like when you start to have that feeling of community, like because I started and there was like no one there, and then suddenly there was a few people and they were just like random people, and then suddenly there was like these people that coming back, you know, like keep coming back for the premieres, that kind of thing, stuff, and you start to see the same faces again. They're always there. Suddenly someone says like, oh, I've been studying like for my school tests, you know, like for 3 months now, like the graduation stuff, and I need to say thank you for you because I wasn't able to focus before I watched your videos, and you start to feel like the responsibility a bit. You start to feel like the accomplishment, like, wow, it's like helping people, you know. Someone is like getting better grades, or like finally getting like a good job or something, and they give you a bit of the credit for that, and you just feel it like 10 times more, you know, like wow, that was something I did, you know. And once you're in that point, it's really difficult to give up, at least for me. I think, like, because sure, like, you start to get more famous, there's like all of these haters that start to show up, like, you know, like they just say random things like, I hate this, or like, it's, you know, like 2 words like, this is so shit, or something like this is, what is this for again? Why don't anyone hears this stuff? And you just stop like caring, because you know about all of those people who you're making a difference, you know, on their lives. And yeah, I mean, it takes a while to build a community, to like bring all of those people, but once they are there, it's like a job of like, you know, maintaining that relationship. So yeah, I think the advice is like don't give up, because things don't look so good right now, and trust that your stuff is good, you know, that there are people around the world, someone is bound to like it, you know. It just takes time for them to find out sometimes.
You know, it's an interesting thing I've learned also is you go, I don't know if you guys know Casey Neistat, but you go watch his videos and you'll see some of his transitions are often the mistakes. Like he wipes off the camera like this, and there's like little errors. And sometimes that, I think what I'm trying to say is that what gives you strength in YouTube versus like going to watch the BBC or some mainstream media outlet is that you have authenticity. You are yourself. You can connect with the audience in a direct way that just someone like Gordon Ramsay, you know, I love Gordon Ramsay, but you know, he's sort of he's a celebrity up in the sky. He's not talking to people. He's not interacting, you know, necessarily like a YouTuber might be, and an ASMR artist. And that's so invaluable, is like, own the mistakes, leave them in, be authentic. I think that's so important. I think we've kind of all been saying that here today. And I think that's been such an important lesson for this panel, is that, and I think this will probably come up in the others, but yeah, stay true to yourself and keep going. Don't worry about trying to be somebody else. You know, that's so important. Did anyone else want to add anything else here? Because I think we are actually out of time, but if so, I think we'll call it a night.
I mean, if you like edit it to like be twice the speed, we could go for another hour. Like,
yeah.
We just talk like squirrels or something.
I mean, squirrel ASMR, it's probably been done, chipmunk ASMR, but you know,
I do it all the time, like in a sneaky way, you know, like when I'm like doing like the layered sound, sometimes I'm doing something and I start to do like this sort of ghost effect and like play with the time, and then I just like speed up things a bit, you know, like I'm just gonna put it like 20% faster.
Yeah,
but like it works. It's like one of the tricks, like if anyone is watching that you want to learn a new trick, like do that sometimes, like speed up, slow down the sounds and things. It just sounds cool.
Oh,
I slow down stuff all the time. Yep.
Thank you all so much. ASMR Weekly, Beard Audio ASMR, J-Rob the Human. We will put the links below. You can find them on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, wherever. Threads. I think we got half the ASMR artist population of Threads here right now. And that's it, guys. So all right, have a good one, guys. We'll see you in the next one.
I'm actually quite good at board games, but right now I don't know which one is my favorite. I do really enjoy one called Jungle Speed. God, card games, we have one in Spain called Hijo Puta, really good one. And video game, I do love Borderlands, and Portal has a very special place in my heart.
Favorite board/card game, Wingspan. Favorite video game, my one true love that started it all for me, Skyrim.
Probably The Settlers of Catan. I love that one. Or maybe Dominion. One of those two.
My favorite video game of all time would probably be Elder Scrolls Skyrim, but Call of Duty is also good in a toxic kind of way.
PK, I love PK, and of course Pokemon Go.
Board game, chess. Card game, Uno. Video game, GoldenEye.
I love Rummio or Rummy Cup. I love that game. It's not a board. I don't think board game because it's done with like tablets, etchings. Favorite card game. It's called President in some places, Kings and Assholes in other places. Scum, I believe we call it Scum where I grew up. Each card had like a specific meaning to it. You could reverse or make people pick up cards, and the whole plan is to get rid of your hand. And my favorite video game is Skyrim. Skyrim is my favorite, and it's being rivaled by the entire BioWare gaming cinematic universe. So Mass Effect and Dragon Age.
I never played much of the board or card games, but video games, I can't remember which ones from PS2 video games I used to play, but my favorite type of game is the story-driven ones with action. Uncharted, Tomb Raider, the new Star Wars Jedi.
Probably favorite video game would be anything by Sega, but probably Daytona USA.
Retro, GoldenEye, newer, Dead Space. Absolutely.
Right now, I'm playing it kind of long distance whenever I can with a friend when we see each other. It's Gloomhaven. I've never played it before, and I was visiting him out in Minnesota, and it's fun. It's like if you just take the tactical battle side of D&D, and there's just scenarios, and it's just that really fun. A lot of rules.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about a game called Baldur's Gate 3. Magnificent. The storylines are perfect, the companions have these amazing rich backstories, the quests are good. It's just so immersive. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. Hard to beat. Maybe The Witcher 3. But I don't know. I think Baldur's Gate 3. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Can you hear me? Everyone but Keith?
Oh yeah, I'm on there. I can hear myself feedback wise from there.
Oh.
So we've lost
Everyone
Keith.
but not Nathan.
Yeah. Nathan is, while Keith tries to sort that out, Nathan's going to just be a little bit late to the games. I could quickly explain the game that we're going to play. Maybe.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a game that requires like virtually no prep, which is why it's fun. So it's called Pass the Buck. And what happens is you choose a topic, and in that topic, you start to name things. So, for example, easiest way to do it is characters of The Simpsons. And I've chosen the thing, so I shall start, and then I would say Homer, and then it would go across to Keith, and Keith would say Marge, and then Amy would say
Bart.
Bart. There you go. And so we continue around like that. Now, if you hesitate for more than 5 seconds, you're gone. If you repeat anything, you're gone. And if you get it wrong, obviously you're gone as well. Now you have 3 lives, and I thought we could just make it so that first person who goes has death ward spell on them, and they get 1 more life. So yeah, I thought we'd start with ASMR, or so again, just things like dinosaurs or countries and all that sort of stuff. So I thought we'd start with ASMRists, and then let's have a look at the chat to see other topics that people have put in. And if there are any appropriate topics in there, we can use those. And if there's nothing there, when the person who goes out chooses the next topic. You're back. No? No. Yeah, you're not in there.
Oh, yes, you silly goose. Eviori, I'm honored to have introduced you to D&D. Welcome to the life of D&D.
Did it work?
It's working now.
Woohoo!
It's working now.
We're there.
Um,
Thank you very much for your patience.
Yeah, thank you very much for your patience.
YouTube's fault.
It's not YouTube's fault. It's OBS's fault. There was a bug preventing my.
Yeah, it's definitely OBS.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. At least I think y'all can hear me now based on the audio mixer interface that I'm seeing. Can y'all hear me?
Yep. People are saying they can hear you.
Y'all can hear.
There you are. Okay, good. Good. Sorry about that, everybody. So, yeah, we are now ready. Like Paul said, we're going to be playing some Pass the Buck. But there was also a warm-up game that we're going to do while we wait for Nathan. Is that right?
You suggested the old
chance.
2 truths and a lie.
Yes.
To see who could guess them. I actually did this very recently. Like 2 months ago. Someone put me on the spot and I had to think about it. So it's a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
But mine's locked and loaded. So
No.
makes
So we're going to be the
easy.
ones over here stuttering, trying to think. And you're going to have
Yeah.
them all ready to go.
But that's okay. That's kind of part of the game, is it not?
Hmm.
He was like,
Maybe.
nah.
So you guys want to go first? Or?
I'll go first. Let's see. The first computer I ever used was a MacBook, and the first time I ran a marathon was in 2015, and my favorite pepper that I've had as a whole is Thai chili.
And we try to guess which one is the lie.
Guess which one's the lie?
3.
Me too. I'm thinking Thai chili.
Nope.
You should say nope. People are guessing in the.
Oh!
guessing.
People have to
People are
guess.
guessing in the chat, Keith.
Okay, well,
My
they
chat
all know
feed is
that
behind.
the
Let me
answer
refresh.
Isn't
3. Oh!
You used a Windows
Okay.
95 one. So. Oh, wait. I told 2 lies. Shit.
Did you really?
And you guessed the truth.
Find the truth.
Oh, well, does that mean we win
that's,
then?
That's
'Cause
what,
we could-
that's what we
oh,
were doing.
wow.
We were
Yeah.
guessing the truth because we knew you
guessing the
did.
truth.
To be
2 lies
fair,
on us.
during
passed our perception tests.
during my lunch break, I had some Mexican casserole with a lot of the last dab to prepare to tomorrow. So my brain's still kind of
Oh,
eh.
no.
So I'm gonna do terrible at Pass the Buck.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Let's try again.
Okay, yeah. Okay, 2 truths, 1 lie.
2 truths, 1 lie. Okay. I was born in San Francisco. My favorite sport is baseball. And I've been to Europe twice.
I feel like that's one of
2.
those mysterious, where it's like he's actually been to Europe 3 times or 1
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go 3,
I'm gonna
which
say
is
2.
probably the number of times you went to Europe, Keith.
So you say the lie is the amount of times I went to Europe. You say it's 2.
Yeah.
That my favorite sport is baseball. You're
Yeah.
both wrong. I was not born in San Francisco.
You weren't born in San
Oh.
You got the San Francisco thing behind you. You
I,
made
I was
it
I was not born in San
Yeah.
Francisco. I've never lived in San Francisco. I've just been near it my whole life. But no, I absolutely love baseball. I live and breathe baseball. I bleed orange and black.
Toronto Blue Jays for me, I think, even though I don't even know what that means. But yeah, go Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays have Brandon Belt now, and I'm jealous. I miss that guy. He was a Giant for a long time. Amy.
Okay, this is gonna be difficult. Okay. I played soccer in high school. My favorite snack
is... No, I don't even have a favorite snack, so I couldn't even answer that one really.
That's the lie. That's the lie.
I was like, I don't even have a real answer for that. Okay.
So the first one was I played soccer in high school.
Yeah, I played soccer in high school.
Okay.
This is so difficult. I started watching anime in middle school. I have never broken a bone.
I'm going to say never broken a bone.
I was going to say that as well because of, never broken a bone.
Is the lie?
Because you play soccer, and that's a bone-breaking sport, man.
What if she doesn't?
The lie
what if she
was
doesn't
number one.
Yeah.
I am not athletic in any way. Thank you guys for believing that.
And that's why you never broken a bone.
And that's why I've never broken a bone.
I've actually, believe it or not, I've never broken a bone either, except for my two front teeth. When I was in second grade, somebody shoved me into the urinal and I chipped my teeth against it. So my teeth right here, fake.
Oh no.
Can you tell?
I have never broken a bone either.
That's what happens
We're lucky.
when you don't leave the house and do strenuous
Before we
things.
went on, we were having a whole conversation about not leaving the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul.
Oh, it's me. Okay, 3 things. First, right, let's have a think. I have seen fireflies in a country that no longer exists. That's number
That is
1.
so right.
Number 2, I do my own dentistry. Not all of it, obviously, but I have the drill and I do fillings, and but I don't do the rest. Like, obviously, I'm not doing caps or anything like that.
One of those has to be true, and they're both.
And number 3 is I used to row competitively for St. Mary's College. Now, St. Mary's College is an all-girls college, by the way, as well.
What is the lie? They all feel like lie. Except, okay, number 3 I feel like is real.
I'm going to say the dentist one.
I hope it's the dentist one, so I'm going to say number 2 out of just sheer, I'm really hoping that that's the lie.
You got me. I don't do my own dentistry.
I don't know, because like part of me was like, maybe? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Atlas says, Paul, you're seen. You are my absolute hero.
I was very, very young when I saw the fireflies in a country that no longer exists.
Okay,
If
now you
anyone's
have to tell us the
interested-
country.
Prussia, it was. No, not Prussia. Sorry, no. It was Czechoslovakia, which went down in about 93.
Ian says, what the F? These are all lies. Angel says, never leave the house. Were you talking about my
Well, we're
lifestyle?
vampires, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I like
but my
that some people
sister
thought I do
absolutely
my own
is.
dentistry. I mean, that reflects badly on me, I think, a little. But
No, it's just I don't know. You just have like a certain vibe around you that just, I don't know. I kind of half believed it.
I did hear
I'm
about
sorry.
one person. I stole it. I did hear about a person who used to do their own dentistry with a leather drill. And they just use the Fuji line stuff to do their own fillings. But I do not recommend that. I feel even dentists don't do their own dentistry on themselves. I imagine they get another dentist. to
You know,
do it
I would
for
think
them.
so too. Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how good you are.
Oh gosh.
Okay. Looks like I'm up. So let me-
Yeah, it's all
okay.
you.
I was taught how to use a computer by my grandfather. I saw a bear on the way up to Half Dome. And I once gave a speech wearing my shirt inside out.
I
Number
don't
3
know.
has to be true.
Yeah.
Number 3 has to be true?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's gotta be true.
Is that the face of a man who's seen a bear? That's just my.
Is that the face?
The eyes.
Yes, he was talking about how many times he's been stung by bees. This man goes outside. He has seen a bear.
He's seen bears. He's seen bears.
This man has seen bears. So yeah, the other one.
You're going for number 1. My grandpa taught me how to use a computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You too, Paul?
No, I'm gonna go for the bear one. I don't like your.
You're gonna go for the.
there.
You're gonna go for the bear one.
Yeah,
Let's see what the chat says. Hendril says shirt inside out. Ponrial says number 1. Grandpa taught me computers, as does multiple strong minds. So, the lie is I once gave a presentation with my shirt inside out. That is the lie. My grandpa. I am 36 and have a grandpa that taught me computers, but the thing is, even though he was born in the 30s, but he worked as an engineer for the Army and eventually Pacific Bell, so he was very tech savvy. He was way ahead of its time. Like, if he was alive today to see the kind of tech we have now, he would be absolutely euphoric, man. Now, seeing the bear going up to Half Dome, I was senior year in high school. My dad and I went to Yosemite for a few days, and one day we went up to Half Dome, and on the way, the bear was out in the middle of the road, middle of the trail, right in front of us, facing away from us. And at the time, I didn't know that you're supposed to make yourself big and loud, but I thought you were not supposed to do that. Like, you'd be scaring them and provoking an attack. So everyone was doing that, and my heart was beating out of me. And so the bear was like slowly trotting away, and then it stopped, and so did my heart. But then about 5 seconds later, swear to God, couldn't make this up if I tried, the bear did this and started walking. It shrugged. I shit you not.
Just a bear shrug. A little bit more like the bear hug, isn't it?
Bear's cool. Absolutely cool with Keith. But the bees, enemy number 1.
Yeah, I've been stung 8 times. Should have used that for the next one, but then again, y'all, I already told.
Yeah, but
y'all,
we already, you
so
told
it would
us
have been
that.
more
So.
for the audience. So
yeah,
I have been stung 8 times.
You think I would be preparing my questions, but I was just.
Well, you're up.
Okay.
Just engrossing. You can't. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me think for a second. I have lived in 5 different states. I have never ridden a horse, and I used to debate competitively.
I'm gonna go with 5 different states.
I'm gonna go with debate competitively. You're just too nice to be going like, I want to argue with someone. No, I don't believe that.
Okay, let's see what the chat says.
Okay, yeah, let's see what the chat says.
Wraithwin says 2. Lunar says 3. Multiple Strong Mind says 3. Yeah, saying the same thing as Paul said. You too nice.
Well, the answer is 2 is the lie.
Never.
I have in fact ridden a horse.
It'd be very interesting to see you on the debate team. I bet you were very kind about it.
Well, when I was younger, I feel like we grow and we change. When I was younger, I was very passionate, and I wanted to go into politics, and so debate was something that I would, But with politics, facts don't matter, and that would upset me so much that I actually stopped debating altogether because it just annoyed me so much that it doesn't matter what you say, as long as you're just like firm on your opinion, the other person will not listen.
You and I are in a similar boat. I took a debate class in high school, and I dropped out in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I only did it for about a year, and then I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I quit. Yeah.
I used to go to the debate society because it had a really nice bar. It was cheap. I never debated, ever. Too scared. I was so
Yeah,
nervous in
for
public
real.
speaking when I was young. Yeah.
Paul.
Okay, I once rode the tube in London with Sir Ian McKellen, Gandalf.
Hmm.
I once played poker with 3 times snooker world champion winner Jimmy White. And I once went to a buffet with J.K. Rowling.
I'm gonna say the 2 with Sir Ian
2.
McKellen.
No, I believe Sir Ian McKellen. I don't know. I just feel like yes.
What was 2 again?
2 was the lie. Oh no, sorry, what was 2 again? 2 was, I played poker against Jimmy White, who is a very famous snooker player, which is an oxymoron, but yeah.
I didn't know who that was, so that's partially why I chose that. Also, I don't know. You also don't. I mean, you might be a poker player. You're one of those people where you could tell me anything about yourself and I would believe it. But I don't feel like poker is, is
The
your thing.
ultimate irony.
Yeah.
Wraithwind says 1. Pondering Owl says 3.
did
Mine
you
says
say?
3. Weekly says, I don't want to hear Paul saying these things anymore. It just makes my life feel miserable. Gracie says 3. Lunar says 3. Looks like the
It's only 'cause
consensus is 3.
I'm 100,000 years old, that's the only reason. Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? Never J.K. Rowling. I went to the Royal Albert Hall to see the proms. It was very cheap. You know, you can go to the proms in London for like $5. And Gandalf went as well. And we were on the same tube together, and he was there, and I'm like, so that was amazing. The Jimmy White, I did play poker against Jimmy White. I don't like playing poker, but I'm pretty good at playing poker. I can teach people how to play mathematical poker in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Jimmy White, fortunately, was very drunk and possibly on other things at that time, so he wasn't playing very well. And then the third thing, no J.K. Rowling. I put that in there for you, Hendril. I was hoping that you would believe me, but no.
Oh, then I was wrong. That's okay. I believe any of, because it's such a small like area. So like UK, so I assume that you all just see each other all the time. You know.
I once saw remember the Grand Sparrow from Game of Thrones, that dude. I saw him on the tube as well once.
Remind me. Sparrow?
He also played the Pope in the 2 Popes movies, the one opposite. Anyway, he's pretty famous. Just saw him wandering around on his own. It's weird to see. You do see it sometimes.
Yeah. The few times that I have gone outside, there have been a few celebrities that I've seen from afar, and I'm just like, I'm gonna pretend like I didn't see them.
That's how it goes.
Just blank them.
Yeah.
Should we try pass the buck?
Yeah.
Because I don't have any more stories.
I'm running out
That's
of.
as cool as
I'm
my
running.
life gets. That's
if I sat down and thought about it, I could come up with fun things. But on the spot, I'm like, I'm a woman.
You sprang this on us, Keith. So we were ready for pass the buck.
Hey man.
Yeah.
I thought 2 Truths and a Lie was your idea.
Was it?
Yeah. I
think it was actually.
Oh,
I think it was.
Maybe me.
You should have told 2 truths with that.
Do you have more prepared? You don't have any more prepared? You said that you had some.
I didn't have that. I actually only had the
You
one
only
you
had
were
this?
asked
Okay.
like 2 weeks ago. I didn't expect a second round, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
No one does a second round of this game. It's always one round is what you get.
I do have one more.
Okay, good. Go
one
ahead.
more.
Go ahead.
So
He's going for a third round? I mean, wow. I'm not doing a third round.
So
that many
all-
facts about yourself. Yeah.
So all 3 of these, I used to play baseball as a kid, and all 3 of these were teams that I played in Little League. One is a lie. I played for the A's. I played for the White Sox. I played for the Giants. Which is the lie?
Wait. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know much about sports, but aren't those like big teams?
So in Little League, I played for teams of these names named after them because where I'm from. Little
Okay.
League
I was
teams
like, So they're all lies, or
Well, no, I didn't play. I didn't play for the actual teams, but where I'm from, Little League teams use the names and uniforms of Major League Baseball teams. So in Little League, I played for the A's, I played for the White Sox, played for the Giants.
What color are your socks right now, Keith?
I am barefoot right now.
So it's definitely not White Sox.
You're
I'm
welcome,
going
Internet.
to White Sox.
The White Sox don't even wear White Sox. They wear black socks.
You see, they wear socks. This is what makes me suspicious. No socks on the feet. What else do you want me to base it on,
very
Keith?
suspicious.
What else do you want me to base it on?
So Pondering Al says White Sox. Gracie says 1 A's. Wraithwind says A's.
I am so out of my element. I'll go with A's.
Okay. Paul? Oh, was your answer White Sox?
It was.
Okay. The answer is Giants. I played on the Giants in Babe Ruth
Nobody
League.
guessed Giants, so that's nice.
Everyone was wrong.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a difficult one.
In Little League, I played for the A's for a year, the White Sox for 2, and then when I was 13 and too old to play in Little League, I went over to Babe Ruth for a year, and I played in the Giants there. So not in Little League, so that makes that the lie.
This man goes outside.
He does.
I do. All right.
Okay, let's have a little game of Pass the Buck, shall we?
Yeah, I was hoping that Nathan would be here because he said that he was also going to be terrible at this game, and I know I'm going to be terrible at this game.
We'll start a little bit of Pass the Buck, and then when Nathan comes in, we'll continue from there.
Okay.
We do a practice round.
Yeah.
So what I see is me at the top left, then Keith at the top right.
You're seeing the
so
same
that's
thing
what-
as I am, and therefore
Okay,
as the chat is. So that's perfect.
Okay, cool. So I'll start. Just a quick refresher of the rules. More than 5 seconds, you lose a life. Repeat the same thing, you lose a life. Get it wrong, you lose a life. So as a practice, we'll say ASMR.
And how many lives do you get?
Well, you get 3.
Can I cheat? Can I look at my phone?
We
Or
have
is
to
that...
trust your integrity. Yes.
Because you get 5
So-
seconds, and it usually takes more than 5 seconds. To
Oh,
get
that's
something
true.
out.
Yeah. Well, I could literally just type in like ASMR artist, or maybe I'll just go to my feed or no.
That's true.
Once AI gives us the ability to stop time, then
Right.
cheating in this game is going to run rampant.
Right. Okay.
So I will kick off with Amy K ASMR.
Oh wait. So what's the? Who goes next after?
And it's Keith, and then it's
Okay.
yourself. Keith, you have 5 seconds.
Wait, what was the prompt?
4 seconds ago.
What was the prompt? We were like getting into.
You're out. That's it.
ASMR.
You lost.
ASMR artists. Okay. Freddy Fox.
Cam. ASMR.
Jibby.
Wraithwin.
Tinglesmith.
Nathan ASMR.
ASMR Weekly.
ASMR Whisperwind.
ASM Musing Mirror.
Psychoist.
I'm already. I feel like I'm out. I feel like that was.
Fine.
Oh, you're giving more. I don't.
Strike one.
You're gone. You're gone. Brings you down to 2 lives. Zeitgeist. So now you pick a topic. We don't see anything in the chat. Guys, if you have a topic you want to throw at us in the chat, do it. Do it now.
Do it now.
Yeah, otherwise you're,
I probably shouldn't get close to the mic when I do our own impressions.
You can.
Remember
pick
when I
anything you
said I
want.
was going to kill you last? I lied.
You can do something really specific to you. I mean,
Pokemon.
I wouldn't say,
I'm gonna
members
fail
of
this one.
my family. That would be too hard.
D&D
Yeah.
spells. So I don't play D&D, so
I actually was thinking D&D
Oh,
spells, but
do it.
I know that
I don't
would
know
be.
anything D&D, so I would be out in an instant. Pokemon, I might be able
But
to do.
should I do that to Bamcam? No. You can make them up. You can guess.
Yeah. Yeah, you could guess. I mean, a lot of them are very guessable.
Could be like spells in general.
Yeah. Well, D&D spells. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, Amy. You
Let's
start.
do it.
I don't know
Okay.
any D&D spells.
Fireball.
Oh, that would have been the one he could have guessed.
I would not.
that's
I would
right.
not
I
have guessed
stole
that.
it.
I would
I
not have
stole
guessed
it.
that.
Melf's acid arrow.
Turning invisible.
That is one.
Yes, invisibility.
See, invisibility is also that's mine. See
Shield
invisibility.
of faith.
Flying.
Yeah,
Levitation.
that is one. Blink.
182.
1, 2, 3. Dancing lights.
Super speed.
Haste. I think we can give him that.
I think
Haste,
I'll
yes.
give him that. I'll give him haste.
Yes.
Yeah. Fairy fire.
Stone skin.
Freeze.
I don't know if I could give him that one.
That's a life.
Yeah.
It's good, but no, there are too many free spells.
Yeah, I was gonna say like.
I go outside.
If you said like freeze bolt, I would have given that to you. I would have been like, okay, yeah.
Someone has suggested film directors, Keith. If you'd
no.
like to
Oh,
kick us off with
okay.
film directors.
Martin Campbell.
Sam Raimi.
Martin Scorsese.
Christopher Nolan.
Wes Anderson.
Steven Spielberg.
Roger Spottiswoode.
Quentin Tarantino.
Quentin Tarantino's been done.
Oh!
Steer right to.
I told you I'm terrible at this.
Oh no, wait there. It hasn't been done.
It hasn't done. I was gonna say.
Oh. Well,
it was Scorsese he was done. So
Oh.
that's my mistake.
Okay, Well, then we
and
keep
I feel
going.
I should lose a life for that.
Yeah, I was like, wow. There's
we
only
could
been
keep
2
going.
rounds.
Alfred Hitchcock.
Guy Hamilton.
Well, you got me this round. I only know a very limited amount of film directors, and you guys said them all.
Me too. I'm so glad you're going.
Being a James Bond fan really helped me. Most of the ones I named I know because of Bond. James Bond.
I would have been so doomed. Oh, Doug Breeds is the next one.
George
Breeds?
Lucas.
I could do that. Yeah.
We didn't get Lucas. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You kick us off, Amy.
Okay. Dog reads. Collie.
West Highland White Terrier.
Maltese.
Jack Russell.
Chihuahua.
Corgi.
Chow Chow.
Puli.
Cocker Spaniel.
Husky.
King Charles Spaniel.
Poodle.
Pomeranian.
German Shepherd.
That's a strike for me. I'm blanking.
Thank God, I couldn't think of anything. I was like racking my brain, like you know so many dogs. Okay, wait a minute. I did get one. I did think of one. Okay.
Nathan says he'll be here in about 10 minutes.
Well, let's keep practicing, and then I'm going to be very serious about the scores thereafter. I'm going to start keeping them. Let me open something.
Are we going to start
Give you all
keeping
3
score
lives.
when Nathan joins?
That's what I was thinking. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. Automobiles.
Oh God, why would you do that to me?
Me too. Yeah. Who's starting? It's you, Keith, isn't it?
Are we doing car makes or models?
Cars, just in general.
cars in general,
I
okay.
don't know the difference between those two things.
Honda CR-V.
Ford.
Yeah, I was going to go Model T Ford, my first ever car, but let me go DeLorean.
Tesla.
Corvette.
Hyundai.
Pontiac.
Porsche.
Aston Martin.
BMW.
Hummer.
Ferrari.
Cadillac.
Land Rover?
Steelike.
Yes.
The crash from me. I was like, I'll go Honda.
This is fun.
And then I'll go
I
Ford.
love
And then
this.
it went Honda, Ford. And I'm like, okay, they're the two I know.
It gets tougher when you get further in because you
Yeah.
also have to remember
for
what was
sure.
said.
Right. Yeah.
Do we have any more in the chat?
Yeah, let's see. We have ASMR triggers. That's a good one.
Harry
Right.
Potter spells, is that as well?
You do
I
that
could-
one next.
I could probably do that. Yeah.
Yeah, Harry Potter spells I can do.
I could do maybe 2 rounds of Harry Potter spells.
Can we start with Harry Potter then? And then go to triggers?
Yeah.
Sure.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Petrificus totalis.
Aloha Mora.
Dear.
Damn.
And now I cannot be friends with ASMR.
Yeah, you're not allowed to be friends with him at all.
Alejandro was the one I was going to think of.
Yeah. Yeah. I stole it.
And I got it wrong as well. Not
Thank God, because I
think
can only think of
Petrificus
one.
totalis his brain.
Yeah, I can only think
Stupefy,
of one
of
more. Oh, Stupefy. Okay. Yeah.
Want to go round 2 with it?
I couldn't. That's it. My round one is gone. ASMR
Yeah.
triggers.
I was gonna do Avada Kedavra.
Oh yeah.
That was it. That
Yeah.
was all.
Harry Potter, the boy who lived, come to die. Avada Kedavra.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, who's kicking off the triggers?
I lost, so I probably go.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I guess from now on, loser will kick off. Yeah. What did you say? What did you say?
Said
Yes.
Tapping.
Oh, tapping.
Okay.
Ice globes.
Whispering.
Scratching.
Ear tapping.
Fluffy Mike.
Light tracing.
Finger fluttering.
Soft spoken.
Paper crinkling. This is going to go on a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it might.
Bubble wrap.
Plastic crinkling.
Sticky fingers.
Eee.
Water triggers.
Did we say ear cupping yet?
No.
No.
I said
Ear
ear
cupping.
tapping.
See?
Ear-
Okay. There we go. Okay.
Color massage. It's where you put the color, when people run the colors over your eyes, over potentially your closed eyes. I definitely didn't just make that up to survive.
That exists. Shiver Me Tingles does a lot of that on TikTok.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Hand
yeah.
movements.
Oh, that's good. Layered sounds?
That works.
Binaural
Yeah. Yep.
sounds.
Tongue clicking.
Unintelligible whispering.
Would we say haircutting? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beard scratching.
Medical exam.
Cranial nerve exam.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
I guess is sort of, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a little difference. Yeah.
Oh, ear eating.
Spit painting.
Hendrill's magic spark spells.
Oh,
You ever
those are
had
the
that?
best. The sizzles.
Yes.
Or
Special
bees.
sizzles.
Or bees.
Wait, is that your answer?
That's my
bees?
answer. Or bees.
Oh, Orbeez.
Yeah.
That's the thing. isn't it?
Orbeez. Sorry,
Yeah.
you got me stuck on the bees.
I think in like wasps or bees.
Yeah, I was like, actually, I don't think that's a trigger. I'm not stalling.
These things in here are Orbeez.
The hard part is not the one what the people
Not
haven't
repeating.
said.
Not
What people
repeating.
haven't said, yeah.
Yeah, stuttering.
One eternity later, says multiple strong minds.
Could we go eating, I guess?
Yeah.
That mukbang.
Not for
Yeah.
me, but yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, whose turn is it?
I think it's yours now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Drops. eye drops.
Okay. It's very specific. Unintentional ASMR.
Mine's lame. I was going to say flickering candles, but that doesn't count. I don't think that counts.
That counts.
You think? I do like looking at flickering candles, and I do loads of it in my videos.
Oh, with the sound of flickering candles. That too. I think that would work. Yeah.
Wooden frog.
Like pencil sounds.
Like cloth stroking.
Those ice globes.
Poppers. I said ice globes.
No, you said
That was
Orbeez.
the first one I said.
Did you really?
The first one I said was ice globes.
Ugh.
Maybe true.
Yeah.
The problem is the repetition. That's what gets
Exactly.
you.
Too much.
It's the repetition. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, we did ourselves proud by going that long.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Someone,
We lived up to our names or niche, whatever.
Someone here said European countries. I'm more than happy to do that one.
European countries?
I'm probably gonna
You guys are gonna eat me alive, but let's do this.
Yeah, Paul's gonna destroy us.
Okay, I guess I'll start since I lost. France.
Now, it didn't say that they had to be current European countries, did it? So I think I'm going to go...
No. Come on.
Actually, no, I think that's how you're gonna get out, is if you say an old one. Because I was just thinking to myself, like, does that country still exist anymore? Never mind, France.
Okay. Wales.
Okay.
Czechia.
UK?
True, but now you've wiped out Scotland, England, and Northern Ireland. There.
Okay, then
which is
England.
Fine, which is fine.
England. Just England.
Scotland.
Switzerland.
Northern Ireland.
Southern Ireland, also just known as the real Ireland.
Oh, okay.
Denmark.
Italy?
Did we say Spain?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
Monaco.
Portugal.
Oh, wait a minute. Is Monaco in Europe?
Yes,
I
it
feel
is.
Monaco is in Africa. I would say
No.
Monaco is in Africa.
No, it is. I've been to Monaco. It is not in Africa.
Country in Europe. Oh, it's so
It's
borderline.
like right in the sliver of France.
All right, so okay, we gotta Google it.
We got it. We checked it. It's true. So yeah, Monaco stands.
Yeah, is Portugal in Europe? I don't know.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
my.
It is.
Okay,
Right
thank
next to
goodness.
Spain.
There you go.
Poland.
Norway.
Germany.
Did you not do Norway already?
Is Norway?
Did you? You did another Nordic country, at the very least.
I did Denmark.
Okay, Denmark, Nordic.
Okay,
Sweden.
okay.
Finland.
Guys, is Belgium its own country, or is that a?
It is its own country.
I'm so sorry.
Luxembourg.
Is that its own
Croatia.
country, or is that? Oh, you guys.
Croatia, yeah.
Yeah, Luxembourg.
Oh
That's.
my gosh.
Few are locked in a war right now, like you could use.
Goodness.
Amy?
Did we say Netherlands yet?
No.
We didn't, and that's good.
Oh,
Netherlands.
right.
Ukraine.
Is that also your
East and Far East. Yeah.
Slovakia.
Uzbekistan?
That is Middle East and Asia.
I think it's, yeah. It'd be near Greece, but not quite enough. I think that would... Yeah, no, it's not. Close though. If it worked, I definitely would have went for Kazakhstan.
Yes, Gamash.
I knew it was gonna be
Right.
that. I knew I wasn't gonna win that one.
Okay.
I think we did. I think we did pretty well for
We did
Americans,
pretty well.
excluding
We did.
excluding Paul. But for Americans, I think we did pretty well because I think in general, everyone in Europe thinks that Americans have no idea of any other
A lot
country.
of Americans don't.
Well,
A lot
maybe
of-
that's true.
A lot of Americans don't.
Depends on the area.
Anybody got any more prompts? Oh,
So musicians, and also Pokemon are two that we have to embarrass ourselves on.
Oh no.
So which one are we doing first?
Let's do Pokemon. That won't last long.
Oh, okay. I can do that one.
Pokemon, I'm gonna fail.
Oh, okay.
And we got
Who's
vegetables.
starting?
Pikachu.
Is Jigglypuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Charizard.
Pichu.
That's as far as I can do. I can only do one. But the Pikachu one as well was my other.
Okay, your one was Jigglypuff?
Well, I knew
in your
Jigglypuff
boat
from
because
memes.
when Smash Brothers came out, all I knew was Pikachu, and then
Right.
in turn,
Yeah.
all I knew after that
Ooh,
was
Smash
Jigglypuff.
Brothers characters.
Oh, that's another good one.
That's a good one.
Should we do musicians?
Yeah. Let's
Oh,
keep
boy.
Smash Brothers characters in
I'm
fact,
really good at listening to songs. I'm not good at looking at who it's by. So I already know I'm going to lose this one.
Can bands count?
I reckon you can do this. Bands count, yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Oh, no. Okay. I have to think of a genre. And then
I went out, didn't I have to start? Leonard Cohen.
John Lennon.
Lady Gaga.
Al Bowley.
Sting.
Beyonce.
Miley Cyrus.
Sheryl Crow.
York.
Bob Dylan.
Dave Grohl.
Taylor Swift.
Philip Collins. Philip Collins.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Hello. Peter Gabriel.
Blink-182.
Kate Bush.
Janis Joplin.
My Chemical Romance.
Did I do James Taylor? I don't think I did.
I don't think so.
No, James Taylor.
Sinead O'Connor.
Fall Out
Nothing
Boys.
compares to that answer.
Mm.
Weezer.
Thank you, Rachel. Claudio Sanchez.
Oasis.
Coheed King.
Flight of the Conchords.
Wait, is that it? I thought that was a show.
They're also a band.
They're also a band? Okay. I didn't know that. I learned something new. Ringo Starr.
Did we say the Beatles?
We
Didn't say
didn't.
the
We named
Beatles.
specific
We-
Beatles, but we didn't say the Beatles.
Okay, the Beatles. Then.
Elvis Presley.
Mark Knopfler.
Is Selena Gomez?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's a,
Yeah, she does. She sings, right?
yes, she
Yeah.
sings.
Yeah, then that counts.
Yeah.
Everyone in Dire Straits except for Mark Knopfler.
Duran Duran.
Journey.
Ooh,
Lady Gaga.
we said that.
I already
Amy
said
said
that one.
Amy said
Oh.
Bad.
That's the first one I said. Bad.
Very
that.
good.
You just couldn't
Well,
read her
Courtney.
poker face.
Oh, let's get your own back. U.S. states.
Oh.
You guys will hammer me on that.
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
I
Finally,
went out
one I can
revenge time
do.
I wish there were more
well-
Canadian provinces.
I'll start with my favorite state, Nevada.
California.
Arizona.
Do you think that makes people laugh? North Dakota. I almost went West Dakota there. No.
West Virginia.
New York.
Virginia.
Florida.
Massachusetts.
Washington.
Vermont.
California.
I said California.
You did not. Ah,
I
I cannot believe I got out.
I was going dry there as
I'm
well.
disappointed in myself for that. Oh,
Just gotta
gosh.
hope for the duplicates.
That's really what it is when everyone's pretty knowledgeable about that subject, you just gotta hope that someone's like, that one's obvious, they haven't used it before. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh, we have vegetables.
Okay.
That's an interesting
Vegetables?
one.
I'm down.
Okay.
As a vegan, if I fail, I have to quit the internet forever.
Okay, well, I'm gonna keep you through that. Celery.
Aubergine.
Rhubarb.
I'm not going to use your American words.
I was like,
That's fine.
But if you do say the same thing,
If
in
I say
American,
eggplant,
that's
is that-
it. You're out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No. Rhubarb.
Carrot.
The humble potato.
Corn.
Cucumber.
Peas.
Radish.
Shoot. Horseradish?
Lettuce.
Kale.
Arugula.
Ooh.
It's my favorite.
I say tomato.
That's a fruit, but then again,
Wait.
so is cucumber.
Is that technically a fruit?
Yeah, but so is cucumber.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah. Cucumbers, tomatoes, squash, peppers, those are all fruits. Because, see...
All right, I'm gonna let Paul keep that one then.
Amy withdraws her objection.
I'm gonna give him that one.
They're fruits
I think we should
when they
give
grow
Amy
off.
cucumber.
The vegetable is the plant itself. The fruit grows off of the plant and has seeds.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're still in the game. It's
Next
your
time
turn,
I
then.
send you a fruit basket, Keith, it'll be full of cucumbers and tomatoes.
That's
and I
actually
hope
the
you
kind of fruit
enjoy it.
basket I prefer, to believe it or not.
And we're just gonna wipe that knowledge from existence that those squash and all that stuff is, because that was actually in my repertoire coming up. So.
Yeah. Are we still going on this one?
Yep. It's your turn.
Bok
Oh, still
choy.
there.
Artichoke.
Crown
Please
daisy.
Garlic.
Butternut squash.
It's a fruit.
We wiped our memories of that.
We did
You
write
agreed
memories
to
of that.
wiping the memories.
We used the spell
What?
thing, the Harry Potter
Yeah,
thing.
you have to look at the screen. Okay.
Nathan says that in order for him to jump in, we'd have to end the meeting, so he'll join the chat instead. Which is all right.
Is that a clever way of getting out of it, Nathan?
Yes.
That is a clever way of getting out of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
We could end it and come back in, couldn't we?
Yeah, I think
I'm
we
all right
could.
with that.
We can.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
Coming
we
scoop.
can. We literally did that in the opening ceremony this morning
Yeah,
when we got
we're
you.
not
in.
letting him.
Yeah.
We're not letting him get
Yeah,
away.
we're not letting him get away.
You're
I
coming,
agree.
Nathan.
Yeah, come on
Yeah,
in.
yeah,
bud.
yeah,
Come
Nathan, you're
on.
playing this with us. So we will be right back, and we'll continue this game with Nathan, where we were going to start keeping score. So, yeah, it's been a fun warm up. We'll see you in a few. And we're back. And we have a Nathan.
Hey, what's up, everyone? How we doing? I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here. It's either here or in the traffic in Miami. I think I take here. I think I take here any day.
Me too. 100%.
Even if I'm about to lose really, really badly.
Oh, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
I listened in the car, so you may be surprised, but
You mentally prepared.
I saw a little bit, but not enough, probably. Oh, you know what? Now, shoot, maybe I shouldn't be in the beach anymore. I feel like I should change it. Let's see here. What do I'm ready when you guys are. How should we do this here? Maybe I go back to space.
Starting,
Yeah.
Nathan,
you're
starting.
Yeah.
It goes you.
So I just say like a subject, and then we just go like.
Well, we have a few subjects set up from the group.
The audience is giving us prompts.
And the next one is fictional animals or beasts.
Ooh, I am so
right.
Oh, that's curious.
That's a hard one. It's a hard one. Shoot.
That is difficult. Yeah, and Pokemon don't count, right?
My post-work brain. I need a copy.
Like mythical beasts.
The issue is like I can think of them in my head, but the names.
No, yeah, that's a hard one. That is a hard one. I was like Greek. I don't need Greek. Like Pegasus, I guess is one. Wait, we shouldn't start.
Yeah.
We don't want to start. All right. I'm stopping.
Is Pegasus your starting answer?
I mean, it would be, but I mean, I feel like you wanted me to choose one, but I definitely we could go with that for sure.
Yeah, you kind of literally just did.
Yep, you did. Okay, I'll go.
All right, let's go then.
So just make sure it's Nathan, me.
It's Nathan, Paul, me, you.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's me. You and Pegasus. I'm gonna go unicorn. Actually, no. You know what? Not to stop the flow, but if I said to you, one of these animals is fictitious, a horse with a horn, or a four-legged beast that has an incredibly, incredibly long neck and a tongue
like
that actually can pull up. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So I just feel like a unicorn very believable, a giraffe not so believable, but it's the other way around. Anyway, you've had plenty of thinking time now, Keith.
Griffin.
Fiction is stranger than reality.
Griffin.
I'm sorry, the other way around. Reality is stranger than fiction. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Does Loch Ness Monster count?
Ooh.
I think it does. I think it does.
Okay.
I think that definitely counts.
Okay.
Nathan.
Wait, is it my turn?
It's your turn.
Yeah. Yep. It's your turn.
Oh wait, what did you say, Keith?
I said Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Griffin. Sasquatch.
Isn't that a humanoid
monster? No,
no, he's like a beast.
He's a beast.
He's definitely.
I'll give you that. You gave me Loch Ness. I'm gonna give you that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
A chimera.
Minotaur.
Wait, so does Chupacabra? Is that?
Oh, that was the one I was thinking. No, that counts. That totally counts. Totally counts. Shoot. I think I might have lost here. I don't think I can think of anything else.
That's it. You're down to 2 lives.
Yeah.
What's the next topic up?
That is so there's like so many like mythical creatures in Harry Potter, and I was like, oh, I'll just name off all the Harry Potter creatures.
Yeah,
literally
no,
none of them are coming to
like
mind.
that.
I'm thinking like Scribbles, Nibbles.
We got.
I could have thought of one. I thought of one now, but I
can't.
You can see them.
I mean, what does it?
Periwinkle?
Does a druid like? I don't know. I feel like like World of Warcraft characters. I don't know.
So
I could do World of Warcraft classes. Yeah.
Troll. Does an elf or troll count? I don't know.
Well, next prompt I'm seeing is sea creatures.
Features.
Actually, I see one that says reasons to miss school or work. Which
oh my gosh.
Maybe we go.
I like that. I like that one. Good.
Any reason.
Like fake reasons to give for missing.
Now, if you'd asked me that like 30 minutes ago at work, definitely not work. I love you, boss. Please. Of course, I want to be here.
It's what other people say. The asking for a friend kind of thing.
Yeah.
All
right. So which one is it we're doing here? We're doing
Keith.
Which one did we decide on there?
I guess we'll do the work one first, and then sea creatures.
So just or excuses as to why you were late, or like reasons you were late, or excuses
missing work or school. For example, I am sick.
Well, Nathan's starting though.
I was gonna say I'm just myself because I'm always kind of a little bit late. But my name is Nate.
It rhymes,
Late the
right?
night.
I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, let's see. Like I stubbed my. Wait, no, is it my turn? It's Amy's
Yeah,
turn,
it's
right?
your turn. No, it's your turn.
Oh, you're
He
starting.
was giving Keith was giving an example, but you start because you lost the last round.
Yeah.
All right. Since I lost, all right. So I mean, yeah, like I stubbed my. I broke my elbow.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just because I did, I don't know. That's sort of.
Can you break an elbow?
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
feels
I
like
did,
it's
man.
like a-
Yeah.
yeah.
Look right there. Yeah, right there.
Okay,
yeah,
okay, good.
definitely. Yeah.
I missed the bus.
Taylor Swift showed up to my front door.
Oh my gosh, flat tire.
My mother was sick.
I missed my handsome carriage.
Somebody slashed my tires.
Oh, my cat wouldn't get off of me, and so I was stuck on the bed because you're not allowed to move cats.
Didn't bring my pants. I mean, that's like the classic, like the nightmare where you're like,
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm here, but I have no pants on. Why did I do that? Why am I here?
Yeah. Exactly.
Can't believe it. I missed the ferry. That was just.
I mean, if you were, especially if you lived in New York, you're Hasidim on the Sabbath. I mean, they don't, you can only ride the ferry. So it works technically.
I got trampled by bulls.
Oh, my balls. I stopped to get Starbucks.
Wait, you got trampled
by
bulls. Oh, I thought you said something else.
What was your
Starbucks?
I stopped to get Starbucks. That's why I'm late.
I was suspended.
I quit.
I had Domino's last night.
Oh gosh.
A friend of mine actually used that at school and it worked.
I woke up late.
I died.
I woke up too early.
I had to take my dog to the vet.
I don't know. Does that fly? I don't know. I feel like in school though.
If it will work.
I feel like they just say
I thought
you come in.
school or work.
Or work.
Oh, work. Oh, I see. Oh,
Yeah.
that works. That works.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that opens up a whole new doorway right there.
Yeah. My cat puked all over my room, and I had to clean it up.
Okay. I got caught in traffic, and they're doing construction, which they don't seem to want to fix the light, so everyone gets trapped in a bottleneck for like an hour and a half.
One
So I
feels
didn't
personal.
make it, okay?
I feel like that happened.
Why, God? Why he's
Yeah, why does that one feel?
Yeah, maybe a little personal. That one's a little personal.
I was turned to stone.
The
Fortunately.
The train in front of me got half derailed on the way home the night before. That actually happened to me the night before I started 7th grade, by the way.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Nice.
There was
That's
an
horrendous.
earthquake, and it caused a huge fissure in the land, and I couldn't make it.
Sadly,
That's
becoming
bad.
more a popular excuse.
Yeah,
as time
so
goes
sad.
on.
Yeah,
Yeah. I got sick.
I already said.
we already did that
No,
one.
I got
wait,
COVID.
Wait,
I got COVID.
Too late. Too late.
Wait. But Keith said that. Keith said that as an example.
That's true.
Oh, that's true.
That's
Good.
true. Okay.
All right, I'll change it to I got COVID just to be safe.
I want to wipe them all out. I
COVID.
got sick. Boom. No more sicknesses.
Yeah.
All
No
right.
sicknesses.
I
So-
was
and
gonna
then
go through every single one. I was
every
I got
single
flu.
broken bone.
I got.
See, I was thinking that too. I was like, okay, I broke my hand, I broke my foot, I broke my
Yeah, I thought that
kneecap.
earlier too.
Yeah.
My apartment flooded.
Oh, that's good. My apartment caught on fire.
There's a hurricane.
Oh, that's good.
I mean, I live. Yeah.
Yep, that's a good
My
one.
apartment got repossessed.
Oh.
My insides caught on fire.
Your what?
My insides caught on fire.
Like your guts? Like your
Yeah.
your stomach?
Yes.
That?
Okay.
I think that seems like yeah.
Does that feel like a
works.
sickness though, or is it internal?
Yeah, that kind. I
it's-
feel like
it's-
I need
it's
to
from-
specify
it's from-
here. I think.
Okay, it's on the
consuming
line.
Too much spicy
It's on the
food.
line.
It's on the line.
Okay,
Be careful.
it's on the
This
line.
is a warning.
Yes, this is a warning.
No. It works. It works.
Okay.
If
This
it
is your,
was
this
spice,
is your
then I think
first
that
warning.
works. But
Hey, what up, sugar?
I got snowed in.
I had to take my kids to school.
Oh my god,
I
that's a
don't
real
have
one.
kids, but if I did, like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I don't have a dog, and I said took my dog to the vet.
Okay.
Fair enough.
My outside's caught on fire.
I trimmed my beard too short.
I forgot to do laundry and I don't have any clothes left.
I had 5 a.m. swim practice and therefore came to class late. Just thinking of real world experiences, you know?
Right. Same here.
The pain.
Paul?
I'm gone. That was too long. That was too long.
Yes!
Gonna delete
That'll be
all
me.
the lives off me. I was just shocked by the previous answers by all 3 of you. I'm like, what's going on?
Well,
So,
look,
what's the
you went
next
out
one?
with that outfit. You went out like a gentleman, and that's the most
Yeah,
important thing right there.
Yeah.
100%.
You know how hot it is here right now. I thought I'd style it up for TingleCon, but yeah.
Yeah, I know how that goes. I know that
The
goes.
outside's catching on fire there.
Yeah.
What was the next one?
The
again?
next one was sea creatures.
Sea creatures. Okay. So
Oh.
I'll start with the flashy starfish.
Octopus.
Sea sponge.
Seahorse.
Swordfish.
Sea star.
Squid.
We're just
Sea
picking back
turtle.
off of SpongeBob.
Oh,
Sea turtle?
wait.
Didn't we already say sea star?
We said
I-
starfish, which is the same thing, isn't it? We both went,
Did I?
Yeah.
Does that mean I
I'm pretty
lose?
sure. Yeah,
It
I
does
think
mean
I
that
guess
you
you
lose.
lost.
Oh,
Good day.
Yeah,
Wow.
you already
Damn it.
lost. Yeah.
Man,
So
I was
only
loaded
Amy
for that one. I'm
is
such
on
a
strike
speed
one.
nerd. I was all up in that.
We're all on 2 lives except Amy, who's on 3. We
Wow.
see where this is going.
What
was the next one?
Animated films.
Animated films. Oh goodness gracious.
Shiver majored in biology. Yeah, she would have crushed us. I major in computer graphics, so I should crush this one. The Lion King.
Oh, I'm next.
Wait, what's the theme? I'm sorry.
Animated
films. Okay, sorry.
Animated films.
Lion King, gotcha.
Hercules.
Dragon Ball Z, 1, 2, 3. I'm just taking all the Dragon Ball Zs.
Okay.
That's it. They're gone.
That's fine.
They're gone. There's like 30 of them.
Wow.
Snow White.
Finding Nemo.
Mulan.
One Piece. Just gonna go like
Beauty.
What was that, Paul?
Sleeping Beauty.
Sausage Party.
Oh my god. Spirited Away.
What a good movie.
Kiki's
Such
Delivery
a-
Service.
Yeah, we're just going Miyazaki now, are we? Yeah, Poco Rosso.
I only know Spirited Away out of Miyazaki, so I'm just gonna go Lady and the Tramp.
Princess Mononoke. Mononoke.
Oh, Princess Mononoke.
Pinocchio.
I'm trying to do Miyazaki and I'm failing, so I'm gonna have to go for Beauty and the Beast.
Did we already say Beauty and the Beast?
You
I
said
don't-
Sleeping Beauty.
You said Sleeping Beauty. You said Sleeping
Different.
Beauty.
Different.
Okay.
You got a friend in me. Toy Story.
All of them.
Fudge muffins. Why do you have to do that? Well, you didn't say Finding Nemo too.
There's Finding
You just said you said Finding Nemo,
But
you
what
didn't
is
say Finding,
Finding
Nemo too.
Nemo 2? Is there a Finding Nemo?
Dory.
Yeah, Finding Dory.
Finding Dory. Yeah.
Finding Dory.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did not say Finding Dory. And I didn't pull a Nathan and take them all.
You didn't pull a Nathan.
So you're good.
Yeah.
Fantastic Planet. It's a 1970s French film that's animated. It's about like
Oh,
if
it's
humans were like pets
1970s
of aliens.
French film.
I mean, this is
Oh.
one I like.
We're over here with
I
Disney
just like
films
it.
and-
This is good. It's
Oh.
good. It's like the
Okay.
humans are the pets. It's like if humans were pets and the aliens like it's cool. It's cool. Makes you
Okay.
think.
Okay.
Steamboat
That
Willie.
opens things up.
Ooh.
It's a film from 1923.
Yeah. Starred Mickey.
Mickey Mouse, basically. The first. So that wipes out all Mickey Mouse ones.
Well, that's the only one I can remember. So
Okay.
I'm going to go with Lion King 2, Simba's Pride.
Didn't
I feel like Lion King though is
No,
not
Wait,
kind of
I didn't take all the Lion
Okay,
King.
he didn't take them all, but now we can take all the Lion Kings.
Yeah,
'cause
Lion
I think
King's
there was
out.
like
You
4.
can't-
Yeah.
Like live version of
Okay, I'm gonna go with Fern Gully.
It's a good. That was a great film. So sad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Little Mermaid.
I don't think we've said that one.
No.
Yeah, surprisingly.
That was going to be my next one, so.
Me too.
I'm glad I'm.
Grave of the Fireflies. That's a Miyazaki.
The Jungle Book.
Oh, that's good too. Anastasia.
Howl's Castle.
Ah,
Good one.
that's a good one.
How's Moving Castle. But yeah, you can get that one. What is brave. I think I got
Okay.
that one.
Yeah,
Just
we'll accept it.
Okay.
It's a warning. That's a warning, though. That
Is a warning.
A Bug's, a Bug's Life.
Consider me warned.
A Bug's Life. Oh, that's a good one. Ants.
Oh, that's a good one.
Nausicaa of the Wild. I think that's what it's called.
That was
or
a good. Oh
Nausicaa.
wow, he's just belting the Miyazaki's out, isn't he?
I happen to know all the Miyazaki.
Yeah.
I love. I'm a fan.
How to Train Your Dragon. All of them.
Ah.
Wally.
Oh, that's a good one too. Did I say Encanto? I don't think I did.
Cowboy Bebop.
It's an anime.
Yeah, I don't think.
I mean, yeah, there's a
It's a
film
TV
version
show.
there.
They use.
Yeah, but
really-
there's a.
Okay,
like
but
there's
that's
a
that's
film
like
of
a
that.
series. That's like a series show, though. Did they have
I
a
feel like
movie?
it's like Brothers Alchemist. They have certain like film versions of it. I mean, I can say Evangelion if we prefer.
Okay,
like,
go
the
ahead.
movies,
Go ahead,
though.
because that one did. Because that one does.
I will
have a
go with
movie.
Evangelion.
Okay.
I had a backup there, but you know.
Yeah, because
That's a
like if
warning.
we're gonna
I think
go
that's-
into
that's a
series,
self-reporting warning. Self-warning.
Yeah, self-reporting warning.
Self-warning. We have 3 warnings here now.
I can't get another warning, and my brain is frozen.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well,
so hard. It's so hard.
Oh, I guess
That's me
Paul's
down
out.
to-
I was
I
out,
know.
Paul. If it wasn't even you, it would have been me right there. I was running. I was running thin.
Oh, I was just amazed by your.
I got Miyazaki down. I got
Yeah,
that down.
I was surprised by that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I went through a phase.
Yeah.
I'm still in that phase.
Right.
When I was in Japan, I went to the Studio Ghibli store. Like I was
Oh,
that.
that would be so cool.
It was so cool. Yeah, it was awesome. It was cool.
Just have a
Bit of a.
Miyazaki.
Oh my
property.
god! Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool.
You are gonna boil on
Yes.
that thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, wow, you're done. That's it. You need to get on that beach that I was on. That'll cool you down.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, what do we got next here? So
let's
Paul,
see.
you got 1, got 2, 1. I'm sure.
Okay,
I'm
so
just
next one is
3.
horror movies.
3.
Horror movies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
goodness
no,
gracious!
man, I'm not
You know,
that man.
I love movies. You know, the one genre I don't watch, horror.
Ah.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of horror
is
either.
why you
Sadly.
don't
Not either.
I shouldn't speak too soon.
don't
But
speak
Paul,
too
you're
soon.
starting.
You know what? I'm going to go with a classic Vincent Price one, House on the Haunted Hill.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
All of them.
Yes, all of them.
Okay. The Grudge. All of them. I'm assuming there's more than one.
There is.
Freddy Krueger, all of them. I feel like, right?
Yeah.
The Ring, 1 and 2, the only.
Oh, damn it, I was going to say it. Scream.
The Birds.
Oh, Hitchcock.
Yeah.
Child's
Yeah.
Play. Child's Play.
Let's try to stick with Hitchcock now. Rear Window.
Hannibal.
Psycho.
Anaconda.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary.
Anaconda horror.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Ice Cube. Come on, it's the Cube. You got to know.
Yeah.
Last Man on Earth.
Can we do upcoming films?
That's okay.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah. It's The Fly.
Oh yeah, Friday the 13th. Jason. Trying to think of all the things I had nightmares about. Like,
Your time.
The
5 seconds.
Yes, the Masquerade of Dr. Finn was another Vincent Price one.
I know this is technically a horror comedy, but scary movie.
Yeah, no, I'll take that. Yeah. Cabin in the Woods.
I think I'm out here. I think I'm out. Yeah. I'm just gonna I was thinking of a Mike Flanagan film, A House on the Hill or something, but too late. I take a loss.
Which was my
The thing about scary movies is you can put like two words together that sound vaguely scary, like The Haunting, The Haunted.
Yeah, I think
The Ghost.
The Shining.
You know,
yeah. I was gonna
Yeah.
say Ghostbusters, and then my mind blanked. I was like, "Is that a horror film?" Not
Yeah.
really.
I would say no on that one.
Yeah.
Would,
So I take
Gremlins
yeah
count?
on that.
What's
Yeah,
the next
Gremlins.
one
It's like
that's
that. Gremlins is like Ghostbusters is like funny too. You're
Yeah.
like, you almost like want them to win.
I think Gremlins, though, when I was younger, scared the crap out of me, though.
yeah. I
had the
agree.
Yeah, I
luxury
would
of
say
not-
yeah.
More so.
I had the
it
luxury
was
of not
scary.
seeing it until I was 34.
Oh yeah, no, that's,
Oh,
you know,
wow.
that's- I think there's a remake. I want to say.
All
I
right.
feel like there's a reboot.
All right. What's our next prompt?
Disney
So we almost have some
Pixar
losers here.
villains.
Where the game we're getting.
Ooh, this is one
down
I'm
there.
gonna. This is one I'm gonna crush. Peppers.
Oh.
Woo!
I mean, okay,
That's, like,
but I
made
know
for
like
Keith.
3 peppers.
Yeah, me
think-
too.
By the way, there is a rule in Pass the Buck where if there's 4 people and 3 people veto it, it's gone.
Oh.
Oh,
So I do veto that.
That's
that
fine.
stops
I'm gonna
people
veto
from-
that. I'm gonna
stops
veto that.
Because
I
it'll
only
be
know,
like 1 round.
It stops
I
people
only
from
know 4 or
saying
5
things
peppers. That's it.
like
Yeah.
the names of my brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
And then everyone can veto on that. So
Probably like
that's a
1,
veto.
2, 3, 4, 5. I'm out. All right, I better
Yeah.
cut my losses.
Okay, let's veto that. Disney Pixar villains.
Okay.
I approve.
Me Pixar villains.
That's another one where I'm like, I think I'm confident about it, but then I think I can get about maybe 2 rounds as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna veto that as well because I couldn't even name one. Probably off the top of my
Really?
head.
Not even 1.
I've watched the movies, but not enough to like remember the names of the villains. Really, like.
Okay.
I mean, I know like the
Okay.
kind of the main characters.
If you guys are videoing, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I
I
had
mean,
Jafar,
I would be
I
up for
had
Pixar
Ursula.
characters.
That was
Like if
it.
it was just Pixar characters and that was it, that'd be better. But if it's
Next
just
one
villains,
fine with
is
that.
going to be so easy.
Yeah.
We can't veto this. Jobs.
Jobs.
Is the next
Jobs?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
do jobs.
Oh gosh.
Nate.
Did
YouTuber.
Wait there, what happened? You're starting with
Oh.
YouTuber.
Yeah, that's my first one. Yeah, of course. You know,
Steve.
we're on YouTube and
Yeah.
Steve?
Yeah. Steve
Steve.
Jobs? Are we not allowing that?
So
I think that's either a
Steve-
Okay,
warning or that's a.
you know what? I'm gonna give him that. Yeah, I'm
Oh.
gonna give him that.
All right, that.
But also
that
warning.
is clever.
That's
That's
also
a warning and
warning.
it's clever.
Warning and an
Okay.
inspiration point.
Yeah. Clever, sir, but a warning has been awarded.
Graphic
Take
designer.
notice.
Construction worker.
Banker.
Did you say baker or banker?
Banker.
Banker.
Baker.
Professional athlete.
Lawyer.
A judge.
Candlestick maker.
Cop.
President of the United States. Is technically a judge.
Fashion designer. Fashion designer.
Senator.
Writer.
A cook.
A haircut.
Hairstylist.
Haircutter. Hairstylist. Yeah. Yeah. What do we call them?
Bicycle repairman.
Barber. Yeah.
Makeup artist.
Barista.
Forest ranger.
A lumberjack. I wanted to say make down artist. Is that a thing? Someone who takes the makeup off? But
Maybe.
yeah, I'll go lumberjack.
Marine biologist.
Car wash owner.
Nice.
I decided I'm just gonna take all the social media. TikTok. I'm gonna say this in another
Social
one.
media.
TikTok, Instagram.
So
Influencers, social media.
All social media.
Content creator.
that I now take that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just swiping it off the board.
Okay, I'll wipe off politicians.
Okay.
So Congress members, senators.
Soldier.
I think that's a lot.
I'm sorry. Okay,
I think that's a loss. I think that's an L. I think that's an L.
I had one in my head, and for some reason it like trailed out of my brain.
What
and
was
left
it?
Forever.
Do you remember?
I think it was I don't know. It was something frilly. I don't. Taylor? I think it was.
Your brain turned off. All right, it's an L. It's an L.
Video
That's an
game
L.
series.
Yep.
That's a good one.
Video game franchise.
I'm okay with video games
franchises.
Yeah.
Okay, so Amy,
Oh, it starts with me.
Amy starts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna steal Baldur's Gate.
That's a good one. Overwatch. 1 and 2.
Icewind Dale.
Metal Gear.
World of Warcraft.
Diablo. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Mario. All of them.
Zelda.
Oh, you jerk. Kirby.
The Ascent.
Fallout.
Star Fox.
It's a classic.
Shoot, I was thinking Mario, but Fire Emblem.
It's a good one.
Microsoft Flight Simulator. All years. Every year.
Total War.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
The Sims.
Tony Hawk.
Civilization.
The James Bond games.
Right. Roller coaster games.
Like Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Tycoon.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah.
Tetris. We'll accept it. It's a warning, but we'll accept it. Tetris.
You're Tetris? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll wipe out all the tycoons.
All the tycoons. Yeah, there's so many tycoons. Yeah.
Yeah. Go on. Keith, you.
F-Zero.
Stardew Valley.
Street Fighter.
Sensible Soccer.
Killer Instinct.
The Witcher.
Toss a coin to that lady there. Lemmings.
Super Smash Brothers.
Final Fantasy, all of them.
Wise.
Yeah.
The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners VR.
Okay.
That really made me feel nauseous, that game. Street Fighter, all
Nathan
of them.
said that.
Oh.
That's
I'm
it,
gone.
Paul.
I'm gone. But we did discuss that the first person to go did have a life ward on them. So they get their one life back.
The Death Lord.
Well, we got a few minutes left to. We have enough time to do one more.
I didn't think I was going to survive it, but yeah.
Canadian,
do another one. We'll do
Canadian cities and towns.
Oh, okay. I know like 2. I'm so sorry, Canada. I love you, but I don't.
I love you too, but I gotta veto this too.
All right. We'll allow veto on that.
Makeup brands, I have to veto that. I know like 1 maybe.
Oh yeah. So yeah. Okay.
I think that's probably true. I think I only know like Sephora, and that's not even. I guess it is a brand.
That's not even. Oh, okay. Yeah, technically they.
Yeah, there is a Sephora brand.
Yeah.
But it's...
No, I'll give it to you. A warning, but I'll give it to you.
Ooh, shapes. That's a toughie.
Shapes.
Dog breeds we
gosh.
did.
I think the problem with shapes is it'll be like octagon, polygon. Like whoever knows like the highest level of guns is gonna win. Basically. Like
Oregon.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Tetragon.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How about country? Let's go all in on this. Countries.
Oh, Olympic sports.
Any country.
We just got there.
Which one? Oh, Olympic sports?
No.
Olympic sports.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's go countries. I'm happy with that.
Countries.
I would rather do Olympic sports because we kind of already did countries.
We did
yeah.
European countries, which is a good one.
Yeah, but I have
I'm
very
down for that.
limited knowledge of countries, so.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Wait, so
let's do it.
Wait, so
it's my chance. It's my chance to shine.
do you want to do?
Mom always told me how to get my moment.
Should we do Olympic sports or sports in general?
Sports in general, I think would be better.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Because I mean, how we're gonna have to like double check at the Olympic. Like I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to be like, oh, that's not an Olympic sport.
Oh, beverages.
I don't want to. Yeah,
Beverage is a good one.
Beverages.
Oh, actors from England. That's a perfectly good one.
That's very niche.
let's go.
The
to
hard
maybe we
part
Let's
is
just give it to Paul.
Yeah, you just give it to Paul.
the man with the warning.
That they're English, but then you find out that they're not. It blew my mind when I found out Rick from The Walking Dead was actually an English. He's actually English.
He does a good job, doesn't he? Yeah.
It's
amazing.
I was mind blown. I found out Idris Elba was, because I knew him from The American Office, and then I found out that there were rumors of him being James Bond, and I was like,
"Oh, that would have been so
really."
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to see him as James Bond, but he's almost the same age as Daniel Craig, and he left the role in part due to age, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. But anyway,
indeed.
Should we go with sport? You think?
Yeah, let's go with sports.
Okay.
Why not?
It seems doable.
Okay.
Okay.
I went out, didn't I?
Yeah. So.
Yep.
So, horse racing.
Baseball.
Ice skating.
Soccer/football.
American football.
Rugby.
Pole vaulting.
Jamaica, we got a bobsled team. Sorry, I just love that movie so much. Bobsled for sure.
It's a good one.
Shinty.
Javelin.
Skiing.
Sprinting. Or like running. I guess we could throw running as like a
Running in
running,
general.
jogging,
running, but well, I'd say
Running.
long
What about
distance. There's another. Yeah, I was gonna say
Marathon.
that's a different thing. I feel like.
Yeah, I think it is completely different.
They are kind
Yeah,
of.
It's different type of training too.
It is.
Yeah, it's like
100%.
track runner versus.
Yeah.
Maybe I should say track runner. I guess.
Yeah, okay, truck runner.
I just meant like Usain Bolt, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I should have said his name.
I think sprinter is the best actually. Like, because you're yeah.
It's a specific title. Yeah.
Yeah. Paul.
Limbo dancer. They do that competitively, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Shot put.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna do snowboarding.
Swimming.
Yeah. That's good.
Chess boxing. Oh, that's an impressive sport.
Yeah. Cricket.
Archery.
Skiing.
Fencing.
I already said skiing.
Oh, I thought you said snowboarding.
She
I said skiing. I
earlier.
said snowboarding, but I said skiing earlier.
Yeah.
I took all the winter sports.
Oh, well then I lost.
Yeah.
My heart is heavy with sadness.
Well,
I can tell.
Alas, cruel worlds.
Fear not, Nathan, because guess what? We are at time, and we are about to go into the first ASMR video showcase.
Woohoo!
Yeah. So,
I'm excited. I'm excited.
As some of you know, we've had a lot of great ASMRists send us videos to showcase at TingleCon, and I'm just going to read off who we are going to be showing tonight. We have Whisperwind ASMR, Evoke ASMR, ASMR by Ali Nicole Josefina, Oasis ASMR, Moongem ASMR, Bearded Audio ASMR, Yoloma ASMR, Lamera ASMR, Sleeping Artist ASMR, Burning Question, Boxer ASMR, and Lori ASMR. We got a hell of a lineup tonight, folks. And don't forget, after this showcase is over and we close out the broadcast for tonight, stick around for ASMR Destiny's Afterparty live stream. Unfortunately, I'm unable to get rating to work on YouTube, so a link to his stream will be down below in the description, and I'll probably post in the chat right before we finish. So be sure to check it out. ASMR Destiny streams, like if you like ASMR at all, you're gonna enjoy streams, even if you don't enjoy watching lives. Like, just drop in, say hello. He's gonna blow your mind. That's all I can say.
Like, actually, it's like if you want to know what streaming will look like in 10 years,
he's past
you should
that.
go watch. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's in 8K, and that was like years ago. Just think about that. We're all in like 1080p. He's like 8K years in the past. So that's all you need to know right there.
Yep, exactly. So with that being said, thank you all so much, and we will see you tomorrow. Stay chill.
I stopped for like 3 years because it will only remind me of work that I needed to record videos But I've come back and I listen to my favorite ASMR artist, who is Gentle Whispering.
If I'm trying to take a nap, yes. If I'm trying to fall asleep at night, nah.
Yes, pretty much every night.
Yes, I use ASMR to fall asleep almost every night. I think my favorite go-to artist is Lloyd's ASMR. He's really good.
I have been known to do so.
Absolutely. I can't fall asleep without it.
No, I don't. I use brown noise. Let me show you what brown noise sounds like. This is a podcast called Soft and Deep Brown Noise. Sleep sound 12 hours. Yeah.
Yes, I do use ASMR to fall asleep. I prefer the trigger videos, but sometimes I also listen to Ambience.
I would say yes. Helps me get sleep when I need it, so depending on the day.
For a long time, I used ASMR to fall asleep. Not to fall asleep, just as like it's nice to listen to as I fall asleep. Thankfully, I don't suffer from insomnia, and if I need to like quiet my mind or shut my brain off, I'll listen to it. Less so now. The long answer to a question: not really much anymore. There was a time, and maybe there will be in the future, but right now, not really.
Sorry, what was the question? Oh, yeah. I do sometimes, mainly ambiences, I would say.
Well, not like the elixir of the gods, but it smells pretty good. Ah, you're waking up. Not like you were sleeping very soundly, though. You got something on your mind? No, I know you do. The eve of battle. Difficult to get a good night's sleep. Understandable. There is much at stake, isn't there? Me? Don't you recognize me? You were saying prayers to me just earlier today. That's all right. It's not many mortals who are blessed with being able to see the image of one of the gods. I'll forgive you for not recognizing me. But I am here because I heard your prayers. There is much that I cannot tell you about how this battle will go tomorrow. But please rest assured, you've got me on your side. You see, the gods, we're not technically supposed to meddle in the affairs of man, but obviously quite a lot of us do, quite a lot of the time. But we do watch very, very closely. And I've been watching you for a very long time. You are incredibly brave and honorable.
You fight to protect those you love. You fight for honor. And eventually for peace. These are venerable qualities. You see, as a goddess of war, it may be difficult to picture me saying this, but sometimes fighting is not the answer. You see, war is not just about fighting. It's about strategy too. And it's about the outcome of the war. So, while you are here, about to inflict violence on most likely many opponents, your ultimate goal is peace and safety. That is something that I find quite honorable. So, I've come here to answer your prayers. Although it doesn't look like you were sleeping very well, as I said. Perhaps a few tokens from a goddess might ease your mind tomorrow. Actually, odds are you'll think that all of this was a dream. But if I give you something, maybe you'll believe that it was real. Well, if you don't mind, I would love to help you get a good night's rest, especially before such a powerful, important battle. Good, good. Perhaps I can impart some bravery. Not that you need it, you are quite a brave warrior. But it's normal to feel apprehension on the eve of battle. Perhaps I can help ease your mind a bit before you go into the fight, yeah? Alright. Why don't you lie back again? Just make yourself comfortable. You don't have to worry about anything else right now. Tomorrow, it's going to be quite a big day. Quite full of lots.
Hello there. I'm Surgeon Sarah, but we've met before, of course. How are you feeling today? Okay. Oh, it's understandable to be a little nervous. But I can assure you I'm going to be performing the most effective, simplest method for repairing your eardrum today. Okay? It's done without general anaesthesia. And recovery is obviously a lot quicker. Yeah, so you're in safe hands. Okay, do you have any questions before I start? No? Okay. Just need to pop on my gloves before I can near you. You'll be glad to get this eardrum repaired, won't you? Yeah. It's not unusual for the eardrum to not heal quickly or fully after a grommet has fallen out of the ear, okay, which is what's happened in your situation. And plus you've had a bit of an infection as well. So, yeah, it's a procedure that I've performed many times in different ways. But I'll need to take a little look at you first, okay? So, firstly, I'm going to just take your temperature, if that's okay. Just to make sure we're all good. Okay, just keep nice and still for me. Just insert this into the ear and you'll hear a beep or two. Okay. There we go. That's perfect. That's perfect. No problems there. Okay. So, I'm going to just have a little palpate around the external ear. Okay, and I want you to tell me if anything's painful. Alright? I'll start with this left ear again, if that's okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to have a press around the ear. Okay. Anything painful? Just going to gently tug on the ear here. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay. Is that okay for you? Good. That's fine. So that all seems fine, and this is the side that I'm going to be working on today, but I will just check this ear as well. Okay. So let's just have a palpate around the ear. Okay. And a little tug, does that hurt at all? No. That all looks fine. Lobe looks fine. No lumps and bumps. Okay. So I can't see any lumps and bumps on either ear. So that's perfect. Okay. And the next part, I'm going to have to do an internal ear exam. I'll be as
Hello and welcome to this video. Today I will be playing with your hair, but you can close your eyes. Close your eyes and listen to my voice and the sounds of me playing with your hair. But of course, if you prefer to leave your eyes open, you can, and you can watch what I'm doing with your hair. I'm starting off by scratching my nails over your scalp and your hair. I'm gently taking small strands on the way down
I think I'm going to do some metal braids all throughout your hair, just randomly placed. Randomly placed. Let's start with this one, dividing the hair strand into 3 strands, and I'm braiding it. Now I'll just put an elastic at the end. It's good, it's good. Scratching over the braid. Now I'll do one over here, I'll do one over here, about the same size strand. Dividing it into 3. Okay. And beginning the braid.
Hey, I don't know if I'm comfortable doing a cranial nerve exam. I haven't done one yet.
Yes, well, the doctor is currently with a patient and it's running a little longer than usual. I peeked in and he seems to be very closely examining their ears and he kind of won't stop.
Okay. Is there instructions, something I can just follow?
Okay, yeah, there's paperwork in there for you.
It's in the room.
Don't
Okay.
worry about it. You're gonna do fine.
I can't promise this is gonna go well.
Just go in and do it. You're gonna do fine. It's gonna be great. Yes, great. Repeat great. Say the word great several times.
Okay. I'm going in. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do great. I'm gonna do great. I am confident. I am calm. This is gonna be great. Hey there. I'm a very experienced doctor, and you've got nothing to worry about for today's cranial nerve exam. I should just let you know it's my first one. So you get that honor of being, my first. It looks like everything is laid out on a table here. I do see the instructions on how to conduct a cranial nerve exam right here. So we're gonna do this together. I don't have a cotton ball. I don't have a safety pin either. I do have some lights. Okay, tuning fork. I've got something that might work for that. All right, I'm just gonna dive right into this and maybe learn a little bit together. Okay, so we're gonna start here first with the olfactory nerve, and I'm gonna read to you a little bit, and then we're gonna do the testing. Okay, so the olfactory nerve is a sensory nerve, and damage in the nasal epithelium or the basal ganglia might impair the ability to discriminate different smells. The olfactory nerve can be tested using products with specific spices so the patient can recognize the differences. However, usually just asking the patient, "Do you recognize different aromas?" is enough. Well, it's not enough for me, I'll tell you that much, because I have some things you can smell over here. Okay, I'm gonna grab them and we're gonna. Oh geez. We're gonna do some smelling, okay? Now these are maybe a little they're more like a feeling than a smell. There was one that's kind of maybe a very specific smell. Okay, so we'll start with a specific one, and then we're gonna just think about how it makes you feel when you smell it. Okay, so let's start with this one here, and these are essential oils. Oh, that one does smell really good. Okay, so go ahead and smell that one for me. There we go. Do you have an idea of what maybe that one smells like? Close. It is kind of a tree smell. Northern Lights black spruce, actually, is what that one is. And that one just, you get a whiff of that and it just almost takes you to Christmas. That's great. Okay. But good, you detected the tree. Okay, now these are more like feelings. I'm not really sure why these are in a doctor's office, but we're gonna let's start with this one right here. Okay, I'm gonna get a whiff of it first. Maybe. Alright, smell. Okay. Now, what do you think that smell is again? Maybe like a feeling or a concept. Not quite. That one's longevity. It's kind of peppery. Picking up some pepper on that one. I'm not sure how that's longevity. Maybe you think peppery hair. You get old. I don't know. Okay. Now let's see here. We got two more. Here, oh, that's a nice one. Okay, go ahead. And what are you picking up from that one? Yeah, I was picking up lavender as well. However, this one's grounding. It's called grounding. Now, I suppose that's more of like a
commencer, si vous le voulez bien, par l'examen visuel. Attention, la lampe que j'utilise est assez brillante. Alors, dans un premier temps, je vais vous demander de simplement regarder droit devant vous. Par exemple, regardez mon nez. Et ne vous laissez pas distraire par la lumière. Très bien, continuez à regarder ici, mon nez. Uniquement mon nez. Excellent. Parfait. À présent, suivez la lumière du regard. Ne la lâchez pas des yeux. Concentrez toute votre attention uniquement sur le mouvement de la lumière. Ignorez tout le reste. Ignorez tout ce qui se trouve dans votre champ de vision, à l'exception de la lumière qui bouge. Et suivez-la. Suivez-la du regard. Très bien. À présent, regardez ici. Ici. Ne vous laissez pas distraire par la lumière. Regardez ici. Regardez le doigt. Uniquement le doigt. Regardez à présent ici. Très bien. Ici. 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 Excellent. Même exercice cette fois-ci avec le bâton. Concentrez toute votre attention sur le bâton. Ne le quittez pas des yeux. Peu importe où il va, concentrez toute votre attention sur le bâton. Et pas sur la lumière. Ignorez complètement la lumière. Regardez ici, le bâton. Très bien. Très bien. Ignorez la lumière. Regardez uniquement le bâton. Ici. Le bâton. Parfait. Hello. I'm Dr. Julie. It's a good thing you came in today. Your ears are looking very, very red and inflamed. And it looks like there's quite a bit of wax on that side. And also on this side. So I'm going to take a closer look, okay? And we'll probably clean your wax out of your ears. And then we'll do some relaxing treatments so that you experience less pain. Tell me, it says in your file that you've been diagnosed with TMJD. Is that correct? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. As you probably are well aware, the ears and the jaw are connected, and so treating one often improves the other. So treat both. Hopefully you'll have no more issues at all. So, okay? Now the first thing I'm going to do is take my otoscope here and just look a little deeper and see what we can see, okay? This side first. Just relax. Yes, there's definitely quite a bit of wax on this side. That's alright, it's perfectly normal. Just get that cleaned up for you. But this redness is concerning, so we'll clean it out and then we'll see what we see on this side. Okay. Now on this side. Okay, not as much wax on this side. That's good, good. But we might need to. We're gonna clean this one out as well, I think, so that each one is starting out on a clean slate, as it were. How does that sound? Good. Okay. So, the second thing I'm going to do is spray a little ear cleaning solution. Okay? So, I want you to take hold of this, put it right up against your jaw there, underneath your ear, so that it will catch the liquid that's forming there, okay? And we'll also put a little cloth there as well, okay? Now, at no time should this cause you any pain. So if you're experiencing any, speak right up, okay? Great. Okay. Okay, let's dry that ear off. There we go. Just gently dry you off. Gently dry you off. There we go. Okay. And now the other side. Switch it around, do the same thing. Hold that right up against your jaw, and we'll put this cloth here. Okay.
an assortment of Polish words which contain sounds like sk, 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 and words that are not exactly like that, but they are similar enough, and hopefully you will find them to be tingly. But as I was collecting these sk, sk, sk Polish words, I noticed that I can use some of them in groups to teach you just a little bit of some fun facts about Poland. So in the first half of the video, there will be less repetitive words and a little more talking, and in the second half I will simply repeat a whole bunch of random tingly words. Let's begin. So where to begin? Perhaps it makes the most sense to start with the word Poland, because in Polish it is Polska, 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 Polska. Now there are several towns and cities and villages that contain sk. For example, Słupsk, or I was just thinking about the other one, Płock. It's not sk, but it is ck. Good enough. However, there is one major city of great importance that has sk, 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 and that city is Gdańsk. Gdańsk, 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 Gdańsk. Gdańsk is pretty much in the middle of northern Poland, right at the Baltic Sea. And that city is where strikes of 1980 happened. The strikes, which were the important first events which led to ending communism in Eastern Europe. To read you a snippet from Wikipedia. Led by electrician Lech Wałęsa, the workers seized arsenals, took control of the shipyard, and demanded labor reform, greater civil rights, including the rights of freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and freedom of religion, as well as the release of political prisoners. Now, to stay on the topic of various places in Poland, you might be surprised to learn that every province of Poland, every name contains some sort of sk.
There you are. I was wondering how long it would take my servants to deliver you to me, my dear. As much as I enjoy the songs and hunting calls of my children of the night, you are the main event of my evening. Yes, I do think you are exactly what I'm looking for. I could smell the magic in your blood even from so far away. But now, here you stand before me, and the aroma is simply intoxicating. Who am I? What do I want? Why have I kidnapped you? Oh, my dear, surely you can't be that blind. Perhaps I was too confident in word spreading of my ascension. You see, I am Count Tornenthar, third of my lineage, and now the ruler of the Blood Forest Islands, as well as her surrounding counties and villages, and a large number of other political details that often threaten to bore me back into my grave. No. What you need to know, my dear, is that you are both my guest and the instrument through which I shall secure my place among the night, forever held safe in her immortal embrace. For you see, my dear, simply I am immortal, but that does not mean invulnerable. Even mere days after my ascension to the throne, my court threatens to overrule every decision I would think to make, as well as threaten my very existence. After spending hundreds of years of my undeaths surviving such schemes and power plays and finally claiming the throne, I simply can't risk losing it all. Not now, not when the night is still so young. Of course, I will inform you of the details in due time, but first, please, sit. I have prepared for your arrival, and while I do admit my excitement led me to gather the dinner a tad prematurely, I assure you it is still quite fresh and quite enjoyable. You hesitate, naturally, spitting poison or foul play, but as I said, my dear, you are my instrument, my tool through which I shall rise above even my own fellow kin. It would gain me nothing to kill you here and now. In fact, it would be the ultimate blow to my plans, which, as you can see, is why I prepared the meal myself. This fact also explains the simplicity of the dishes. It has been some centuries since I personally prepared human cuisine, and I loathe to admit my talents aren't quite what they used to be. But even at my lowest culinary point, I assure you that my offerings are entire kingdoms ahead of the food you've had down in the villas with what the farm animals running about and children. Ugh. The fact that any edible blood comes from such places is beyond even my mortal mind to truly comprehend. Do I plan to feed upon you? No, my dear, that would also be a thorn in the side of my plans. You see, I need you as... Excuse me, but did your lord not tell you to sit? Good. Now, as I was saying, I needed a vessel of whose blood was of the most exquisite nature, untainted, pure in every sense. The soul of the being did not matter whether sinner or saint, but a total avoidance of my kind is key. You see, the bite from a vampire gives something back to the donor as much as the donor gives to the vampire themselves. Every vampire features a unique venom that both numbs the bite and dulls the mind of their prey, removing almost any chance of the human biting back. Feed from the same human numerous times, whether by the same or different vampires, and that human's blood will eventually become saturated with the venom and their mind addicted to the high it provides. This is the most common practice when seeking.
Close your eyes. Take some deep breaths. I'm going to gently pass my hands over your eyes. Calming you down, helping you relax and get ready to fall asleep. Carry on taking deep breaths, deep, relaxing breaths. I'm just going to get my lights and use them to tap very gently around your face. This first one, green, to help induce a feeling of calm, not only in your mind but your body. So keep your eyes closed, and I'm just gently tapping. May feel warm on your face. Allow the calm feeling to take over. Focusing everything on the forehead right now, tapping across. Keep your eyes closed. Gonna go down to your cheek and just under your eye. Now to your jawline, all the way across to your chin. Back up to the other side of your face now, across your cheek, under your eye, and back up to the forehead, down your nose. Just tapping random places now where I feel calm needs to be. Okay, good. I hope you're feeling calm. We're going to move on to a different colour now. Red. And this red is going to give you positive energy. Lots of positivity. I want to focus this on your head to fill your brain with positive energy. Gently tapping along your forehead to now your scalp. Just tapping. Okay. I'm going to move